Hello, you're on Initiative Africa. My name is Asha Sampath. Welcome to your weekly magazine featuring Africa on the move through smart innovations and initiatives that work. In this new edition, we raise the question of nature conservation on the continent. Let's get on with the show with our top stories today. COP27 has ended, but the IUCN's fight continues for the protection of nature. We meet Charles Karangwa, specialist in land restoration and sustainable agriculture at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, who is fighting to promote nature-based solutions adapted to combat climate change. He's our guest this week.
IUCN is a global authority on conservation, and we are probably the largest network of conservation organizations across the world.
The survivor of sexual abuse reaches out to men who are themselves victims of violence. Listening and therapy for all genders is Halima's Lionese mission in Nigeria.
What we do when we go out to talk to men is we pretty much talk about emotional stability. We try to normalize, the idea of expressing yourself, the idea of seeking help.
Putting an end to decades of agro-pastoral conflicts. This is a reality that is beginning to take hold in Togo, thanks to the mediation of local chiefs and the involvement of the country's leaders.
C'est le conflit foncier qui est toujours cité en premier lieu. Donc cela voudrait dire que c'est la source des problèmes dans la région des savanes.
In Nigeria, a young woman who survived sexual abuse found the strength to teach other victims how to overcome this ordeal. Her foundation, Life After Abuse, strives for a better social awareness of sexual violence and the post-traumatic convalescence of victims. Halima Layeni focused her attention on marginalized teenagers to whom she offered listening sessions and therapy. She then realized that young men who were victims of abuse needed more adapted therapy. Our correspondent in Abuja, Hugo Yuana, followed her to understand her approach.
The patriarchal nature of the African society over the years have prevented men from speaking out and opening up to therapy when they experience any form of psychological trauma. According to a 2021 report by the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Response Team, DSVRT, 194 men were reportedly assaulted by their partners from January to June 2021, recording a slight increase from 108 cases reported the first 6 months of the previous year. The narrative seems to be shifting as Life After Abuse Foundation is bringing the needed change.
I didn't grow up in the midst of this loving, happy family. I grew up in the midst of fight, curses, war, a lot of anger. Really piles of anger, unforgiveness and all sorts. So I never even always had good intentions for anyone growing up.
Some time ago, I lost my mom, and dealing with it was very difficult. I mean, for very long period of time, I could not process it. I was emotionless, I was expressionless. A lot of people were actually confused relating with me.
We've counseled men who have been through sexual abuse. We've also counseled men who have suffered parental, physical, and emotional abuse. We try to create that safe space for men, and we try to, encourage men that it's okay to cry. It's okay to talk about your feelings or your emotions. So we set up something called a love counseling platform where men can gain access to a one-on-one counseling. What we do when we go out to talk to men is we pretty much talk about emotional stability. We try to normalize, the idea of expressing yourself, the idea of seeking help. We try to acknowledge the trauma that they've gone through. We know that, traditionally, men are required to hold a lot of things in.
I'm actually happy that I found a refuge, a safe place called love.
After the therapy sessions, after the counseling, I just found that I was more enthusiastic about my job. Before then, I just saw my job as a responsibility, something I had to wake up and do.
We basically believe that a more sustainable approach to any gender-based violence is actually reorienting men, basically rehabilitating them, start educating men on women's rights, emotional stability, consent, and all of that. We launched the campaign and we had men from across 4 African countries, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Benin Republic, and Nigeria join in on the movement. And, the movement actually attracted a lot of attention. And we had, I think our volunteer platform grew from 60 to 480, and we had, a lot of members join in to advocate for it. One of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal is actually good health and well-being, and that is what we try to focus on in LAF. We know that the issue of men's mental health actually falls under that category, and we try to focus on that, and we're able to at least reach 6,000 men in 4 African countries. In 2020, LAF gained, global recognition through a platform called the United Nations Youth Solutions Report, and we emerged a finalist. Also, through our work, we have been able to, get an award from the United States government through a fellowship called the Current Youth Fellowship Initiative for the work that we do regarding, the SDG 3.
This raises hope that more women in Africa will be able to engage in similar social work with an ultimate goal to encourage males to open up and embrace counseling without being ashamed for it.
It is a unique organization that has been bringing together states, government agencies, hundreds of NGOs, as well as thousands of experts and scientists for decades. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the IUCN, has helped more than 75 countries in the application of their conservation and biological diversity strategies. Africa, which each year loses up to 350 million hectares of land due to soil degradation, is a major source for the IUCN, as Charles Karangwa, one of its officials, shared with me. I met him on the sidelines of COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Charles Karangwa, hello. Welcome on Initiative Africa. So you are regional head of land systems covering forests, drylands and sustainable agriculture at the IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Africa region. Could you tell us about the role and mission of the IUCN?
Thank you. IUCN is a global authority on conservation, and we are probably the largest network of conservation organizations across the world. And most of our work really spans through 4 components: conserving nature, of course, people, livelihoods, alternatives, and equity and rights, which is part of governance work we do. And we also have quite a lot of work around biodiversity from both terrestrial and marine ecosystems in Africa, and mostly also working with governments to transition towards sustainable and climate resilience development.
What about the work of IUCN in Africa?
So IUCN in Africa have probably for many decades been supporting conservation agenda. And over the last 30 years, we have been mostly focusing on work on what we call sustainable conservation, which basically includes issues around development. So you are basically looking at drivers of deforestation and habitat loss, and by addressing them, then you basically respond to conservation challenges. So our work in Africa, we have about 4 major programs. One is focusing on what we call protected area and conserved area. And here it's really institutional capacity development for governments, protected area managers to be able to sustainably manage, conserve biodiversity. The second is on what we call terrestrial land management ecosystems. And this spans around basically forest, agriculture, drylands, resilience, water systems management, which basically helps also institutions, communities to sustainably manage and invest in those ecosystems in a way that, of course, both are sustainable but also are productive, because these are the resources that people depend on every day. The third element of our work in Africa is around marine and the coastal resilience. We have experienced over the last decade huge changes in marine ecosystem management, disasters, flooding, which is really hugely costing the continent a lot in terms of resources. And what we are trying to do is really to increase sustainable management in the coastal area, but also the marine, so which includes also plastic pollution in the marine areas, waste management and the likes. And then finally, of course, is our work on policy and institutional capacity development across the continent. So that's where we are working in Africa.
Could you talk about nature-based solutions? What are they, and how can they benefit the African continent in the fight against climate change?
Yeah, thank you. I think over the last couple of years, we have seen actually a huge interest in nature-based solutions. And last year, actually early this year in April, the United Nations Environmental Assembly, UNEA 5, endorsed the definition of nature-based solutions as basically actions to restore, protect, and conserve nature, all type of ecosystems, terrestrial ecosystems, marine ecosystems, and that was actually an official way and a call to action for governments to start adopting nature-based solutions. And you can also talk about biodiversity loss at the same time. You look at the drivers of biodiversity loss and wonder, how do you put something together which can address both climate change from adaptation and mitigation, but also biodiversity loss in many ways. The nature-based solutions is probably one of the best way, because we are talking about not one solution, we're talking about the solutions based on nature. And in Africa, of course, I will speak from, let's take an example of energy. When you talk about renewable energy, you are mostly relying on a number of sources, right? You are talking about the wind, transitioning to wind, to solar, to other renewables. Most of this really depends on nature. Now, how do you really build nature to be able to give you that renewable energy you're looking for? An example is a hydropower plant. If you don't protect a catchment upstream, and you're building a huge hydroelectricity power plant downstream, what happens is you lose the investment because you're not protecting the catchment. And the way you protect catchment, you are using the nature-based solutions. You are managing land sustainably, you are increasing vegetation cover, you are protecting soil erosions, you are basically investing in nature so that nature can give you the services.
Welcome back to the second part of our show. Agro-pastoral conflicts are still numerous in sub-Saharan Africa and each year cause thousands of deaths and injuries. In Togo, in the Savane region bordering Burkina Faso, farmers and herders have clashed for decades for access to pasture and water. Yet today, thanks to the mediation of local chiefs but also to the involvement of leaders at the national and regional level, peace has returned to the region. An agreement has been reached between herders and farmers to live in peace and harmony. Take a look.
Et lui, il était avec les bêtes dans le champ en train de manger. Les bêtes mangent, lui, il est à côté, il les regarde. Que je suis arrivé, je lui demande, défends-toi là, tu vois, c'est quoi là-bas, et puis c'est comme ça. C'est là-bas qu'il m'a tapé. Dans un de mes villages vers l'ouest, à Kwitila, les bouviers sont rentrés dans le champ et c'est un maraîcher qui a fait les tomates. Il a fait ça sur un bon espace et c'est de ça qu'il vit. Bon, dans un premier temps, quand il est retourné sous l'effet de colère, il avait le coucou. Il y avait un petit taureau qui était là, il a haché carrément. Et le bouvier a sorti son coucou. Ils se sont pris, hein, ils se sont pris. Il y a eu du sang qui a coulé.
Il y avait un climat vraiment conflictuel dans beaucoup de localités. Et on a constaté, ou bien on a vu une violence de grande ampleur dans la préfecture, dans un village de la préfecture de Thône, où des communautés entre Moba se sont affrontées entre les peuples bouviers et les autochtones gourmandiers, où il y a eu également même des morts, hein, des morts d'hommes. Il y a eu les cases brûlées.
Nous sommes arrivés ici, on a voulu essayer de les interroger. Le bouvier, il ne voulait même pas obtempérer pour qu'on voie comment ça a commencé pour voir à la solution. Il dit que les bœufs étaient tellement nombreux que lui seul ne pouvait pas d'un seul coup les faire sortir.
C'est le conflit foncier qui est toujours cité en premier lieu. Donc cela voudrait dire que c'est la source des problèmes dans la région des savanes.
Quand il a vu son taureau avec les coucous que le jeune, et là, lui, il est gardien. Qu'est-ce que lui va signaler? Qu'est-ce qu'il va dire à son chef qu'il a demandé? Lui, on n'a qu'à lui dire ce que ça coûte. Et le jeune dit non, lui dire ce que ça coûte. Il faut que moi, en tant que chef, il faut que j'aille moi-même voir.
Oui, on devrait faire la paix. Si il a pu payer pour les champs, là c'est fini. Qu'il les laisse partir. Lorsqu'il n'a pas payé, si le champ, l'affaire est toujours là-bas.
Là, il a fait une facture de 345 000 au bouvier. Et nous aussi, nous sommes rentrés dedans, on a concilié en demandant pardon aux jeunes, jusqu'à ce qu'ils soient entendus. Et il a donné 95 000 plus 10 000 francs pour aller se soigner. Je ne sais pas arrêté là-bas, j'ai appelé le président des Peuls. Je lui ai expliqué la situation qui a prévalu dans le village à Kakaaki. Lui, il a essayé d'appeler tous ceux-là qui opèrent chez nous ici. Ils sont venus des délégations de chaque village. Et depuis ce jour, ils ont décidé de ne jamais se promener avec les couteaux. Si tu es là, il est bouvier actuellement, quand vous les voyez aux gens, ils n'ont plus les couteaux sur eux, mais plutôt les bâtons. Rares sont ceux-là qui tiennent les couteaux.
Au niveau des cantons, cet organe est appelé Conseil des sages de prévention et de gestion des conflits fonciers. Leur rôle consiste à faire la prévention et le règlement des conflits.
La médiation, la conciliation, elle reste le seul moyen pacifique. Parce que tout le monde ne comprend pas que la gendarmerie peut aussi concilier. Mais puisque c'est un corps habillé, l'on peut partir facilement de la gendarmerie en prison. Donc nous pensons que la chefferie est un moyen beaucoup plus pacifique pour la médiation lorsqu'il y a conflit entre peuple, l'agriculteur et profit.
Généralement, nous réussissons à concilier les parties. Lorsque les parties sont conciliées, nous débouchons sur une entente qui peut promouvoir la paix en famille, la paix au village, la paix entre les communautés.
Let's get back to the second part of the interview of Charles Karangwa from the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Among other things, he speaks about nature-based solutions, which are ways to protect, sustainably manage and restore natural or modify ecosystems promoted by his organization, and how they can help Africa. Let's find out. Do you have some concrete examples of IUCN's work in Africa about these nature-based solutions?
I want to do that, yeah. One example, I have been working over the last 4-5 years on a program which is funded by the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs through their embassy in Rwanda, where we invested in protecting an 18,000 hectare of catchment. Let me tell you a story about this catchment. This is a catchment which historically, at least every single year, about 100 people's lives were being lost because of landslides, because of floods. Huge losses from infrastructure, including bridge, roads, were being destroyed because upstream was not protected. And during the heavy rain, Rwanda is a country of 1,000 hills, so you have a very high slope of 60%. And when it rains, because of the type of the soil and the construct of the landscape, there is always that whole landslide. I remember witnessing a time when a family of 8 people completely got exterminated because of the landslide, a heavy landslide. So we invested in that through different natural and nature-based solutions approach, including, of course, restoration of that catchment, protecting the river, increasing the size of where the river can flow, but also doing some other terracing of mountains to reduce the intensity of water. And I was very pleased early this month to speak with the mayor of the city of Rubavu in the western of Rwanda, saying, for the first time in 5 years, we have not lost a life, we have not lost a road, we have not lost a house. We have the normal rains. It was a very good to hear that story. So nature-based solution works. With that project, we created 60,000 jobs, green jobs, for very, very poor households that have been able to work, to restore, to protect the land, and they were paid as part of the ecosystem service benefits.
What about forest landscape restoration in Africa? Agriculture is a major driver of degradation due to land conversion. How can we reconcile restoration with agriculture and farming?
One of the unfortunate challenge people face in Africa is that they think agriculture should compete with forest. But that's not true, because historically, Africa lived and survived on land. People survived on farming without necessarily destroying nature. I think there is a whole pressure and misconception of agricultural sector, thinking that expansion and expanding is going to be giving us more food security, but actually it's worsening the food security for many reasons. And that's probably one of the factors that we need to address in Africa when we talk about forest landscape restoration. And since agriculture is a huge driver of deforestation, the major investment we are making in Africa is really agroforestry systems. Investing in agroforestry, basically trees mixed with the crops, because then you are increasing vegetation cover and forest cover, but also you are reducing soil erosion and increasing the soil carbon matter by just mixing trees and the crops at the same time on farm. But also, we are encouraging farmers to not just expand agriculture, but sustainably manage the land they have by increasing regenerative agriculture on farm. And then finally, of course, it's restoring what has been already lost and try to invest in protecting what is still intact by not expanding agricultural area further.
Wood burning for heating and cooking is a major source of emissions and a health hazard for many. Some populations don't have many options, and it's sometimes a cultural choice. What can be done here?
I think that's very right. In terms of numbers, 85% of Africans use firewood for cooking and heating the house and lighting. Even in some communities, they still use even firewood for lighting in the house. So it's a very useful resources, and that's one of the major driver. If you go to countries like Malawi, the major driver in addition to agriculture is of course use of charcoal and firewood. But do we have alternatives? I think you can't turn this situation around for just in a year or 2 years or 3 years. You need to find how do we start investing in other options that can help reduce the biomass use at household level. There's a number of options that are being explored in many countries. IUCN is working on a number of projects in Rwanda, in Malawi, in Kenya, for example, to support communities access low fuel use cooking stoves, what we call improved cooking stoves. You still use biomass, you still use charcoal, you still use wood, but you don't use the same quantity as what you could use in a normal traditional stoving. That's very important. The second, we are investing significantly in technologies. IUCN is supporting, for example, different countries in Africa to study carefully alternative or what we call improved biomass technologies, but also green charcoal. And the third option we are investing in is what we call sustainable forest management techniques, increase the forest productivity. Now, if you want to reduce deforestation, you increase the forest productivity by improving forest management. And that's one of the areas we are investing in as an organization, to basically try to increase forest productivity and then increase the cubic meter of biomass per hectare, then reduce a complete degradation of existing forests, especially natural forests.
Climate and energy transition are critical for everyone and the planet as well. How do you see progress in this field on the continent, knowing that pathways for a just net zero transition must reflect African realities and ambitions? How can we make sure to guide fair and effective policy decisions? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, good question. One of the contentious topic in the COP here is, of course, Africa is a less contributor to emissions, right? So you're talking about less than 3% globally. And if you ask Africa to transition to green energy, there might be a mixed feeling of, okay, in any case, we are not emitting a lot. Then why do we want to change from our coal to, why do you want us to close our coal to go to other renewable, sustainable energy? So I think it's an interesting topic for discussion, but I would provide a real situation here. No one would ever wish Africa to be where Europe and China and other developed countries are today. We would want to prevent to be there, right? So we would want to invest in sustainable energy now than just waiting until the situation is worse. So I guess that's where policies needs to change. And we are seeing a lot of interest of the continent in Africa of change and just transition to sustainable and renewable energies. But of course, it's not something that can just happen overnight, right? Africa needs more time. I think Africa has a huge opportunity for sustainable energy. We are a continent with many sources of hydro rivers, with huge potential. We can develop and serve the entire world with our rivers, with hydro, but also solar. But I guess what is needed is those resources, financial resources, to transition to those opportunities and to tap into the natural ecosystem services that we have and embrace that sustainable energy transition.
Well, Initiative Africa is over for today. You can, of course, find Charles Karangawa's interview and the replay of our programs on our news website, africaonair.com. And you can also follow us on all our social media channels. Also, feel free to share, like, and comment with the hashtag Initiative Africa. And don't forget, next week, same time, same channel, I'll see you again with a new edition of Business Africa. Wish you all a very happy new year. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to another enlightening edition of The Teacher, the program where we celebrate teachers, examine the issues shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I am Philip Inyang. Education thrives in an environment of safety, stability, and trust. But across Nigeria, many schools are increasingly becoming targets of insecurity, from the abduction of students and teachers to attacks on school communities. The learning environment has come under serious threat. While governments continue to introduce policies and security initiatives, many stakeholders believe that political interference delayed responses, inadequate funding, and poor implementation have weakened efforts to secure schools. Today, we examine the topic, security versus political interference, a major challenge facing Nigerian schools. We'll celebrate an outstanding educator in our Teacher of the Week segment, bring you a compelling documentary feature on school security challenges, and later engage with our guest in a critical discussion on what must be done to safeguard Nigerian schools. Stay with us. Today's Teacher of the Week is Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe, Vice Principal Admin, Daitams International School, Rivers State.
Now, what are intrinsic values? Intrinsic values are those things we cherish because they help mold our destiny. I've been a teacher for about 15 years. Okay, my motivation is that, when you see the young ones, being as if they are lost and they need something to fill in that gap, that space, and that's learning. So I see myself, being in the position to fill that gap. I've learned so many things, how to do so many things, how to be able to, adapt to situations, especially when it's overwhelming, how to manage people, the students and the teachers as well. So it has been, a wonderful experience. Now, personally, it has molded me to know that there's how to relate with people. Interpersonal relationship is a very great virtue that I've learned in this system. My most fulfilling moment as a teacher is when I see students moving from I don't get it to I understand now. As a teacher, there are challenges, of no doubt. But I think one of the first steps to overcome those challenges is to be able to have a different perspective, a different mindset. Can you feel that you are called into a vocation, okay, and doing it with your heart, okay, is what will make you to go ahead. That will be your drive. How to stay motivated despite the challenges is to remain focused, okay, and do what you're doing, because you know that at the end, all the work, all the efforts you've put in, you see them speaking, not necessarily for the children to remember you in the future by giving you something, but to remember that someone has impacted their lives.
He's a very good teacher, very interactive with his students, and I'm actually very happy that we are celebrating him because he needs more recognition.
What makes Mr. Ekpe different from other teachers is his ability to communicate and converse with his students, both as friends and as teachers as well. Mr. Ekpe has helped me to improve academically in the ways of advising me on how to behave in class, with decorum, respect, and to obey teachers.
Mr. Ekpe is calm, he's humble, and he's a person that listens. Working with him has become so easy because he has a way of interacting with teachers and is able to coordinate the teachers very well, such that the work goes on seamlessly.
He's loving, he's jovial, he's a fantastic leader. He's a people's person. He carries everybody along and he makes sure that the work is done.
For the period he has fielded these children into WAEC and NECO, they have come out excellent. That is professional. Then otherwise, he is a humble, dedicated, respectful teacher.
At a time when many educators face insecurity, inadequate resources, and challenging working conditions, teachers like Mr. Kingsley Kelechi Ekpe reminds us that the future of our nation is still being shaped by committed professionals in our classrooms. On behalf of the teacher, we say thank you for your service and congratulations on being our Teacher of the Week. For millions of Nigerian children, school should be a place of learning, growth, and opportunity. But for many families today, sending a child to school has become an act of faith. Next is our documentary feature on school security challenges.
For many Nigerian parents, the simple act of sending a child to school has become a daily exercise in faith. Schools, once seen as safe havens for learning and development, are increasingly becoming targets of kidnappers, terrorists, and criminal gangs. The crisis is no longer limited to one region. It is spreading. On May 15, 2026, Nigeria witnessed two shocking school abductions on the same day. In Borno State, armed attackers stormed Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School in Askira Oba and abducted dozens of pupils during school hours. Reports indicated that about 42 children were taken, some directly from classrooms and others from nearby homes. Weeks later, many families were still waiting for answers. That same day in Oyo State, gunmen disguised as security personnel attacked 3 schools in Orire local government area, abducting 39 students and 7 teachers. Tragically, one teacher was killed during the attack, while another was later reportedly beheaded in captivity. These incidents have sent shockwaves across the nation, demonstrating that school insecurity is no longer a northern problem alone. Yet, these are only the latest entries in a painful national record. In 2014, the world watched in horror as 276 girls were abducted from Government Girls Secondary School, Kibok, in Borno State. More than a decade later, some of those girls still remain unaccounted for. In 2018, 110 schoolgirls were kidnapped from Dapchi in Yobe State. Although most were eventually released, one girl, Leah Sharibu, remains in captivity years later. Since then, attacks have continued across Kaduna, Katsina, Niger, Zamfara, Kebbi, and other states. According to reports, at least 1,900 students have been kidnapped from schools across Nigeria since the Chibok tragedy. The consequences go beyond the victims. Fear has forced some schools to close. Enrollment has declined in vulnerable communities. Teachers increasingly reject postings to rural areas, while parents struggle with the anxiety of whether their children will return home safely each day. Despite government promises, security initiatives, and budgetary allocations, many schools still lack perimeter fencing, surveillance systems, trained security personnel, and effective emergency response plans. Communities continue to ask difficult questions about accountability, implementation, and whether politics is standing in the way of effective security decisions. Education cannot thrive where fear reigns. If Nigeria is to secure its future, it must first secure its schools, because every child deserves to learn without fear, and every teacher deserves to teach without looking over their shoulder. This is not just a security challenge, it is a national emergency.
Welcome back. Following that insightful documentary, we now turn to our guest, Dr. Thomas Adejo Yusuf, who specializes in public policy and decentralized governance. A lecturer with the Department of Public Administration, Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayingba, Kogi State, to help us unpack the growing concerns surrounding school security and the impact of political interference on the efforts to protect learners and educators. You're welcome to the teacher, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with you to serve as a guest on this program.
Thank you. So, as we know, Nigeria has been plagued with a lot of insecurity concerning schools in many parts of the country. The most recent and most shocking is the recent kidnapping of children and teachers in Oyo State. So tell me, to what extent has political interference, poor governance, or lack of political will contributed to the continued vulnerability of schools despite repeated security warnings?
Thank you very much for posing that question. When we talk about security, we look at security in so many angles. It is a diverse issue. We talk about physical security, and we equally talk about there is a psychological security. The state of being prevented from any harm, the state of being safe, that is what security means, it implies. And if we talk about the vulnerability of security issues as it relates to our schools in Nigeria of these days, you discover that it has really rendered our schools in a panic situation. The schools are no longer safe. The recent cases of Oyo, that of most recently also was one that happened around Karanamoda in Zamfara State. We had it. And as of today as well, we equally had it that the Edo State government has issued an ultimatum that there should be closure of schools because of the threatening issues of security. So we are not finding it easy in this country. Even the teachers who are supposed to be at the front burner of teaching and learning are not finding things easy. They are taking things in fear, total fear. The students, the pupils as well. A lot of students, a lot of pupils have not given into education again because there is this threat that education is no longer becoming a business as usual, or it has become a threat even to their life rather than being a positive part of their life that can make them grow and acquire knowledge. The environment has been rendered so vulnerable to insecurity. Security issues are on threat.
Wow.
Actually.
Wow. See, as educators, this is something that really borders down to the heart. Seeing, are we saying that schools cannot be protected, or the government have no ability to protect schools? Is that what we are saying?
Thank you very much. Also, we are not saying that schools cannot be protected. Schools can actually be protected. The issue of insecurity dates back for more than 4 or 5 decades. It is not today that we are having the issue of insecurity. They can be protected actually, but the major issue is that the rudiments of bringing in the protection that students and pupils and even the teachers deserve, have they been put in place? One of such issues is the politicization of academic activities. Anything that has to do with academic, anything that has to do with the schools, it has been politicized in recent times, and we have not been finding it easy. In the academia, you don't see people that are most qualified taking positions any longer. It is on who you know syndrome, on who you know in the society that has the ability to bring you in. The most credible people have not been placed in the right positions to manage the insecurity problems that we're having in our Nigerian schools. That is one contending issue.
All right. Just like you just mentioned, Edo State shutting down schools. Several government interventions have been announced over the years to secure schools, but yet these attacks still continue. They continue now almost on a weekly basis. Where are the gaps that where are the gaps? What policies, what needs to be on ground to ensure these schools are protected?
Thank you very much. Also, there are a lot of policies that can be put in place. Not until today, there is a federal government policy on the safety, national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools that was implemented by the federal government. This policy is meant, it has guidelines that is meant to keep the schools safe. If the policies have been actually integrated into the system, we will have a safer school. But the inability of government to implement these policies to the latter has actually affected our Nigerian schools today, and we are not finding it easy. If you come to think of it also, you discover that we spoke about politicization of positions in the school. Those that are the helm of affairs, security operatives that are supposed to, those who are experts in security issues, have not been rightly placed.
Okay, so you are saying the policies are there.
The policies
so
are actually
is the
there.
implementation
The implementation
not,
is the problem.
Who should be held responsible?
Well, the issue of security, you cannot hold one person accountable. When we talk about security, we are talking about you and I who are involved in this security issue. Because the first step to security starts from your doorstep. If you remember, we have the know your neighbor policy that is always around. You cannot just wake up in the morning without knowing who is your neighbor and who is not your neighbor. Try to know. They say if you see something, say something. Try to know who your neighbor is. That is the first step to security. All hands must be on deck. Both parents, both teachers, critical stakeholders, and government should come to the round table to make sure that this issue of insecurity in our Nigerian schools is actually handled.
All right. So many school administrators still complain that security concerns raised at local level or are basically ignored. We had the case of where they said security information went to a school, but security was pulled out. You understand? So how can school leaders, teachers, and communities be empowered to make urgent security decisions without being hindered by bureaucratic or bureaucracy in the government sector?
Okay. The issue of security operatives, people going to meddle in security activities and being not accepted or not given the room to play their major part in security issues, we cannot totally say it is out of place. No, as stakeholders in security issues, you use the school management boards, you use the PTA by passing formal resolutions. When you use the PTA, you bring these formal resolutions to board. If security issues are handled with utmost connectivity and utmost urgency. Thank you. When the utmost urgency is there, everybody will want to partake in security issues.
We know that everyone now is afraid of kidnapping.
Sure.
Schools are being forced to shut down. Every student enrollment has reduced. The economy is getting harder. What impact has this insecurity going to cause in the long-term run in terms of students' enrollment, in terms of learning, in terms of our youths and our children?
In the long run, we may not get it smiling at all because student enrollment is actually diminishing by the day. Parents are afraid to enroll their pupils who are qualified, who are already qualified to be in schools. For instance, if you look at enrolling someone for a pre-nursery school now, many parents are not comfortable with that again. And it has reduced the level of enrollment at the nursery level. Then, if you even think of taking students to tertiary institutions as well, you will notice that there are some areas, some states at the disadvantageous side. They no longer have pupils. They no longer have students in their schools. For example, I was discussing with a friend who said in one of the universities in the northeastern part of the country, that the students' population has reduced drastically to just 1,000.
Wow.
Not more than 1,000. That before they used to have up to 15,000 students, but with the present insecurity situation, we are not getting it right at all. And the way it is going, we might, in the long run, we might lack experts in various fields of studies.
Wow. So, to tell me, if Nigeria is really serious about ending the attacks on schools and achieving uninterrupted learning for every child, what immediate steps needs to be taken to ensure this? Within like the next 12 months, what do we need to do right now to ensure that schools are secured and children can return back to schools?
Well, if Nigeria must attain fully the security issues to ensure that we have a safer environment in Nigeria, Nigeria must fully fund and enforce national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools. That policy must be implemented fully. And also, the schools, the governance of the schools should be deviated from political interference. It means there should be a clear-cut demarcation between security issues and politics.
Well, sir, all I can say is thank you for your time, and we appreciate your insights into this program, and we hope to have you another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
As we conclude today's program, one message stands out clearly. Education cannot flourish where fear exists. Every child deserves to learn in safety. Every teacher deserves to work in an environment free from threats and intimidation. And every parent deserves the confidence that their children will return home safely after school. School security must never be treated as a political issue. It is a national responsibility and a fundamental investment in Nigeria's future. The challenge before us is not simply to react after attacks occur, but to build systems that prevent them from ever happening in the first place. We therefore call on governments at all levels, security agencies, community leaders, school management, parents, and civil society organizations to work together to create a safer learning environment across the country. Because when schools are secure, learning continues. When learning continues, communities prosper. And when education thrives, the nation grows. Thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Young Philip. Join us again next week as we bring you another important conversation shaping the future of education in Nigeria. Goodbye and stay safe.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded. You discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our youth monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic that we're talking about. And we see them calling in after the program.
Nigeria ranks 145th out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perceptions Index. The CGID says ignorance is often why public officials are not held accountable. At a visit to Nigeria's Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in February, authorities pledged their support.
Issue of corruption and corrupt practices is a problem. To always continue to work with you.
CGID says its approach brings change and could be model other media should follow. The initiative brings results. When Akbarshe first visited this health center, it was not operational. A few months after he reported on it, the government opened the hospital to the community, a small step to holding public officials accountable. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
For 2 years, Precious Mbomboli took pills daily to prevent infection with HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. But the 21-year-old is among the first in Zambia to receive a new injectable prevention drug.
For 2 years, yes. I changed the new injectable on 25th February because the pill was difficult for me, as I used to forget to take it. Sometimes I was not at home at the time of taking the medication, so the injection makes me feel better and confident.
The new drug is known as cabotegravir, long-acting. Each shot prevents infection for 6 months. Zambia is the first low or middle-income country to offer the drug to the public. Lina Mwango is technical director of the local non-profit CHEP Zambia.
Our target age group for this is adolescent girls and young women who are aged 16 to 24, as well as we're reaching out to their sexual partners.
Local representatives called connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization. We do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Hello everyone, welcome to the program. Good morning, and this is Moneyline with Nancy on Africa Independent Television, obviously, and I am Nancy Najis. I'm outside again, like they say, we're outside, yes. And you know, when I'm outside, that means that something special is happening, a program that I would really want you to listen to. Today, I wouldn't do so much talk. What I will be showing you today, at least in the last few days, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has been in Nigeria, and she's been speaking on different issues. I had the privilege and the pleasure, as well as the honor, of having a fireside chat with her on the sideline of an event which she attended. We had about over 30 minutes chat. So I would really like you to listen to the conversation. We talked about Africa, we talked about artificial intelligence, we talked about the global uncertainty right now as a result of what's happening in the world. We talked about trade, the world of trade and all of that. Without further ado, just let's take a break, and when we come back from the break, it will be time for you to take a listen to the conversation. Every day, decisions are made in boardrooms, ministries, and markets. But who ask the questions that truly matter to Nigerians? I go beyond the headlines, speaking with policymakers, business leaders, and everyday Nigerians affected by every policy and market shift. Citizens are saying, with even the little you say you are getting now, how are you spending? What kind of wake-up call do you think that we should have right now?
Nigeria is in a good place in terms of the global demographic.
From inflation to investments, banking to business, I ask the tough questions with sharp analysis, detailed research, and real conversations. Because when it comes to business, finance, and the economy, you deserve clarity.
People like you will have interaction with the public, our close partners.
Join me live on Moneyline with Nancy, weekdays on AIT, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. This is Moneyline with Nancy, and this is a program that sets your business day.
Inflation played a 9-1 on us, and the cost of doing business and the cost of living crisis persists. But we can win. We can win on those two things.
We need to work on our infrastructure, maintain what we have, and add new infrastructure. Isn't it interesting to you that it still costs less to ship something from China to Lagos than from Dakar to Nigeria?
Resilience is not only bouncing back when there is price erosion. Resilience is about the ability to adapt, the ability to innovate, the ability to thrive in a VUCA world. Which is basically a world that we have a lot of vulnerabilities, a world that we have a lot of uncertainty.
Thank you, Nancy. You've been doing a great job in trying to educate Nigerians, and we must appreciate you for that.
Everybody tells me you're the gold standard in this business, yeah.
Well, Nancy Naji, for the best you can be, but that change. Welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. Of course, this is the trusted source for in-depth conversation on finance, the economy, and everything in between. I am Nancy Naji.
The Abuja Treaty foresees that we have to adopt as Africa a linear model of integration of our market. We foresee, in terms of the agreement, that Africa one day will be a customs union.
That's a great question, Nancy. So
you have basically two pillars here. There are things that you must do now because you are in an emergency situation. You have to provide helping hands to those who cannot cope anymore. The extreme poor people who cannot really afford to have food on their table. There is no time to wait for the perfect plan for them. You need to provide support immediately for them.
If the world wants to be more resilient, they need to deconcentrate supply chains and locate them. And why not? Relocate them in those regions that didn't have them in the first place. If you want to build resilience, it's not concentrating them again in another country.
How can you move your goods from point A to point B and demand? So it's also us educating our businesses, advocacy, the courage to trade, the courage. Nigerians have it.
I am Nancy Naji, be the best you can be. I'm going to change that you want.
The issue of SME finance and development finance, I think there are two questions in one. I agree fully that we are in a society, an economy where SMEs play a major role, and we will need to encourage them to continue to do so and to grow and to prosper. Now, one way to do this is to ensure that some of the developmental finance institutions are supported, because you raised the issue about, well, central banks say they are not doing this, therefore who will do it? And let me even explain the issue of central bank not doing it, because I think it's important. It comes up a lot, and I would like to use the opportunity anytime I can to explain a couple of things. One, really and truly, the way and manner in which we've been used to having central bank intervene is not typical. Much of this is not central bank role. So unfortunately, very unfortunately, much of the fiscal functions were put on the central bank. And of course, there's a price you pay for that, and we're all paying it. High interest rates, foreign exchange rates going out of hand, that's what it is. And quite frankly, that's one side of it. Then you say, okay, the problems already exist. Let's move forward. Can you move forward, and to what extent can you move forward? That's another question again, because the extent of the misapplication of intervention on central bank was so humongous that really and truly the capacity to do these things is limited. Okay, so I think that is the other part. And that is why we are able, all these things that the central bank has done to really and truly bring back orthodox way of banking is what has contributed to the stability within the banking industry. This is part of what has contributed to the stability we have today. If we did not do those things, painful though it may be, it would be a lot worse than it is today. Now, let me now go on to the issue of interest rates and how it affects SMEs. Yes, the next stage is that because of these policy flip-flops, let me put it that way, interest rates are high, exchange rates have moderated and are stable. Into the future, my expectation is that over time, interest rates will begin to moderate. Over time, they will begin to moderate. It's a price, unfortunately, we are having to pay, as I said, because of these policy flip-flops. Okay. Now, how can we, in the short term, ensure that the SMEs are at least able to function in some form or the other? One of the things that we have done in the central bank is we've looked at the development finance institutions and we've tweaked around with their ability to lend. We've allowed them to lend more, and we've been a little bit less strict as we would be with the commercial banks, because we know that there is a need for them to be able to support the real sector and the SMEs. And we're constantly looking at these things. The other thing I don't want anybody to take lightly is the fact that now that we have finished a banking recapitalization exercise and the banks have a lot of money at their disposal relative to previously, you're likely to find that there will be more interest in SMEs as rates begin to drop. It's likely to happen. Because you see, some of the quote-unquote arbitrage opportunities, easy money-making opportunities that used to exist have disappeared. We're shutting down the multiple exchange windows and stricter regulation. It's a lot more difficult. So banks are in the business to make money. They will look at how they can tweak their risk model.
This fireside chat is to speak to the DG of the WTO on issues about global trade. Of course, the panel before you came in talking about resilience, volatile economic environment. But I think I'll just delve right in. Dr. Konjo-Iweala, you've described the recent convergence of geopolitics, geo-conflicts, escalation in the Middle East and Red Sea, shipping disruptions as among the worst threats to global supply network in decades. In fact, I watched you on CNN with Richard Quest, earlier this year, I think Davos, where you said, steady nerves. What are you telling world leaders? Steady nerves, steady nerves. I don't know if those nerves are still steady now, but how fundamentally has this altered the architecture of global trade? And what does this mean for countries with limited leverage?
Well, first of all, Nancy, thank you, and happy to join all of you. I always say, Nancy, that the world is facing the greatest disruptions to global rules and to the multilateral trading system that it has faced in the past 8 decades since it was created. There's tremendous uncertainty, which is not good for business. And multilateralism is at the weakest that I've seen it in a long time. Meaning that organizations like the UN, the World Bank, the WTO, the IMF, and so on, and so many of the multilateral organizations have been in a situation of attack where they've been weakened. So, with respect to multilateral trade rules and multilateralism in general, the world is not in a very good place. And as we have seen, there's been a shift to more power-based rather than rules-based systems. So, on the trade side, it has manifested with one of my members that has taken a lot of unilateral actions with respect to tariffs. Some of the actions are not only about trade alone. That's the other thing I want to tell you. The reason it's very difficult to deal with these issues is that trade instruments are sometimes being used to tackle non-trade problems. So there could be a political problem somewhere and you say, we'll put X% tariffs on you because you didn't do things this way. It could be an immigration issue. We'll put X% tariffs on you for this. It could be drugs. It could be anything. And that makes it very difficult to handle from a WTO standpoint because there's so many issues bundled into the use of a trade instrument which we are not capable of dealing with. I always say at the WTO, we don't do drugs. So that's meant to be a joke. I know lawyers don't laugh, but so countries that don't have power or are weak feel very vulnerable under these circumstances. But you mentioned something. You said at the height of the problems, Richard Quest interviewed me and he said, so what are you telling the presidents, prime ministers, and ministers calling you? And I said to him, I told them to, and everybody, chill. And he said, what do you mean chill? How can you tell people chill when so many things are going wrong? And I said, look, you have to take a deep breath because if you react too quickly, we end up in a tit-for-tat world. And we saw that in the 1930s, which led to the Great Depression, and the world really went into a very bad place economically. So my advice and our advice from the WTO to the members, don't do tit for tat. Even when the US and China started, our plea to both of them is it's bigger than you. If you do continue this tit for tat, world trade will fragment even more. Weaker countries will be forced to join and take sides because that's what's going to happen. They'll come to you and say, well, you know, I trade with you in this. You join my side, you join my side between China and the US. And what will happen? That will fragment world trade. And we already modeled that if the world fragments into two trading blocks, you're going to see a 7% loss in global GDP in the longer term. So that is too much. So what happened? And I'll end on this note. What are less powerful countries to do? It is listening to that, no tit for tat. What happened is countries listened. It wasn't just our advice, but we were working in the background a lot to give this advice. There was very little tit for tat, and that kind of brought everybody to focus on making sure they practiced and used the global rules as much as possible. And today, what I can tell you is that in spite of all these disruptions, global trade has been very resilient. 72% of world trade still goes on WTO terms. And people are shocked when I say that. We have a methodology for calculating it. We've not changed that. 72% of world trade, meaning that countries have realized that both weak and strong, but especially the middle powers, what I call the middle powers, the Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, UK, trading according to global rules is more to the benefit of their businesses, their countries, than a fight with each other.
Okay, that takes me to the issue of digital trade, because we talked about digital trade before you came in, and I know it's one of the few bright spots that you always mention. Digital trade, digital trade and AI-related services. Many African SMEs now reach global customers digitally without significant physical infrastructure. Why do you think that this segment has proven to be so resistant to the shocks battering everyone else? I will also attach this. Do you think that digital trade can become Africa's fastest route into global value chains? And if the WTO is adequately prepared, for a world where we're seeing now algorithms, not just goods and services crossing borders?
I think, people say that I'm excited about digital trade, services trade, and then within digital, there's digitally delivered services trade, which is all the electronic transmissions and things delivered over the internet. And that means music, education services, health, business services, lawyers. When you don't realize it, when you are providing services electronically to some customer somewhere, you're trading. And it's categorized as digitally delivered services trade, consulting services. It is the fastest growing segment of trade at almost 6% per year. And the reason I'm excited about it is if you look at the type of people who are involved, younger people, women. This provides them the means with which they can trade and reach other parts of the world in a way that perhaps they were not able to do before. So I think it shows a lot of promise. The only issue we have is making sure that the digital physical infrastructure, the connectivity, is there to be able to make this trade work. We find that in Africa, our youth are the most prevalent on the internet. Of course, they are connected much more than the older people. But if we don't make sure that we work hard on the digital infrastructure, we will not be able to expand the benefits of what promises to be a very good means. It means you can sit here in Nigeria, you don't have to go anywhere. And you can deliver your intellectual services elsewhere. Look at how well our music people are doing all over the world. That music streaming is trade. Videos, films, fashion, so much of the creative industry, which is now 2% of our GDP here, and employs hundreds of thousands of young people, a lot of it is digitally delivered. So that's the hope, that we have thousands, millions of young people who need to be employed. They are very internet savvy. If we could really push this aspect of trade, it promises employment for many of our young people. That's why I'm excited about it.
Okay, so still...
But you asked me, is the WTO in a place to be able to push this? The answer is we are not where we should be. I think we have gaps in our rules that need to be filled. And that is why the WTO needs reform. I'm I'm the DG, but I'm a very big spokesperson because the members pride themselves that this is a member-driven organization. You know, we need reform. We have the first set of rules for e-commerce that just came into being. It's a plurilateral agreement with 67 of our members. But we need to go much further and faster because AI is here and things are moving very fast technologically. So we are not there yet, but we're working on it.
I know you're excited about women-owned businesses, also digitally delivered services, as well as young people. Let's stick with that for a while. If you take a look at programs like the WTO ITC Weird Fund, and I'm sure whether some people will be hearing here even for the first time, but I want you to explain what it is about and how we are moving from measuring women's participation in actively positioning them in high-value trade corridors.
Well, what we found, and this is where the work that Nigerian Patience and the minister are doing on AFCFTA is also very important, because we need to make sure that the WTO and the AFCFTA work in tandem and buttress each other. We found that women who trade externally make almost 3 times more than those who trade domestically. So if we can empower women, give them access to market access externally, the knowledge that they may lack to access external markets, finance, and all the things we talked about, they will make 3 times more than what they're making. And that's what's exciting about it. So what we set out to do at the WTO is to create a program that enables us to do that. And we started the women, we call it the WIDE Fund, Women in the Digital Economy Fund. And we've started by raising $50 million to do that. It's done by a global competition. We first asked countries to compete. We picked 4, and Nigeria was one of them. So I was very proud. I had to tell everybody I had nothing to do with it. And then we came down to the country and conducted a competition among women. And we were able to pick over 100 and something women from Nigeria, but also now we have 300 and something from all over the world. This is just the first pass. And the idea is they get grants anywhere from $5,000 to $30,000, 18 months of technical assistance free, accompanying them, giving them the information so they can access markets, whatever their business is, quality of their products. Because one of the problems we have is meeting standards when we want to sell abroad. And we just accompany them till they can penetrate that market and do what is needed. So this is part of the way that we're trying to do. And my dream is to keep replenishing the fund and reaching more and more and more women here and elsewhere, all over the world, to benefit from this digital trade.
I wonder what young people might be saying. What is in it for young people?
If you're a woman and you're young and you're an entrepreneur, there's a lot in it for you. And who knows, we might just create a youth fund. Let's wait and see. I want this one to take off first.
Exactly.
And then we can partner with you, Patience, and we'll try to drive things. What people want, and Shupo is here, BOI.
Yes.
People are tired of grammar. They want action on the ground. And they don't understand about rules. So when I tell them the WTO provides all the rules that enables world trade to move, they sort of understand it, but not quite. At the end of the day, they want to know what can you actually do for us? Exactly. And this is one of the ways. We also have a sister organization called the ITC, the International Trade Center, that actually drives things on the ground. Most people don't know, but it's owned 50% by the WTO. And that is how we drive our action to get money to people and assistance to those on the ground.
Please, a round of applause for the DJ, because as a journalist, I've gotten an inkling of something. There could be a youth fund on the way. Yes.
Don't say anything. My members will say she didn't clear it with us.
No problem, DG. Just know that your secret is, very good in my hands. Don't worry. So when I see it happen, I know that it was bettered here at the SSK 20th anniversary. All right, let's talk about the vulnerabilities, because even while I was thinking through this our fireside chat, in the last few years, we've lived through so many issues. 2020, it was as if the whole world collapsed. What had never happened before. We all went on a lockdown for months. COVID exposed supply chain vulnerabilities, Russia, Ukraine, Middle East conflict exposing logistics, energy vulnerabilities. There's climate change here and there exposing production vulnerabilities. Have global supply chains become too efficient now for their own resilience? Because even while we are talking about this, we are still resilient. And resilience is a dangerous normalization of suffering. So what exactly is happening?
Wow, Nancy, resilience is a formalization of suffering. Okay. I think resilience is the ability to come out on the other side strong, even when you've been battered. Okay? If you want to call it formalization of suffering, that's a very Nigerian definition. Okay. So supply chains, what you're describing is global trade was created for interdependence, in the belief that when countries are interdependent on each other for trade, there's less likely to be conflict and war. So it wasn't just about prosperity and incomes and improving living standards. It was also about peace to some extent. And to that extent, I think the global trading system has delivered until now. People must not forget it. It has issues, problems, but it largely delivered. There's been no major world war since the creation of this system. There have been wars here and there, but no major world war. That's number one. Number two, it has lifted 1.5 billion people out of poverty. It has contributed to that. Even when you take China out of it, you still see a positive effect of the global trading system. So these are things we should remember. But in the process, some things happened that I think have exposed vulnerabilities in the system. And that's what you're referring to. We found out during COVID. What happened during COVID? 10 countries in the world export 80% of the world's vaccines. And when the epidemic came, what happened? Africa was left waiting in the queue for vaccines because we import more than 95% of our vaccines and 90% of other pharmaceuticals. We don't make them. So we were left in the queue, and I believe many died. That is a vulnerability. Is the world resilient when you need these medicines that there's a concentration of vaccine manufacture and export in a few countries? That's one. Two, what I call over-dependencies. The US, part of why it's doing the unilateral actions on tariff that it does, the US woke up and said, listen, there are some countries that are over-dependent on us for markets. They rely too much on the US market and they don't reciprocate. And some of their criticisms of the world trading system are right. Not all, but many are correct. So we shouldn't dismiss what they say out of hand because we're upset with their unilateralism. They have some points. So they feel their countries over-dependent on them for markets. China, many countries are over-dependent on China for critical supplies, be it rare earths, be it critical minerals, where they process more than 70% of the world's critical minerals. What happens when there are these over-dependencies? They can be weaponized. It means that whoever feels can use it against those who are dependent. So, so the supply chains, we need to think about these things and say, how do we build better global resilience? And that's where you've made a very good point. There are some over-dependencies that are built up over time that we now need to do something about. Otherwise, we are vulnerable. And in this, I think Nigeria and Africa, there's actually an opportunity for us. So in the midst of all these disruptions, I see opportunity. Why don't we try to attract some of these supply chains to decentralize to our country and our continent? This is an opportunity on critical minerals and renewable energy, for instance, a golden opportunity. We have 30% of the world's critical minerals on the continent. We have power, renewable energy potential, so we can process these things in a clean way, which is good for the environment. But we need to compete to attract those supply chains there, and that will bolster us and make the world more resilient at the same time. So that's just an example. We need to attract vaccine manufacturing. And we are actively working on it with WHO, by the way. We have a tripartite agreement with WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the WTO and the WHO, to try to support more manufacturing and more supply chains in the pharmaceutical area. So Rwanda is a hub now. Senegal is a hub. We are trying to get Nigeria to be a hub, just as an example.
Okay. But let me stick with that a bit, because I also know you're excited about African Continental Free Trade Area. What policy mistakes should be avoided if the CFTA is to genuinely transform intra-African trade rather than simply becoming another well-written agreement? Because just before you came in, of course, we were having that conversation. But I would like to get your view from your vantage point as the Director General of the WTO. What policy mistake, whether one or two,
Well, I always say this is charity begins at home. If we are building global resilience, if we are making more regional agreements, the thing we have to look at is how does Africa trade better with itself? So this is why the AFCFTA is one of the best instruments the continent could have put in place. The problem we have is that intra-Africa trade is still only 20%. We've moved from 16 to 20, we are 20 now. Intra-EU trade is 60%, just for you to have a bit of an example of what to look at. So the policy mistake to avoid, you said it here already, I thought the discussion was pretty good. Political will to put in place the basics that are needed to make it work. We had the professor who talked about movement of people and goods. If you don't have the ability for people to move within the area, then you're just hampering. People will, even informal trade, they'll get to the border, they have to go through so much just to cross over. Basic infrastructure. We have all these plans done by the NEPAD, AU, the development part of the AU. For a West African road, West African road and rail, road and rail connecting different parts of the continent, but they keep being on paper. None of them have been realized. The only thing we are seeing now is the Lobito corridor, which is financed by a consortium of developed countries and development finance organizations. We need more rail, more roads, more connecting different parts of the continent. If we don't have it, we also need faster, sharper customs procedures. And that was talked about. Lorries should not be waiting 3 days to cross a border. Some of them carrying perishable goods. Lorries should not be waiting 3 days. We have Africa 50, which is now, some countries have decided, or some parts of it, to privatize their border posts and let them be run by this Africa 50. Maybe that's a model. So, grosso modo, the mistake, two things to avoid. It's not to avoid, I wouldn't put it that way. It's two things to do. First, the bureaucratic requirements. These are kind of stroke of the pen type of things. The will to digitize customs and move things faster. Can we do that? That's what they're working on. We need to accelerate implementation. Second, can we pick 2 or 3 critical projects that connect the continent with physical infrastructure and make them work instead of talking about them? Finally, air. We're not even connected properly with respect to air transport or freight. Okay, listen to this. We had a ministerial meeting in Yaoundé, and I wanted to come home from Yaoundé to Abuja. I couldn't find a flight. The quickest way for me to come here was to go by Ethiopian. On the day I wanted to travel to Addis, and then Addis here. 8 hours. Does that make any sense for a 1-hour flight? In the end, when a friend of mine heard I was stranded and wanted to come to Abuja, they said, I will send a flight to collect you. And it took 1 hour, 20 minutes for something I would have spent 8 hours. We are not serious if we want to do AFCFTA, if we cannot connect ourselves even by air. I'm sorry.
Oh, I think the point has been taken. In one sentence, what is the single biggest miscalculation that major economies are making about each other right now? All of us. What is one single thing that we are making about each other? One single biggest miscalculation. You have to think about that.
To think about it. I think the single biggest issue that I see among countries right now is lack of trust. And so when countries do not trust each other, it leads to misreading intentions. And that can lead to conflict, can lead to missed opportunities with respect to development or any other things you could cooperate on. So the single biggest issue, I don't know what mistake or whatever you want to call it, the trust of countries in the world in each other has degenerated. Because I think countries are seeing actions by those that they thought were trustworthy that are no longer believable. And that is unleashing a torrent of mistrust, which is not good for the world. And mistrust leads to what? Uncertainty, which is very bad for business.
Do you think we can recover? And
absolutely. I think we can recover because we don't have a choice. Yesterday, I talked about the fact that we used to have a kind of cooperative multilateralism, if you will, or cooperative approach to doing things. Now it's a competitive approach where countries are trying to compete with each other rather than cooperate on issues that they should be cooperating on. But at the same time, that gives me hope because I think countries still see interdependence. They see they cannot go it alone. You can't go it alone. There are too many issues in this world that no one country can solve by itself, even if it's the most powerful. There are problems of the global commons, even climate change. When smoke was blowing from Canada to the US can't do much about it. It needs to talk to Canada to solve it, right? There are things about disease. If Ebola were to spread, would any one country be able to control it by itself? The answer is no. So we have problems of the global commons, be it climate change, be it disease, be it water issues, and I could go on and on, that need cooperation among nations. That's what gives me hope, because I think leaders at the end of the day realize that there are some things they cannot do on their own.
Okay, so this line of questioning now, I call it rapid fire. One word answer or short answer questions.
Nancy, good luck. I hope I can do it in one word.
Are you an optimist or a realist with this current situation now?
I'm an optimist.
What's the biggest misconception about global trade right now?
That it's anti-people. When I think it's the opposite. Our charter actually says we're about enhancing living standards, creating jobs, and supporting sustainable development. That's what's written into the document that created the WTO. So that's what I tell members. If people have this opinion about you, better work hard to dispel it, because something is not working.
What is one thing you are particularly excited about now?
The opportunities for Africa. But I'm also dreading that we will miss those opportunities. I really am dreading.
Why?
Nancy is not in a good mood today because we tend to miss opportunities. I'm seeing that politically, if leaders can get together and seize even just the critical minerals and renewable energy value chain opportunity, Europe needs it. Excuse me. They need energy. They need critical minerals. They need rare earths. We have them. What are we doing to get together? Not one by one, but as sub-regional or continental group, and saying to Europe, let's do deals here with you. Will we have the political will to get together and do it? That's my worry.
When the world of artificial intelligence, AI, opportunity or disruption?
That's a tough one. From the trade viewpoint, we see it as an opportunity. But Nancy, it's one that has to be governed. An opportunity that has to be governed. It's not cost-free.
What is one book you would encourage every young African listening to you now, or young Nigerian to read? I have your book here, one of your books. I particularly brought it, Women and Leadership. Madam DG wrote it with Julia Gilead. So women do get this. I'm just giving you one expo, but while I'm bringing it, don't tell me this book. So tell me another book.
Yeah. I mean, this book is a bestseller.
Yes,
you know,
it is.
and Aliko Dangote sent me something. He ordered it for all the Dangote women. I wrote it with Julia Gillard, the former Prime Minister of Australia, but that's not the book. You said young economists.
Yes, young African.
Oh, young Africans.
Yes, yes.
I think it's not going to be just one, Nancy, but I'll be fast.
Okay.
I would want them to read Why Nations Fail.
How many of you have read that book? Yeah. Okay, good. So a higher percentage haven't read it.
Yeah, so I because it says it's all about institutions. The failure of institutions and the failure of governance and leadership on our continent is what is holding us back. We have what it takes, but we somehow don't get it right. So that's the book that I would want. The second, I think they should read two of my books. One is called Reforming the Unreformable, which tells you what so many people use it in their classrooms. Why? Because they say this is policy in action. So you hear about policies and so on, but how are they actually practiced in government? People were talking about what, when they enter government, they see a different. How do things actually work? So what I set out is the reforms we did in Nigeria are all captured in the first book, the practical application of public policy. And the next one is, what do you need to do to fight corruption? And how does corruption fight back? Because corruption is not going away. Is it? Is it? If it's not, we need to know that you can fight it and you can win. And it starts with you.
You know, Madam DG, why I didn't say one book for young economists? Because we have a room filled with lawyers. Yeah, so I needed to make it more broad. Yeah. What is one leadership lesson you have never forgotten in your leadership journey for the past donkey years?
Well, I think a leadership lesson is how to be a good listener. If you're going to be a leader, you can only lead. And we spoke about it yesterday a little bit at the Central Bank Conference. You can only lead well if you know how to listen. Because if you don't have followers, are you a leader? And I think my very first managerial job at the World Bank, I learned a lot about management and leadership. What was it? I was a young manager. My first managerial job was to lead a division that had 19 men, all much older than me. And Shukbo was at the bank, so he knows about. So, and they were not particularly impressed. They had had a very fabulous division chief before me, who was then promoted to lead a bigger division, but they wanted him to stay. So when I was visited on them, they didn't like it. All 19 of them, and only one African. Oh, two. So I said, I could see the hostility. And I said, I have to find a way to win them over. And the only way I could win them over is to listen, what is it that they think I cannot deliver? And to be humble. To listen to the things they thought I couldn't do, so I could either reassure them or show them I could do it. They thought that the sector I was put in was so difficult. They really needed someone who had a lot of knowledge. And so I found, I'll just tell you a funny story. Each time we're going to have a division meeting, they would say, well, Prem, that was my predecessor, and we love each other. He would have said this or done that. So what I did, I said, okay, I planned a meeting and I invited my predecessor to come to the meeting. And then we had the division meeting, and then we put the problems on the table. I said what I thought the division would do, and he would say, well, I don't have anything different. The next time I invited him again, he came, the same thing happened. And then the third time he came and said, I just want you all to know that I'm not coming if she invites me next time, because we have no difference in terms of the way we'd approach the issues in the division. Now, to do that, it takes, I think, some amount of confidence, leadership qualities of some sort, because inviting your predecessor to come when you know your staff feel you can't do the job, and then for the person to be in the room, listen to your solution and be able to tell them, this is exactly what I would have done. It took a bit of doing, but it was a lesson for me. It worked. I'm not saying everyone should do it. So that was a big leadership lesson. Be humble, listen to your followers, and try to win them over, and then show you can be technically excellent. And what happened, I end on this note. They became some of the best supporters I ever had in my career till today. Till today.
All right. As we wrap up, everyone knows you to highly professional, very formal, intellectual. Yes, now we'll see you in corridors of power, speaking to presidents and all that. But beside trade policy, what keeps you grounded?
My children and my family.
So on behalf of everyone here in the room, Madam DG, thank you very much for sharing your insights, for your clarity of vision, for your leadership, and we are so very proud of you. God be with you, even as you continue your journey as DG. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, what a program. I hope that you've been inspired. I hope that you've been informed as well as educated. With the few minutes fireside conversation that I had with the Director General of the World Trade Organization, one thing is clear from that conversation, that Africa has so much potentials, and it's for us to put that potential to use. And most importantly, Nigeria, our demography, young people are such an asset. And I hope that you've been informed as well as educated with a fireside chat. I will see you guys again next time. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. I am Nancy Nnaji signing out. Bye for now.
I am a second generation farmer. My parents started this farm in 1962. My father started out not as a farmer, but as a government economist, and he decided to be a farmer when he was in his late 20s. And they started out with sweet corn because he thought that that's what the world needed, was fresh sweet corn. The land that we are sitting on right now, they bought in 1966. I actually am somebody who has never missed a single summer on the farm. I love growing vegetables because it's the one thing that seems like will never go out of style. Everything else that's a food seems to be under some health questions, but vegetables are completely, uniquely healthy. This is the cool view. What do I do with my knife? Here we go. How hard is it to get land and start a farm? It takes more than most people have. More like 60 years ago, Fairfax County was transitioning from being dairy farms to being suburbs. That development there was the front field. And if you go further, that's the Thompson field. And if you go across the street, that's the Weissman field. And if you go over there, that's Bradley Thompson's. And so all of these are old farmers from 50 years ago or 60 years ago who rented us property all along this road, all the way to Tyson's Corner. And so when my parents bought this piece of property, there were no suburban developments around here. It was a 2-lane highway, Route 7, which is now currently a 6-lane highway. And all the old dairy farmers were sitting on their property waiting to sell it and waiting to make a lot of money. If you can believe this, the land that was sold adjacent to our property in 2008 was $500,000 an acre undeveloped. An insane amount of money to have to spend to come up with to grow vegetables. What's the solution? What the populace needs to do is say that farming is important to them and that it's just as important as parkland or other public amenities that people really enjoy living near. And this is a big step toward keeping agriculture going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. Instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years, and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%. So we're very dependent on it.
We do have some spinach. It's in the back corner there.
We go to 5 markets a week for 30 weeks of the year, and one of them we go year round. 20 weeks of the year that we don't have a market, really. So we make as much money as we can in those 30 weeks.
So much, and there is your flowers. We're happy to be back.
I think the end closest to the stand is where it's a little bit biggest now. I do not think I'm the last generation that will farm this land because I have my nephews who are how much younger than I am. They're 30 years younger than I am. And then we have Carrie, who is one of the co-owners, and she's 20 years younger than I am. It's supposed to be the size of a ping pong ball. I think the land will stay because my siblings and the next generation down have unanimously agreed that we will not sell the land. I don't think that people should be so fearful all the time about change. I think that there's opportunity all the time for change to be good. And that's why you have children. That's why you raise people to be better people. It's because you want the opportunities to come up.
Hello everyone, welcome to this edition of the program. As usual, we serve the issues hot, raw, and unfiltered. I am Imuni Amarere. As political parties formally kick off campaigns for Nigeria's 2027 presidential elections on August 19th, and that's talking about just a few days from now, the battle for the nation's highest office is no longer just about who wins, but what issues should define that victory. After years of economic hardship, rising insecurity, unemployment, inflation, deepening poverty, and growing public distrust in governance, many Nigerians are asking whether this election will finally be about ideas, competence, sound policy options, and credible solutions, or whether familiar fault lines of religion, ethnicity, regional identity, and political patronage will once again dominate the conversation. Even before the commencement of campaigns, personality attacks and name-calling are already dominating the public space. The debate has also reignited over the qualities Nigerians should demand from those seeking the presidency. Should educational qualifications matter more in a rapidly changing, technology-driven global economy? Is proven leadership experience more important than formal education? Should religion or religious affiliations continue to influence electoral choices in a constitutional secular state as Nigeria? Or should competence, integrity, and a clear policy agenda take precedence? Now, as candidates present themselves to the electorate, the bigger question is whether the campaigns will focus on personalities or policies, emotions or evidence, identity or ideas. Will Nigerians insist on detailed plans to tackle insecurity, revive the economy, create jobs, reform education and healthcare, fight corruption, strengthen institutions, and reposition the country on the global stage? Or will old political narratives once again overshadow the urgent national conversation? As the countdown to 2027 gathers momentum, one question confronts both politicians and voters alike. What should truly determine who leads Africa's most populous democracy? These are the issues we will be tackling on the program today. And I'm joined virtually from Lagos in Nigeria's Commercial Nerve Center by Professor Adele Jinodu. Professor Jinodu is a renowned political scientist. Thank you, Prof, for finding time to join us.
My pleasure, Dr. Iwani. I'm just an ordinary political scientist. Let's remove the word adjective renowned. I'm just a political scientist.
You are, sir. Not a problem. Thank you so much. Also joining us right here in the studio is Madam Faith Nwadishi, who is the Executive Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy, CTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And congratulations on your birthday.
Thank
Many
you
happy
so
returns.
much. I appreciate that. Thank
Welcome.
You so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Prof.
Also joining us is Mr. Goswell Nwankwo. Mr. Nwankwo is a political analyst and is joining us virtually from the United States of America. Mr. Nwankwo, thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Boni.
Great. Good to have you on. Right, so, Prof, let's begin this way. Campaigns will start in a few days' time for the presidential elections, which comes up in January 2027. But as you well know already, even before the campaigns have kicked off, before the whistle is officially blown, we have seen exchanges between and amongst candidates and political parties. And all of it appear to be concentrated on personalities and issues that are far removed from what each of them is going to offer the Nigerian electorate. What do you think should be driving the campaigns when they eventually take off?
Well, thank you, Imoni. Let me start by saying that beyond the elections, what is also important is the environment in which elections are going to take place. And looking back at what has happened in the last 3 years, I'm really saddened. But saddened, but also amused by the pettiness of our political leaders. The pettiness in the sense that they have divorced politics. It is not just the elections per se, but the environment in which the elections are taking place or are going to take place. And when I look back at the last 3 years, I'm really saddened. But at the same time, I am amused by the pettiness of our political leaders, in the sense that they have just not provided that kind of leadership that we need from them, and they are not laying a foundation for which tomorrow Nigeria generations to come will remember them and say that these are people who build our nations, not are people who try to destroy our nation. Because whether you like it or not, these elections began two and a half years ago at the state level, at the federal level. I've traveled extensively in the country. We've had some off-cycle elections. You see, before the off-cycle election, before the campaign starts, just posters all over the place. Posters of invariably the ruling party in the state, their candidate. Posters all over the place. Elections have not started. Paraphernalia of office is abused. Therefore, the fact that, of course, sitting governors, sitting presidents have that advantage of incumbents. Oh, they are opening this, they are doing that, they are traveling and permanent experience. But and to not preempt the space for opposition is something that is disappointing. And in addition to that, I think we Nigerians that have the authority to elect our leaders, because it says that people who are elected, that they derive their legitimacy from the people. We have kept quiet. We have looked at these things happening. Those who fought for democracy under the military, the CSOs, the so-called democracy politicians, they have all forgotten what they fought for. And we are now at a state where somebody was saying on television yesterday that morality that we should separate morality from law. Morality is the very, very foundation of law. If it is not for morality, there will be no law. There will be the law of the jungle. So for somebody to go on national television and say the divorce morality from law, they are integrated. And in a way that is a symbiosis, you see, and it's a pity that we are at that stage. So the point that I'm making is that whoever wins this election, the question of legitimacy is very, very paramount because the position is already soil distorted, and I like to use the word that, it is as if we are immoral about not just immorality, just immorality. We have no idea of good or wrong at all. Anything goes so long as it is done by the powerful. I think I just want to start from noting. But issues must be at the heart of our politics. And that is where the mass media is very, very important. Last 2 or 3 elections, issues they have not been issues based. Take, for example, the Constitution says that political parties must have a manifesto that reflects the principles in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. I've gone through those, nothing. Major candidates have refused, at the federal and state level, have refused to face questioning, they face the public interrogation. And they go away with it. So I think you guys in the media, you have a very, very vital role to play. I don't know how much you can salve the situation. Because, it is the same arrogance of power that they say they are not going to listen to you. And yet, you also have, and yet they realize your importance, and that's why you have some people have monthly meetings with monthly mass media meeting, talking trash on the television, using their space. So I think, Tony, I'm sorry if I sound a bit, I'm pessimistic, but I'm also optimistic because this thing they call democracy has a way of catching up with people who are trying to pull down democracy. That is the beauty of democracy. You think you are winning, you think you are doing well, you think you are clever, but democracy, that is like, once it's out of that bottle, Jenny is out of that, spirit is out of that bottle, it has a way of catching up with those who are trying to pull back democratic gains, but who think they are smart.
All right, Prof. Thank you so much for setting that kind of tone. Let's join Madam Faith here. 26, 27 years after the return to democracy, the Fourth Republic, as it were, many Nigerians, and indeed even those outside of Nigeria, would think that there should have been some level of maturity in the conduct of politicians and especially candidates. But what we have seen in the past couple of months have been dirty mudslinging, character assassination, very profane language in the political space, and all of that. Many Nigerians would think or expect that there should be some level of refinement in the conduct of politicians and in the discharge or in the display of their political messages. Why do you think that we have refused to move from where we were 26, 27 years back?
If I must answer directly, I'll say it's impunity. And because some of these things don't have consequences. So people have not been brought to question. People have not been asked to account. And so each time there's an election, it becomes a culture when you do something and get away with it, because nobody is asking you to give an account or be responsible for your act. So when that happens, what it means is the next cycle, you go out to see how you can do that better. But again, if we look at it very objectively, across the world, when it comes to election, I think politicians are all the same. The use of language to discredit your opponent, to discredit the other party is what you see everywhere. And that's because, again, the electorate also are not questioning some of these conversations that people are having, some of these things that people say. They are not questioning that. Usually, and again, because of the proliferation of social media, people tend to, exploit those platforms, so kind of give validation to those kind of things that happen. One would have thought that the political class will be better, and every time I come here I talk about the fact that along the electoral value chain, when you consider the stakeholders and all they have put into ensuring that the system is better, the political class always falls short. Even though they are the ones that benefits at the end of the day. When you talk about outcomes, they're the ones who you can see immediately the outcomes of what you have. They're the ones who benefit from it. And so basically, the root cause of that is because, one, we are not holding anybody accountable. Most of the big political parties, you see, either their candidates and their followers are following the same script. They're discrediting the other person without really talking about the issue and the competence of the people. Sometimes we've even seen where politicians even drag their family members into these conversations that shouldn't even happen. You see politicians talking about their wives, their children, for an election that shouldn't be, that shouldn't even bring those kind of issues. And you engage some of these politicians on what the issues are. They don't have on their fingertips what they want to do and how they want to go about that. And unfortunately, even I would say that the opposition has also not helped us, because for every democracy, for every political system, you have those in power, you have the opposition who should do checks and balances along the way. But you see the opposition trying to catch up with the party in power. If the party in power is using a particular strategy, the opposition, rather than coming up with their own strategy, is trying to catch up with the party in power on how to do things without really coming up with alternatives and how to do things better. So for me, the bottom line to your question is the fact that over the years, nobody has been brought to book. Nobody has been asked to give an account, and so the impunity just grows, and people think it has to be part of the system when it depends on how much more that I can put on my opponent. Citizens will believe me whether it's true or not. Nobody, and that is even what leads to issues around misinformation and disinformation. So you get away with just saying somebody has done something without really people asking you to give an account or bring proof to show that this is what is happening. What happens is that people paint it in different ways and run away with that message.
Mr. Nwankwo, for a Nigerian like you who is in the diaspora, what would you consider to be the main issues that should occupy the attention of political parties and their candidates in the contest for 2027 elections?
Thank you very much, Imoni, for that question. The driver of our political discourse and the sanitization of our political universe, it depends on the president, the person, the chief executive officer of Nigeria. Now, we are all witnesses to the president, saying all is fair in politics a couple of days ago. Now, let us be clear. The phrase all is fair comes from a longer proverb which says all is fair in love and war. This phrase was coined by the English writer John Lyles in 1578 when he was trying to describe that love excuses any wrongdoing, and since love itself is lawless. So if you look at it, this was further explained in 1620 by Cervantes Don Quixote, when he actually threw more light on this. So the president actually declaring that all is fair in politics is more of a declaration of war against the Nigerian people. That means that he will be deploying both lawful and unlawful practices when it comes to the 2027 election, regardless of who Nigerians choose as their president. Now, this is consequential and is understandable because the President Tinubu has never, ever governed from the first day he took his oath of office. From the first day he took his oath of office, he has been politicking. He has been amassing his war chest. He's been looking at ways to drive the war chest to make sure that he prepares from day one, when he took his oath of office, to prepare for re-election. He hasn't governed. So when we see this kind of conundrum that we find ourselves, it's not surprising.
Doesn't it appear that this is what obtains in most presidential political systems? Because you see American presidents, for instance, the moment they come into office, that's when they start campaigns for the next election. And everything they do, in fact, in the case of Donald Trump, every event is a political rally.
No, the thing is this. There is a time for politicking and there is a time for governance. And we know in President Trump, when Trump has meetings and he has dialogue with the press, how many times have President Tinubu met with the press or sat with the press or had an open press conference where the press, the members of the press, the journalists are allowed to ask him questions? Donald Trump does that all the time. Donald Trump is a leader, is a strong leader. When you see a situation where people, Nigerians, are suffering under huge escalating cost of living. 10 years ago, I'll give you an example. 10 years ago, I bought fuel in the United States for $2.75. Yesterday, I bought fuel for $2.65. That was 10 cents lesser, 10 cents cheaper
even
from 10 years ago.
Even in the midst of the Iran-Iraq war that has escalated the cost of fuel in the United States.
Yes, even in the midst of the Iran war, President Trump and the policies in the United States kept prices 10 cents lower. So you tell me, what is the excuse of Nigerian leaders they give for the fuel in Iran? So here's the thing. In 1973, and I'm going to tell you this, 1973, US implemented what they call the crude oil strategic reserve that is supposed to protect Americans from the global price volatility and exogenous shocks. Why is it that since 1973, Nigerian leaders, Tinubu has never thought about implementing this, knowing that Nigerians need to be protected from the volatility of the global oil price? It's always about focusing on their own self-centered benefits instead of looking at, okay, what are we going to do? What policy are we going to do? Are we going to put in place this strategic oil reserve starts to protect Nigerians from these shocks?
Mr. Nwankwo, I'd like to bring it back to my initial question, because we are not just discussing the government in power. We are looking at all the presidential candidates, and there are 22 political parties in Nigeria, and at least 17 of them have presidential candidates in the going into the 2027 election. What are those key issues that you think that should drive and determine the 2027 contest? Because it does not appear as if any one of them is addressing substantive issues.
I'll give you the template. I'll give you the winning templates. Okay. I'm a business owner in America, and one of the underappreciated components of business is the human capital. When you look at the balance sheet, you look at the assets on the left-hand side, and look at the liabilities and equity on the right-hand side, the most underappreciated component of the balance sheet is the assets, is the human assets, human capacity. Now, we know that is why America knew this way back, where they make sure that every child, every young adult has access to education, can read and write. When you see people, you've seen situations in America where parents even go to prison for not making sure that their children do go to school, and the school is free up till secondary school. Even we heard last week that Kenya has even provided free university education for their Kenyans. So why? And we know that last week or even early this week, we saw children in Lagos pouncing on cars on the road, pouncing on cars. These are our future leaders. These are future leaders of tomorrow. They are pouncing on cars and not letting cars go unless you give them money. These are supposed to be our human capital.
Let me return very quickly to Prof. Prof, we're looking at those very key issues that you think should occupy the attention of the presidential candidates who are in the race for the 2027 election. What are those very important and key issues that you think will determine the outcome of the 2027 election?
Thank you, Moni. You know, I said in my introductory statement that every political party is expected to reflect the principles of Chapter 2 in their manifesto and to say how they want to achieve that. And I said in the last two or three elections, we never had that. Now, what are these principles? Sovereignty belongs to the people, and that social justice, representation, inclusiveness should be the objective of public authorities. Now, it then goes on to list those things that must be done, and they are about human development, educational objectives, health objectives, social infrastructures, foreign policy. So economy and politics are at the heart of Chapter 2 and what political parties must reflect in their manifesto. These are issues we should force them to say. On education, what have you achieved as a governor? On education, what would you do as somebody who wants to take over the executive branch of government at the state level? On health, what is the state of health under your administration? If you're a governor looking for a second term, or if you want to be a governor, what is wrong with the present policy on education and how will you improve it? So those are issues that should be on the table. Now, it seems to me that we are not following the right path in discussing this. Because it is easy to say, look at the macroeconomic figures. Oh, our GDP has gone up. This has gone up. That has gone up. But the point is, in creating that wealth, what percentage of Nigerians controls the massive wealth that Nigerian state is producing? If you have an economic system where only about 3 or 4% own the wealth of the country, you don't want that. Is against the principle of Chapter 2. So what are you doing? So it's not just that the GDP has gone up, but how has that translated into improvement in human capacity, human infrastructures? That is what is important. Anybody can bandy figures around, but the point is, who benefits from it? GDP growth for whom? For all class of people. So those are issues we should start talking about. On foreign policy, our foreign policy has been in shatters over the past 3, 4, 5 years, even before this administration. So what will what is the president doing about that today if he wants re-election? What has he done? And issues, for example, the relationship with the US, do we know what it is all about? So what alternative do they have to put? The opposition have to put to that. ECOWAS, which is, our Constitution, Chapter 2 makes emphasis on Africa as the center of our foreign policy, from the regional level to the continental level. What are we doing about the recolonization of Africa? What is the foreign policy on Africa? What stand have we taken at the United Nations Organization? So I think those are issues that must be on the table. And I think if the politicians don't want to talk about them, the media has a right to talk about it and force them to talk about it.
So, Madam Faith, we live in a technology-driven world today. There's no doubt about that. It's technology-driven, knowledge-driven economies at the order of the day. And the question is always asked, should presidential candidates or indeed candidates for any elections be rated on the basis of the academic qualifications that they have? Because it has become a major issue again. It was there in 2023, it has, even in 2019. It has resurfaced now. as we move towards 2027, issue of academic qualifications, should it be a major consideration for the kind of knowledge-driven global economy that operates today? Or is leadership competence and ability enough?
Well, I think two of them go side by side, but I don't think that in the present day that we find ourselves, that we should continue to look at paper qualification or certification of individuals, because the experience has shown that people who have practiced something over time actually perform better than people who have paper qualification. And that's one thing that has, kind of a sore point within our society, that people now have to go out looking for certificates one way or the other just to validate themselves, even when they are not able to defend that. So you see people go out, buy honorary doctorate degrees because they want to be addressed as doctors, as people who have not gone to school to study, and that's what we see coming into our politics. You see children who have not even gone to secondary school, they're doing very well. Technology is helping them to do all of that. So for me, I think that we're leaving the substance and pursuing the shadows, and we should actually look at people's competence. Test people, let them to see how competent they are over something, rather than looking at what the qualification says on paper. It is also very important, like I think it was Prof that talked about the issue of morality and our laws, that if you set aside morality, you leave the law naked. But our laws, the laws of the land also says you should have some certain qualifications to be able to
minimum
occupy,
qualifications.
Yes, minimum qualifications to occupy a certain office. I think the first instance is to be able to fulfill that particular requirement of the law, so that you are seen to be in line with the law. You are not seen to be breaking the law. And then also now consider, for me, most importantly, what you bring to the table. Prof just talked about people's conversation. What is it that people should be talking about? You find out that some presidential candidates, if you say you want to test them on what their party manifesto or even what their party constitution is saying, I'm not sure that a lot of them will pass. So it's just about branding words, saying things. And in the opening statement, when we talked about the issue of impunity, people just saying whatever they want to say because somebody has said it, it has now become a culture. So we need to really look at what people can deliver, how the people's capacity to deliver and all of that, but not also setting aside the issue of qualification, but not paper qualification. You should be able to find a way to test people's capacities to be able to do that. And it is not just enough for you to come out to say, oh, we are branding words. For instance, if you want to run for election, you are coming out to say, when I become this, I'm going to do that. You have not sat down to look at the income of the state or the constituency you want to run and see if you would even have the resources to do what you are going to do. You have not come down to look at what is it that is not working well. And that's why I say that the opposition is really not helping us, because I expect any opposition candidate to come out to say, this is what Nigeria earns, this is what Nigeria is doing about education, this is what I will do because this is what the amount of money that will come from your projections that you're doing that. But we're not doing that. We're just saying, oh, education is not working, health is not working. How are you going to do it differently? I remember in 2023, when this whole 2023 was actually about subsidy. All of the candidates were talking about subsidy, and then each candidate you come and say, what will you do? I'm going to remove subsidy. But none actually told you that this is what I'm going to do in the short term, in the long term. This is what I'm going to do about that. And as soon as Mr. President came in, he went ahead and said, oh, subsidy is removed and it's gone. And people started criticizing that. And the question I asked, if all the other candidates, if they had come in, were they not going to also remove the subsidy? What would have been their strategy? We are not seeing that thing happening now. So people are talking about insecurity, people are talking about the economy, people are talking about, things that are happening, the welfare, like Prof talked about chapter 2, issues of inclusion. We have, for instance, the reserve seat bill for women. Out of the 19 candidates that INEC has released, we have about 3 women there. I think YPP and also 2 other political parties have 3 female candidates there, but nobody's talking about them. We just talked about the issue of inclusion in our constitution. What are we going to do? What are you going to do as a presidential candidate? What were the gaps that you have seen in this last 3 years or in the last, since 1999 we have been in office, what are the gaps and what measures within your political party, within the manifesto of your political party, how are you going to do that? And and that's why it's very easy. People just come up, after the election, everybody realigns. So after the election, everybody will just come to realign, and so let's be in the winning trade, because we have not sat down to digest or dissect what the issues are and how we need to be able to do that.
Now, talking about dissecting the issues, do you think, for instance, that Nigerians and indeed particularly the media was not questioning enough in 2023, for instance, when all the candidates, at least the 3 major candidates, were talking about subsidy removal? Nobody went as far as saying, what will be your strategy for implementing this policy option that we are putting on the table?
Yes,
are we moving in a similar direction again in 2027? Because everyone is just talking loosely and widely.
In fact, I think that we're moving, we're not moving progressively for 2027, because for 2023, at least there was an issue, the issue of subsidy. But now, what are we talking about? Certificates, people's qualification. That's what we're talking about. And that's why I say we leave the substance to pursue the shadow. Have we looked at critically the programs that should help us build the kind of Nigeria that we want? You just talked about technology. What is it that we are doing about technology? Everybody is talking about energy transition. Everybody is talking about Nigeria being a gas country. In fact, a lot of people see our country and say it is crude oil and that. But we are more of a gas country. We have a document that says our transition fuel will be gas. What have we done with it? How are we generating revenue to make sure that those plans that we have is just not on paper, but it is something that we are achieving to be able to do that? So these are the kind of issues I think should be on the table for us to discuss and engage the people at the local government level, at the state level. 2027 election, January, February, we're going to have major elections, governorship, presidential elections. We're going to have House of Assembly elections. How many of us are engaging members of the House of Assembly? You see somebody who is running an election at a local government or even for House of Assembly is coming to national TV to talk to people, to campaign to who? To campaign to who? You should talk to members of your constituency, and your constituency members should be the one engaging you. And that's what I think the media should do. Citizens should educate themselves on what they want to see on the table. So these days, it's like it has become a cliche word that, we're going to sign an MOU with the candidates. They sign and they don't do nothing. And at the end of the day, what happens? We don't even hold them accountable for those things that they sign. We don't even hold them accountable. Somebody can come at the end of the day, after 100 days, you will see immediately after the election, 100 days in office, they begin to give people keke. They begin to give people bike. Is that the issue? Was that what you said you will give to the people when you were campaigning? Did you say that after 100 days, I will give vehicles, I will give keke? Is that the kind of empowerment? When you have dilapidated primary schools, children are sitting on the floor to learn, teachers are not paid their salaries. Now we have local government autonomy. We are saying, let the local government have their monies. How many state governments are doing that? And somebody is campaigning for election to become your state governor, and nobody as the local government is saying how much did the local government get for so election. You become the state governor, you sit down and pen down the names of people who become local government chairpersons, and people are not asking. At the end of the day, because we all are parts of this political party, you are not doing that. We have a major bill because of the issues of inclusion. People have campaigned on the inclusion and say, I'm going to make things better for women, I'm going to bring women on the table. And then we have a bill at the National Assembly, and nobody's talking about that. And now we are now going back to say, because this bill didn't pass, let's go back to electoral college and select women that we put in the office. And at the end of the day, look at the leadership of the National Assembly, for instance. There's no single woman that is a ranking member, a principal officer, no single woman. And we have been having that for years in this country. And then you come out and complain and say, I want inclusion. I'm going to bring women. I'm going to do that. Political parties, national working committees, how many of them have women aside the national woman leader and the deputy national woman leader? How are we going to do that? And then we're not asking questions. We're not holding them and we're not holding them accountable. Somebody says, oh, I'm going to give free education. You're going to give free education. You have a private school that is running that people cannot even pay. Even the religious organizations are now putting up schools that even their members who contributed to build those schools cannot even pay for those schools. Now you come up and campaign, oh, there's going to be free education. I'm going to do this. And children cannot go to school. There's no guarantee of security for children who are going to school. And you still come out to say you campaign. You are in office, you use government money, you buy vehicles, you put your picture on it, you are campaigning because you're an incumbent, and you want people to praise you, and nobody's asking, how are you getting that money to do that? You have people who are in office. Now you have billboards. This issue of I think it was Prof that raised it from the beginning. People are already campaigning. Campaign is supposed to start on the August 19th. But campaign started after the last election. It didn't just start 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It started from the last election. And that's where you see a lot of people also making it. Campaign started. Billboards, we're seeing that. But you cannot see opposition parties also do that. You have some states where they have elections that the governor will put such a high price for people, but the person is getting it free of charge. Is the person also paying? Can we now ask for that accountability to happen? Let us have your blueprint. Let us know what you are doing. Give us milestones. In my first year in office, this is what I'm going to achieve. We are all in this country where somebody came up with 100 days, 100 activities for 100 days. And as soon as the person came into office, they jettisoned that 100 activities. Who was asking the question? So that's where the media come in. That's where we as civil society come in, and even citizens who go out to vote. You vote because you have a reason for voting. It is also your duty to ensure that you put their feet to the fire and hold them accountable, because issues of accountability is about demand and supply. If you don't demand, you can never get supply.
Mr. Nwankwo, let's bring you back into the discussion. As you well know, political parties are registered on the basis of the programs that they put on the table. Manifestos, for instance, that they articulate and sell to the electorate. Now, how much responsibility do you think these political parties bear in shifting to issue-based campaigns and shifting away from religious and ethnic sentiments that have characteristically dominated politics in Nigeria? How much responsibility do you think the parties share in ensuring that their candidates and their parties stick to issues, what they articulated in their manifesto, what they articulated in their constitution, what they articulated in their programs, and moving away from the mundane issues of ethnicity, religion, region, and all of that?
Thank you, Imoni. You raise a very, very important question, because I would go out of my way right now to challenge all the presidential candidates to appear on your network and explain to Nigerians how they will fix the security situation, because everything we've talked about today, everything will be impossible if we don't fix the security situation. You cannot conduct business in a country where the president has failed in fulfilling the most important requirement in his job description to protect the lives and properties of Nigerians as enshrined in the Constitution. Can you see, when you have majority of the communities in northern states that are currently paying taxes to terrorists, and we claim that Nigeria is a sovereign nation, how is that possible? In the US or any other Western democracy, just like in New York, how can a terrorist group come into New York and say, New Yorkers, Californians, you got to pay taxes to me? And the president is sitting there watching this happen for more than 2 years. And you come up again and you want to run for re-election. You've not even fixed what the problem is. What are you going to do about the security when you fail to deliver on your job number one? Now, we know about what happened in Oyo with Seyi Makinde when he called for an investigation regarding the Oyo kidnapping, so as to ensure, because realistically, when a crime is committed, you have to do a post-mortem. You have to conduct an investigation to see why did that happen? Where are the loopholes? How can we mitigate that? How can we stop that from occurring in the future? That is what Seyi Makinde was planning to do, was asking to do. But guess what? The presidency and the Senate had the audacity to actually block him from doing that. What are they hiding? Why are they preventing Seyi Makinde from doing it?
They have not prevented him from doing that. In fact, he has set up a judicial commission to unravel what happened. But we must also admit that Seyi Makinde is the chief security officer of Oyo State, and he bears a responsibility for what happened in Oyo State, not just the president.
So let me challenge all the presidential candidates. Can we have all of them show up your network? Can we have all of them come and explain to Nigerians what they intend to do regarding this? Because everything we can talk about NELFON, we can talk about the economy, we can talk about the investment, but guess what? If you don't have a secure and safe environment, there will be no NELFON. What's the value of putting a NELFON, of a student getting a NELFON, when you're going to see terrorists who invade the university the following day and kidnap all the students? What is the value of the NELFON? What is the value of having a GDP of, let's say, 20% growth in GDP, when the following day you're going to have terrorists wipe out the entire community where that business is residing? So there is no need you talk about every other thing except to fix this security. And the president had 3 years. 3 years to fix
what we are saying,
security.
Mr. Nwankwo, is that security is a topical issue that all the candidates should address. Not just the president, but all the candidates, and they must put on the table for Nigerians to evaluate their strategies for tackling insecurity.
And if they don't do it, they are not ready for the job. If they are not able to appear on your network, on AIT, and speak with any of your journalists, especially you, Imoni, who happens to be a very unbiased, anchor, there has to be some, you have to come in front of you and articulate and say, look, this is what we're looking to do. This is how we're going to solve the insecurity. Because if they don't solve the insecurity, there is nothing they can come up with. No programs, no economy, no strategy that is going to work in Nigeria. As long as you have ungoverned territories in Nigeria. So as far as I'm concerned, this is going to be topical. This is going to be the core central issue as far as going into the election is concerned, because one, we've had some understanding of why most of this insecurity is going on, because guess what? We are mismanaging our human capital. Like I was saying before, if you have most of these terrorists, most of these candidates for recruits are usually opting for going to become terrorists because they do not have any means of sustenance. They cannot feed, they don't have any future to look forward to, the future has been destroyed, there is no free education. Guess what? When you have terrorists that is on TikTok every day, doing empowerment, giving out money, and I was surprised when I was on TikTok the other day and I saw Nigerians, young adults, begging the terrorists for money, and the terrorists were giving out money to Nigerian youths. And you see a situation where those terrorists are now going to say, oh, if you want to make more money than this or more money of this, come and join us. Guess what? These youths are going to join them. So that is why we have to close that pipeline of recruitment of terrorists. You have to address this human capacity. And our leaders have failed to address this human capacity, because you see a situation where there's an increase in kidnapping, there's an increase in Yahoo, there's an increase in all kinds of scam, ritual killings. Our youth have turned all that energy. Look, I come from a mechanical engineering background, and as far as I understand from thermodynamics, energy is neither created nor destroyed, but it has to be channeled from one form to other. If you have that youthful energy that has not been repurposed for a positive and progressive outlet, that energy, all that energy of that youth in Nigeria will be repurposed into the most evil and vile pathways. And that is the scariest thing, because we have a huge youthful population in Nigeria that whose energy has never, due to the fault of our leaders, the energy has never been repurposed into valuable production. And we are telling our leaders that Nigeria is a ticking time bomb, because when these youths wholeheartedly, wholesomely begin to repurpose their energy in negative pathways, everybody is in trouble. Actually, we're seeing that already when we see those videos I talked about on my last commentary, where you have the youth, they are blocking roads, they are blocking expensive cars. Soon, you will be seeing them kidnapping and taking up all those, because at the end of the day, you cannot see a situation whereby a few elites, 1% of the elites are living a life of lavish, are living a life of luxury, are feeding sleeping and displaying their opulence. Meanwhile, majority of our youth are hungry every day. They can't even afford food to eat. They don't have anywhere to live. They don't even have any future to look forward to. They can't even go to school because guess what? All the schools are priced out of their income bracket. So guess what? They have to survive. You are turning our youth into animals.
Okay, Mr. Nwankwo, let's begin to wrap up our discussion now. Let me get back very quickly to Prof. And I just ask this very simple question, Prof. Has Nigeria reached a point where identity politics has become a luxury that the country can no longer afford?
Well, I will phrase it in another way. I think, and I'll still go back to chapter 2. You know, chapter 2 tries to provide a framework for resolving the national question, namely, to whom does the state belong? And chapter 2 says the state belongs to every Nigerian. And within the framework of the political system, you ensure what...
Prof, are you there?
It says I've been removed. The thing says I've been removed and says exit.
We can hear you. We can hear you very well.
We can hear you, Prof. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, well, so the point I'm making is that chapter 2 is meant to redefine us as Nigerians in the sense of inclusiveness, participation, and so on in government. I'll give you an example. When the APRM, African Peer Review Mechanism, came to Nigeria to review our democracy and development programs, they said one good thing about Nigeria is that it has provided a platform where major ethnic groups can be involved in governance. But if you look at other countries, I don't want to make specific, you find that 60%, 70% of the armed forces and of the civil service are controlled by a particular ethnic group, the majority ethnic group. And that becomes a model. But unfortunately, we have turned federal character issue into it's the turn of my ethnic group to come to power. And that is why you now have in the last election, and it has continued up to that, and I've spoken about it on this platform, the amount of hate speech that is going on in the country now is incredible. It is incredible. And once you get to that level, it can become, you're almost going to go over the precipice. So I will apply to the political class. They should de-escalate this whole question because the presidency, the election of the presidency is supposed to provide a national leader, not an ethnic leader, not a tribal leader. And that is why you have the spread requirements at the federal level, and at the state level also have the spread requirements. So it does not belong to just one section of the state. So I think that is why we have not had since 1990 what somebody I can call a national leader. And the political class, the middle class in particular, have followed that bandwagon in terms of, we are happy now, it's our turn to provide a governor. So, and then question arises, if it's the turn of the South to provide the president, which part of the South is it going to come from? So I think we need to go beyond that. But one final point I want to ask you, for God's sake, and that is why I keep, accepting your. I think the media and civil society in particular have a duty to provide an alternative voice from that we are hearing from the political class. They have dictated the pace of our public discourse. And that pace has become more and more, ethnic based, sectional based than being national based in terms of what Chapter 2 provides as a solution to our national question. Human security, human development, regardless of whether you're Igbo, that you have access to facilities and capabilities. access to education, access to water, access to electricity, access to this, access to that. That is what government is supposed to do and to
Basic
provide.
necessities of life.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you
so I
much.
think we need to provide an alternative. So when you ask the issue, question, the issues have always been on the table. Over the past 3-4 years, we've been discussing the economy. We've been discussing, but the point is that those questions get deviated by people who say, oh, leave the government alone. It's our turn. You are accusing them because you're not Igbo, or you are accusing them because you're not Yoruba, and so on and so forth. And that also involves some kind of blackmail. When people raise questions about what we should ask about, it is not because they are not saying the government is not doing well in some sectors, but there are certain issues that are very, very important that they are not addressing, and we should be addressing them.
All right,
so
Prof. Thank you so much. Our time is up. We must go, but Madam Faith, very quickly in 60 seconds, what should, we have talked so much about what the media should be doing. What should civil society be doing?
Ask the right questions. Hold people accountable, and citizens too. Don't just follow the bandwagon. It is the citizen is the CEO of the entire process. So it is who you qualify that qualifies.
Great. Who you qualifies, that qualifies. That's a very beautiful way to end it. Thank you so much. Professor Adele Jinodu, a political scientist, joined us virtually from Lagos. Thank you for your time, Prof. We appreciate always.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Conscientizing.
Thank you. And Mr.
Let's go for a debate. Let's go for a presidential debate.
We definitely will get there, Mr. Wankwo. We definitely will get to political debate. It has always been our culture since 1999, even though most of the candidates don't show up for those debates. But we are looking forward to having one before 2027. Gospel Wankwo, political analyst, joined us virtually from the United States. Thank you so much. And Madam Faith Wandishi, who is the Executive Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy, CTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
we hope that CTA would empower us to hold a presidential debate this time around. Thank you so much. And for you, our viewers out there, we want to thank you. We may not have exhausted all the issues about this, but of course, it's an ongoing discussion as we move towards 2027. Have a wonderful day for the rest of the week. Bye for now. Honestly, honestly, yeah. That's why I told you guys.
You didn't even attack any of the time.
Yeah, he didn't. When he just asked me one question, please call.
Hundreds of women protest in Osogbo over politically related violence as local groups sue for peace ahead of Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. Nigerian Army commits to internationally accepted rules of engagement in its military operations. Federal government assured doctors of improved welfare. Hello, thanks for joining us. This is the News RNAIT. I'm Hadiza Audu. Welcome. The European Union says it will be sending what it has tagged an election expert mission composed of at most 4 persons to next year's general elections in Nigeria. In a statement by the EU delegation to Nigeria, signed by Ambassador Gautier Mignot, the head of the delegation, following reports that it will not observe the general elections. The bloc said it will, however, not be an election observer as it has always done in previous years. Reports had circulated earlier on Monday that security concerns had made the EU to sending a full-fledged team following invitation letters from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Osun State governorship election is 6 days away, but the tension over political-related violence is building. On Monday, hundreds of women have protested in Osogbo, the state's capital, demanding stronger security, raising concerns over reported political violence, killings, and alleged police intimidation. Organized labor has also called for a peaceful election. AIT's Olatunde Olajide reports.
The killing of a 14-year-old boy in Ilobu and 29 others are among incidents that have heightened concerns over political violence ahead of Saturday's governorship election. With 5 days to the vote, hundreds of women marched through Osogbo demanding greater protection for residents. They also raised allegations of police intimidation and called on security agencies to remain neutral.
We are here today because we are mothers. We are mothers here. We are wives. We are women who have watched the fear in the eyes of our children. We have seen families bury loved ones. We have seen communities traumatized and properties destroyed.
The protesters said political competition must not cost lives, urging President Bola Tinubu and Inspector General of Police to intervene.
Our concern is particularly given in Ijesha land, where the people have, in recent weeks, enjoyed the frightening combination of arrests, killings, shootings, intimidations, and destruction of property.
Receiving them, Commissioner of Police on Election Duty Samuel Ekavo said adequate security measures were in place and their concerns will be presented to the Inspector General of Police.
We want peace.
That's what
we cannot conduct election in an insecure environment.
Yes.
This election is a federal election.
Yeah.
And we must get it right.
Yeah.
We must get it right.
That's what we want.
I'm warning anybody. I want to applaud you, upcoming madam, for coming out. Your this thing is peaceful.
The women also urged INEC and election observers to closely monitor the process and safeguard voters. Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
The organized labor in Osun State also staged a peaceful protest in Osogbo, calling for a free, fair, peaceful governorship election. Workers and pensioners marched through parts of the state capital to register their concerns over the political atmosphere in the state and alleged cases of violence, intimidation, and harassment, with the chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress in Osun State, Comrade Christopher Aragbasokpo, addressing the rally.
We know what we want, we know what is suitable for our people in Osun here. We appeal to the president to please help us talk to these people. Coming to power doesn't mean we should kill ourselves. Coming to power doesn't mean we should freeze the account of the state. Getting to power doesn't mean we should arrest all the leaders, all the cabinet of the state because we want to come to power. Let it be free and fair.
Aragbasokpo said organized labor was particularly concerned about the need for the police to protect lives and property of residents, irrespective of their political affiliations. The chairman of the Joint Negotiating Council, JNC, in the state, Comrade Olamilekun Adeniran, asked civil servants to vote for candidates of their choice without fear. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, an umbrella body of all registered political parties in Nigeria, has called for a level playing ground for all candidates in the forthcoming Osun State governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. Addressing newsmen in Abuja on Monday, National Chairman of IPAC, Yusuf Dantele, noted that the Osun governorship election remains a litmus test for all those involved in the electoral process that will chart a course for the future of Nigeria's democracy.
The violence that have characterized the build-up to the Osun governorship election has created anxiety among stakeholders, including the umbrella body of registered political parties in Nigeria, the Inter-Party Advisory Council. National Chairman of IPAC says it is the collective responsibility of the electorate, security agencies, and the election umpire to reject all vices capable of derailing the process.
We therefore call on all political parties, candidates, campaign organizations, supporters, and their agents to conduct their activities in accordance with the Constitution, Electoral Act, and applicable regulations, to respect the rights and freedoms of other political parties and candidates, to reject violence, intimidation, harassment, and provocation, to refrain from inflammatory, inciting, or hate-filled statements.
IPAC also called on political parties to promote peaceful political competition, while state institutions must not be used to manipulate the electoral process.
IPAC will not support any attempt by any political party, candidate, or public institution to undermine the democratic rights of the people of Osun State. The ballot belongs to the people, the electoral process belongs to the people, and the outcome must reflect the will of the people simultaneously.
IPAC also condemned the practice of vote buying and voter inducement in all its forms. KLT News.
In other news, Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed reports in some sections of the media suggesting that he is lobbying to be made Director General of the All Progressives Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, DG. The minister, who reiterated his support for the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said he does not need to be the DG or even member of the President's Campaign Council to ensure that the president wins massively in Rivers State and FCT. A report in some section of the media had listed the FCT minister among top party chieftains and government officials lobbying or being mentioned for the position of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, DG. However, reacting through a senior special assistant on public communications and social media, Mary Olayinka, the FCT described the report as false, saying he did not at any time discuss leadership or even membership of the Presidential Campaign Council with anyone. He said, and I quote, "I'm outside Nigeria, resting and relaxing after spending over 30 days commissioning projects, flagging up new ones, and inspecting ongoing ones, especially those scheduled for commissioning in December and January next year." End of quote. Adjo Jeffrey has assumed duty as Commissioner of Police in Cross River State. The 49th Commissioner of Police in the state says his administration will not tolerate abuse of authority or unprofessional conduct by officers, while promising proactive policing, discreet investigation, and closer collaboration with communities.
The new Commissioner of Police in Cross River State, Adjo Geoffrey, was received with a ceremonial guard of honor as he inspected the parade and took the salute at the Cross River State Police Command Headquarters in Calabar. Addressing officers of the command and orders who were present to receive him, CP Adjo unveiled a 7-point policing framework built on discipline, community policing, interagency collaboration, intelligence-led operations, discreet investigation, diligent prosecution, and teamwork. He said every area commander, DPO, and unit commander must take ownership of security within their areas, while accountability units, including the complaint response unit and the X-Squad, will be strengthened.
To the officers and men of the police force in this command, I urge you to support this administration with loyalty, discipline, professionalism, and commitment. I demand the best from you, because Cross River people deserve the best from us. At the same time, I will remain committed to your welfare, professional development, and legitimate concerns.
The commissioner also called on residents to provide credible information, support lawful policing, and reject jungle justice. In Emerson Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
A change of leadership has been effected in Edo State Police Command as former Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika bows out to take up his new role as Assistant Inspector General of Police Zone 5. Patrick Dow assumes duty as the new Police Commissioner in Edo State. AIT's Usarose Sado has details.
The handover ceremony begins at the main gate of the Edo State Police Command in Benin City. The officers and men received the outgoing Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, and his successor, CP Patrick Dow. In his farewell address, Monday Agbonika, now the Assistant Inspector General of Police Zone 5, reflects on the strategies adopted since April 2025 and commends the officers and men for the successes recorded during his tenure.
We have drastically reduced court-related violence, denied kidnappers and bandits safe havens in forests of Edo North and Edo Central, and significantly curtailed extortion, strengthened public confidence in Nigeria Police Force. Today, Edo State proudly ranks among the safest states in Nigeria. These achievements are not mine alone. They belong to every officer and man of this command who serve with integrity and sacrifice.
The formal handover follows in the Commissioner's office as the leadership of the command changes hands. At the conference hall, CP Patrick Dow addresses officers and men for the first time as Commissioner. He places emphasis on the welfare of personnel and promises to build a stronger relationship between the police and residents.
We will intensify our crime fighting approach. We will fine-tune them. More importantly, we will ensure that every policeman has respect for every citizen of Edo State. We work towards winning more of the trust of the good people of Edo State. We will maintain a very open door policy.
For the Edo State Police Command, the change in leadership marks a new beginning, with the responsibility of keeping the people safe remaining the same. Usarose Sado, AIT News Benin.
The Nigerian Army has emphasized that its operations must comply with the Constitution, extant laws, international legal obligations, and established rules of engagement. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, stated this at the 2026 Nigerian Army School of Legal Services Training Workshop in Zaria, Kaduna State.
The 2026 Nigerian Army School of Legal Services Training Workshop is designed to strengthen the professional competence and legal capacity of military personnel and legal practitioners. The workshop themed Combating Insecurity in Nigeria, the Rule of Law in Ensuring Operational Efficiency, seeks to ensure that military objectives are achieved within the bounds of the law, particularly in the face of the complex security threats confronting the country.
This workshop is therefore a vital platform for sharpening the understanding of law during operations.
As legal officers, gentlemen, your role is not only to ensure that justice is served, but also to apply human rights and help shape policies that are both effective and just.
The Chief of Army Staff, who was represented by the Commandant's Nigerian Army School of Infantry, Major General Muhammad Inua, described legal officers as indispensable partners in operational planning, execution, and decision-making. The Army Chief noted that the Nigerian Army's objective of becoming a more professional, adaptive, combat-ready and resilient force operating within a joint and multi-agency environment must be supported by a strong legal institution.
The course of this workshop will generate practical insights and recommendations that will further enhance legal support to military operations and contribute meaningfully to our collective efforts towards addressing our security challenges.
The discussions at the workshop also focused on the constitutional and statutory frameworks governing the conduct of military operations, as well as the place of international humanitarian law and human rights compliance in military operations. The training workshop is expected to strengthen operational effectiveness, military discipline, and public confidence in the Nigerian Army. Abimaje Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
Time now for some business stories. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, has taken direct control of Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, dissolving its board over mounting debts and persistent operational failures. The regulator says Kaduna Disco's market debt had climbed to about 456.5 billion naira as of May, with continued financial weakness posing a risk to electricity supply and the wider power market. Under an order dated August 10, NEC dissolved the company's board and removed its directors while stripping the core investor of management authority. The regulator says the intervention became necessary after prolonged defaults, weak commercial performance, and liabilities that had exceeded the company's assets. NEC says Kaduna Disco paid only 41.93% of its adjusted market invoices in the year to December, leaving a shortfall of about 46.7 billion naira. Contrary to expectations that the new Nigeria Tax Act could bring an end to the burden of multiple taxes and levies on businesses, manufacturers say the reality on ground remains largely unchanged. The manufacturers say its members are still confronted by multiple tax collectors and regulatory agencies, raising fresh concerns about the effectiveness of the new tax regime.
The assessment is contained in Manufacturer CEO's Confidence Index for the second quarter of 2026. Contrary to expectations, the Nigeria Tax Act 2025 has yet to provide the anticipated relief to manufacturers, with the association saying multiple taxation remains a major concern. Director General Segun Ajayi Kadir says manufacturers continued to encounter multiple tax collectors and regulators during the review period. Beyond taxation, businesses are also facing multiple regulatory requirements, rising operating costs, and a difficult operating environment. Confidence Index described the business environment as largely unsupportive of manufacturing growth, with local sourcing of raw materials emerging as the only area of noticeable improvement. However, the association attributes this largely to persistent foreign exchange constraints, which have made import of raw materials and production inputs more difficult and expensive, and also warns that insecurity could undermine the gains in local sourcing, particularly where manufacturers depend on domestic suppliers and transportation networks. At the same time, a rise in production, distribution, and logistic costs continue to put pressure on businesses. Although manufacturers recorded a modest improvement in sales volumes during the quarter, the manufacturers says higher costs are eroding profit margins. In effect, increased sales are not necessarily translating into stronger profitability, as much of the additional revenue is being absorbed by rising operating expenses. With multiple taxation, regulatory pressure, insecurity, high logistic costs, and inadequate foreign exchange supply continuing to weigh on operations, more needs to be done to translate tax and economic reforms into tangible relief. The association warns that unless the cost of doing business comes down, the benefit of the new tax regime may take longer to reach manufacturers.
That's business reports. In more stories, the Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, has urged the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, FCT chapter, and the National Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, to sustain consultations, noting that members of the association and the government are partners in the development of the country, especially the health sector. He says strengthening collaboration among stakeholders remains critical in ensuring that the health sector effectively delivers on its mandate. The minister spoke during an engagement with the medical associations, where he assured them that the Renewed Hope agenda is aware of the challenges confronting Nigerian doctors and is taking steps to address them.
Problem of shortage of health professionals, including doctors, in our various facilities. And at the same time, we have the challenge of industrial being able to maintain industrial harmony. So we need to do a balance. We should maintain the spirit to ensure it's not every time we have to down to.
Chairman of the NMA FCT chapter, George Ebon, says medical doctors are committed to effective delivery of service, except that their welfare is being treated as secondary. He says improving working conditions and prioritizing doctors' welfare are essential to retaining medical professionals and restoring confidence in the nation's health system.
Have to put a spotlight on the welfare of doctors in FCT as a whole, so that we can have doctors who are going to stay back in the country and work with passion. And without passion, you can have functional medicine practice.
With the exodus of over 16,000 doctors out of Nigeria in search of greener pastures, the NMA FCT leadership says government must create an environment where medical professionals can work with dignity, passion, and a sense of purpose. For many Nigerians, a simple health check can uncover a problem they never knew they had. Several residents of Nkanu West Local Government area of Enugu State had this first-hand experience when the free medical outreach revealed that their blood pressure was dangerously high. This was just one of many health challenges recorded during the 4-day health program organized by the 2027 APC House of Assembly candidate Ifeanyi Chukwu Nnamani.
It is the grand finale of the 4-day free medical outreach by an industrialist and 2027 APC candidates for Nkanu West State constituency, Ifeanyi Chukwu Nnamani, for residents of his constituency. Here at St. John Primary School, Albany, residents receive free checks for blood pressure, diabetes, eye problems, HIV screening, hepatitis, and syphilis, as well as consultations, treatment, and medication. Wheelchairs and medicated glasses were also distributed.
I haven't entered yet. That's what he's doing. So I believe when he enters, the cameras will change. We'll have a different look.
For many residents, it was an opportunity to discover health conditions they did not know they had, while others received treatment for illnesses they have been managing, this time without worrying about the cause.
A cancer patient from UNTH, but not the cancer that brought me here now. It's eye and arthritis in the leg. But they will give me the drugs. They have already given me the eye glass.
Well, even the one my BP was too high. I didn't even know. But if I have not come here, I don't know what would have happened.
Ifeanyi Chukwu Nnamani described the outreach as a compassionate way of giving back, saying he has sustained similar interventions for over a decade.
It's basically something we do every year for now, and we love doing it. And as you can see, our governor
His Excellency Barrister Kutandu December is also doing this, what we are doing here, in a very large scale.
For many who discovered health conditions they did not know they had, the outreach was a reminder that sometimes a simple health check can be the first step towards saving a life. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
A coalition of more than 100 civil society groups, health advocates, and public interest organizations have rejected the proposed National Tobacco Control Act, that's the Amendment Bill 2025, describing it as a threat to public health. The groups under the Nigerian Tobacco Control Community say the proposed legislation weakens existing safeguards against tobacco and emerging nicotine products. At a media briefing, the coalition expressed particular concern over provisions it says could create loopholes for the promotion and sale of products such as vapes, nicotine pouches, and heated tobacco products. They faulted the proposed introduction of tobacco harm reduction objectives into the law, arguing that the concept could be used by tobacco companies to promote newer products as alternatives to conventional cigarettes.
On doing years of investment, not only in in the funds that some organizations have invested into tobacco control, but the
Let's move on with other stories. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, launched a 120 million naira strategic partnership to provide pro bono legal representation for vulnerable children across Nigeria amid concerns over child detention, weak referral systems, and limited access to justice. The NBA president, Alpha Musigwe SAN, during the unveiling of the initiative, said the partnership designed to mobilize lawyers nationwide to represent children who are victims of abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and other violations, as well as children who come into conflict with the law, marked a shift from broad commitment on child protection to a structured legal response capable of ensuring that vulnerable children have lawyers when they need them.
This partnership between the NBA and UNICEF seeks to translate that responsibility into concrete action. Through this collaboration, we aim to mobilize lawyers across Nigeria to provide quality pro bono legal representation for children, strengthen referral pathways between justice and child protection actors, build the capacity of legal professionals to handle child-sensitive cases, and promote a justice system that places the best interests of the child at its center.
The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, represented at the event, said the federal government was strengthening the legal and institutional framework for child justice, noting that the country had already established important foundations through the Child Rights Act 2003, the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, state child rights laws, diversion initiatives, and restorative justice mechanisms. UNICEF representative Wafa Said said the partnership was founded on the principle that no child should be denied justice because of lack of legal representation.
We are not starting from 0 points. The foundation exists. Our task now is implementation, closing the gaps, building capacity, strengthening referral pathways, and ensuring that every guideline and law translates into better outcomes for children. The Federal Ministry of Justice reaffirms its commitment to provide policy leadership, legislative support, and interagency coordination to make Nigeria's justice system truly child-friendly.
This partnership seeks to ensure that children in contact with the law are protected, represented, and supported throughout the justice process, regardless of their background, location, or economic circumstances.
The partnership brings together the NBA, UNICEF, Federal Ministry of Justice, Judiciary, law enforcement agencies, correctional authorities, Legal Aid Council, civil society organizations, and other child protection stakeholders. As the initiative is expected to create a more coordinated national framework in which children can obtain legal assistance from the earliest point of contact with the justice system while strengthening the use of diversion, rehabilitation, and child-sensitive procedures. And in other news, motherhood is celebrated as a journey of love and fulfillment, but behind the smiles are realities many women rarely talk about: financial pressure, career sacrifices, marital challenges, exhaustion, and the struggle to balance family responsibilities with personal aspirations. It was against this backdrop that women from different backgrounds gathered in Abuja for Mothers Unscripted, a platform designed to open honest conversations about the realities of motherhood and the support women need to thrive. AIT's Achida Majakutumi has more.
From sleepless nights and financial responsibilities to raising children while pursuing careers and maintaining relationships, motherhood comes with demands that often go unnoticed. For some women, the pressure is compounded by cultural expectations that portrays mothers as naturally strong and capable of handling every responsibility without asking for help. They called for stronger support systems within families and communities, saying mothers should have safe spaces to speak about their experiences without fear of judgment.
The woman most times is everything at home and outside the home. For the best to be tapped into her, she needs to know when to stop, she needs to know when to take a break, and she needs to know when to let go. You don't want to see your man, you don't want to see the meal in the kitchen, you don't want to see your son carrying this. It's the job of a woman, it's a job. I will tell you today that is the reason we are seeing rise of falls in young boys. The fathers kind of pull them away from being nurtured.
You have to be intentional about it. Intentional in the way you mold your children, intentional in the way you keep your family. Is quite overwhelming. But when you have the sisterhood fellowship around you, you have people, you have right partners around you, it seems a little bit easier.
Participants at the gathering say the conversation around motherhood must move beyond celebrating women on special occasions to addressing the everyday realities that shapes the well-being of mothers and their children.
The Nigerian Army Officers' Rights Association now has reiterated its commitment to improving the welfare and well-being of military families with fresh initiatives in education, economic empowerment, and drug abuse prevention. Now, President Safia Shaibu tasked officers' wives on savings, culture, financial independence.
A strong cooperative society provides opportunity for savings, access to financial support, investments, and economic advancement, empowerment rather.
The aim of this sensitization program is to make us aware that it's more than money, it's more than savings and loans. That the mindset is that you can do so much more than standing on your own, or I have money in my savings account, it's earning interest. That us being able to pull our resources together.
The association is also concerned about the social and health challenges facing them.
As mothers and wives, we have vital roles to play in creating awareness, recognizing early warning signs, supporting prevention efforts, and encouraging those in need to seek appropriate help.
We push the children to the school to do our job as parents, especially as mothers. But as families, as parents, you are the first school that the child should learn from.
NOAA says its priority is to build stronger, more resilient and self-reliant military families. The original inhabitants of Abuja have been honored with the celebration of the culture, heritage, and traditional knowledge of its people. The gesture was made by the Resource Center for Human Rights and Civic Education in commemoration of the 2026 World Indigenous Peoples Day.
The event themed Celebrating Indigenous Midwives, Preserving Abuja Original Inhabitants' Identity in a Changing World, focused on recognizing indigenous knowledge, honoring the role of indigenous midwives in securing lives and strengthening the cultural rights of indigenous communities. In his presentation, the Executive Director of CRISED, Dr. Ibrahim Zikrulahi, described Abuja's original inhabitants as a bridge between ancestry and the future, stressing the need to preserve their identity, culture, and heritage.
As Abuja continues to evolve into a modern capital, the identity of its original habitat must never be erased, diluted, or forgotten. It matters for justice, it matters for inclusion, it matters for cultural continuity.
Other speakers insist that indigenous knowledge and the rights of indigenous people must be protected and respected, describing Abuja original inhabitants as custodians of the territory's rich cultural heritage.
These midwives has been listed in UNESCO. They've been recognized globally as the world has recognized them. In fact, Nigeria joined countries, about 6 countries, to list them in International World Heritage List as a practice that is standard.
As we speak, no indigenous person has right to land, and it's a very, very serious, gross, fundamental human rights violations. If other Nigerians will have right to their land, and the FCT indigenous have no any other place to call their own, they should also have right to their land.
There were various cultural performances from the 9 indigenous tribes of the FCT, showcasing their traditional music, dance, attire, and cultural expressions. It provided a platform for Abuja's original inhabitants to celebrate their heritage, promote indigenous knowledge, and draw attention to their cultural rights. Anya Ole Abotu, AIT News, Abuja.
A powerful magnitude 7.4 earthquake has struck Western Colombia, killing dozens of people and leaving a trail of destruction across several parts of the country. The quake struck early Monday in the Choco region at a depth of more than 100 kilometers, sending strong tremors across Colombia and into neighboring Venezuela, Ecuador, and Panama. Buildings have collapsed, airports have been shut, and schools closed, while emergency crews continue efforts to rescue people feared trapped beneath the rubble.
Panic and devastation in Western Colombia after a powerful earthquake struck the country in early hours of Monday. The magnitude 7.4 tremor hit at exactly 7:34 in the morning local time, with its epicenter recorded deep beneath the Choco region. Buildings have been damaged or brought down, while roads in some areas have been affected, making access difficult for emergency responders. Rescue teams are working through the rubble, searching for survivors and those who still may be trapped beneath collapsed structures. Local authorities say dozens of people have died, but officials warn that the death toll could change as rescuers search more affected communities. Airports have been forced to close in some areas, while schools have suspended activities as authorities assess the safety of buildings and infrastructure. The Colombia Geological Service says this is the strongest earthquake to hit the country in more than a decade. The United States says it is closely monitoring the situation, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying Washington stands ready to provide support. The earthquake comes less than 2 months after twin quakes devastated part of neighboring Venezuela, killing more than 6,100 people.
Images of ships in the Strait of Hormuz seen from Iran's Bandar Abbas as U.S. President Donald Trump again extended a waiver that allows foreign ships to carry oil and other commodities between U.S. ports as the war in Iran continues disrupting energy flows and keeping costs elevated. Italian police said Monday they had arrested a businessman who made and had ties to the former premier Silvio Berlusconi for ordering a bomb attack targeting prominent television journalist Sigfrido Benucci last year. Rome's Carabinieri police said Walter Velitola, a friend of Benucci, was the alleged mastermind behind the October 16 attack outside the journalist's home. Police said Velitola is accused of having instructed a second man, Tavares Gomez Glesel, to recruit 4 men arrested in June who are accused of actually placing the bomb. Benucci, the popular star of the weekly investigative show Report on state broadcaster Rai, is now accused of any wrongdoing, and detectives believe he was unaware of Lavitola's plans. TV footage showed the latter being led away in a police car to a Rome prison after being questioned by investigators. The arrest is the latest twist in a case that made international headlines and was initially believed to be tied to Ranucci's reporting. Lavitola, a former journalist and import-export businessman who owns a restaurant in Rome, is well known in Italy, having been close to Berlusconi, who died in 2023. In 2015, a lower court convicted the former prime minister for having bribed a senator, handing him a 3-year sentence. The same sentence was given to Lavitola, whom prosecutors are accused of having handed the cash to the lawmaker. 2 days before a solar eclipse, tourists and Parisians are on the lookout for protective glasses so they can enjoy the celestial spectacle in complete safety. These glasses are absolutely essential because the danger is retinal burns, as Dr. Eric Frau, an ophthalmologist specializing in retina, points out. President Donald Trump on Monday again extended a waiver that allows foreign ships to carry oil. Coming up next is sports track. Hello again. The Flying Eagles will not participate in the 2027 Under-20 World Cup of Nations or the 2027 FIFA Under-20 World Cup after their qualification hopes were ended by a 4-1 thrashing by Burkina Faso in the WAFU B final on Sunday. A victory in that encounter would have secured the 7-time champions a place at next year's Under-20 AFCON. The WAFU B Under-20 Championship serves as a qualification pathway to the Under-20 AFCON, which in turn determines Africa's representatives at the 2027 FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Azerbaijan. The disappointment came just hours before the Super Falcons also lost their direct qualification hopes for the 2027 Women's World Cup following a 1-0 defeat to Cameroon in Casablanca. However, Nigeria's Women's World Cup hopes remain alive, with the Super Falcons set to face South Africa in Thursday's playoff. A victory will keep the 10-time African champions' World Cup qualification dream on track. Meanwhile, football administrators in the country have described the Super Falcons' disappointing exit from the 2026 WAFCON as a wake-up call for Nigerian football. The Super Falcons have missed out on the direct qualification spot for the 2027 Women's World Cup in Brazil, but the 10-time African champions still have a chance to make it to the global showpiece. The Falcons will face Bayana of South Africa in a continental playoff on Thursday in Morocco.
The Super Falcons are the most analyzed team in Africa. They are the most studied team in Africa. Their players are the most analyzed team in Africa. When countries play Nigeria, they prepare as if they are playing a World Cup final. We saw what happened with the Malawians when we met them in the first game of the tournament. The Falcons recovered and put up a spirited performance against Zambia despite being a man down for most of the match, and we overcame Egypt. Yesterday was just a one-off day. I'm optimistic that against South Africa we will do very, very well.
The lost is a wake-up call. You can see despair all over, written all over the girls. You know, some of them were crying profusely. They were, you know, some of them were really, really crying. And they wanted it. Just shows that they wanted it even more. So it's a wake-up call for them, for the coaches, even for us, the administrators, to do what we have to do when we have to do it, get them prepared adequately. You know, the next few days, I just want to see win-win-win.
While the Super Falcons still have a path to the Women's World Cup, the Flying Eagles will have to wait for another 3 years for another opportunity to qualify for the FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Former Flying Eagles coach Ladan Bosso spoke to AIT Sports and disagreed with the suggestion that the team's failure was as a result of lack of preparation.
So that the last team now, they had about almost 3 months. So the only thing there, maybe we talk about motivation, which I believe it is no. If we do talk about technical in-depth, which I believe that Nigerian coaches are always magicians, if you look at what is happening, so it has always been well, but the most important thing, I know the feelings of Nigerians about the teams. Teams are not doing well. I sympathize with our feelings. So let's come back, let's go back and check what really is the problem. Let's work on these things and we push ahead. And I believe we are going to be there.
Nigeria's Eniola Bolaji delivered a statement performance at the Peru Para Badminton International to win the women's SL3 title without dropping a single game. The world number 2 capped a dominant campaign with a straight game victory over Brazil's Carolina Becknacamp in the final, following 3 equally convincing wins earlier in the competition. Bolaji conceded just 57 points throughout the tournament, underlining her dominance as she brushed aside opponents from Brazil, Croatia, and Mexico on her way to gold. The victory also represents a strong response after her outing at the British and Irish International and provides a timely boost ahead of the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games. With Nigeria's para badminton program banking on her experience and consistency, Bolaji's latest title further underlines her status as one of the country's leading medal prospects on the international stage. That's Sports Track, and indeed, that's the news on AIT. Many thanks for watching and for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Audu. Do stay safe and good night.
This week on Healthy Living, menopause and andropause navigating the seasons of change. And we explore menopause and andropause as 2 seniors get personal and share their stories. Plus, how much do you know about andropause? Your answers are coming up. Finally, healthcare for some immigrants is not lost in translation thanks to medical interpreters. That's in this edition of Healthy Living. Hello and welcome to another episode of Healthy Living. I'm Linor Moudou. Menopause is often associated with hot flashes, night sweats, mood swings, and changes in menstrual cycles. Menopause is a biological transition characterized by a decrease in estrogen and progesterone levels. It typically occurs in women between the ages of 45 and 55 and marks the end of women's reproductive years. Have you heard of andropause? Often called menopause, andropause is a less well-known but equally significant changes in hormonal balance and physical well-being. According to US-based Mayo Clinic, andropause typically starts in men between 40 and 50 years and is associated with a gradual decline in testosterone levels. Symptoms can include fatigue, reduced libido, mood changes, and changes in the body composition. The physiological transitions of menopause and andropause, though natural, bring forth various challenges, both physical and emotional. VOA's Emmanuel Jones-Tap explores how one woman and one man in Cameroon are living with the hormonal changes.
Mirabelle Dehi is returning from the market where she went to buy women's clothing to resell in her neighborhood. The 64-year-old woman says menopause has not stopped her.
I can still remarry. There are many suitors despite these wrinkles. Nothing has changed in me. Someone proposed to me recently, but I said no as we have some problems. When someone flirts with me, I feel like I'm still alive.
At the age of 50, the former hotel employee saw her life as a woman change because of menopause.
I had hot flashes from time to time. Then one day when I was off from work, I bled a lot. It was from that moment that my periods stopped until now.
Dehi says the biological transition went smoothly.
I didn't think about going to the hospital. If the bleeding had continued the next day, I would have gone to the hospital. Given that it stopped, I understood it was menopause. It is psychological.
It's not often thought about, but men also experience similar hormonal changes. At the age of 55, this retired former railway employee noticed the first signs of andropause, sometimes referred to as menopause.
After the first symptoms, I spoke to my doctor at work. I was still working for the railway company at the time. The doctor told me that it was normal. He explained that the organs in the body behave just like when you get tired after a walk, because at a certain age, the male genital organ can rest momentarily and get back up again.
The U.S. National Institute of Health defines andropause as a syndrome associated with a decrease in sexual satisfaction or a decline in a feeling of general well-being with low levels of testosterone in older men. At 67 years, Njok remains open to sexual activity.
Even now, I still have sexual desires. The desire goes away when you die. Even now, well, that's how it is.
However, at the beginning of andropause, Njok and his partner had to communicate about the situation.
The woman knows her man. When the virility declined, she felt it. She even asked what was happening, saying I was sexually very active before, but now it is less frequent.
Nevertheless, Njok resorted to traditional medicine.
There are bags that can help. I went to the village and did a colon cleansing because one of my advisors told me that the decline in virility is due to the accumulation of toxins in the pelvis. I did a detox and continue to do so from time to time.
Dehi and Njok have experienced the hormonal changes differently.
Personally, I didn't have any problems and my body remained intact. It's as if I was 30. I don't feel anything for now.
When you have a woman, a wife, when you are a man worth of that name, it is inconvenient. When you are hungry, so to speak, you have to eat. The sexual appetite does not disappear and needs to be fed.
For Emmanuel Jules Ntap in Yaoundé, Michelle Joseph, VOA.
Menopause and andropause are two significant phases in the lives of women and men as they age. Although menopause is often heard of, andropause remains unknown by many. We asked some viewers in Jos, Nigeria, if they have heard of andropause or perhaps experienced some of the symptoms. Take a look.
Honestly, I've never thought men can ever cease to be fertile in that sense. You know, growing up, we just believe that women have time time to stop, having kids or giving birth or being productive. While men, it's as if it's forever. You can be 80 and you can still have a baby and stuff.
We have never heard anybody talking about it. It's always a woman's problem. People are waiting for women to reach menopause, but I've never heard of a man looking forward to entering andropause.
Men are always active. It doesn't matter whether he's 88 years or 22 years or 25. Men are always active. I think men always want to have sex, I think. And I've never heard of a period when men cannot conceive. Because they cannot impregnate a woman, let's call it like that. So I don't think men can have that pause.
I'm hearing it for the first time, but I studied biological science in the university, but I could really get an insight into what andropause means. It means a time when the hormones that makes man to be sexually active drops or stops, the body stops secreting those hormones.
We asked on Facebook if you believe a man can experience a hormonal change such as menopause. Fiacre Manario in Rwanda says, andropause is a natural phase in a man's life. Innocent John in Burundi writes, despite experiencing andropause and a decrease in energy levels, a man can still father children. And Isidore Nsengiyumwa says in Rwanda, I personally know a 91-year-old man who continues to father children with his young wife in his second marriage. Dr. Habtamu Adero is Assistant Professor of Urology at Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia. He tells us more about the challenges and management of andropause.
Normally in males, there is expected decrement in testosterone level with age. It's said that after the age of 30, every year, like 1% decrement in testosterone happens to almost everybody. So with aging, there is a decrement, but it's somehow different from menopause, which is universal, which happens to every woman. And also, it's like there is a fixed time, at least in a range. There is a known time of this menopause, so it's just a sudden thing which happens. But when it comes to andropause, it's not like that. It may not happen to all men, and also it's just insidious. The onset is slow, and the progress is also slow. So then, with this decrement of testosterone, men will develop symptoms with time. So it's somehow different. And also there are other factors which make this person susceptible or at risk of having this andropause. So these are like in men who are obese, who are smokers and with low physical activity, and some chronic medical illnesses. They have increased risk of getting into andropause. So when you come to the symptoms which are associated with the decreased testosterone level, normally testosterone it's masculine hormones.
Hello and thanks for staying with us. Welcome to the political platform on Repa Radio and Africa Independent Television AIT. My name is Amechi Anapwe. The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has extended the period for political parties to submit lists of candidates for the governorship and state assemblies elections scheduled for February 2027. The deadline originally set for Saturday, August 8, 2026 has been moved to Tuesday, August 11. That will be tomorrow. This followed appeals from political parties for additional time for the upload. Recall that INEC was also forced to extend the deadline for the upload of names of candidates for presidential and National Assembly elections to its portal. What does this say about the administrative capacity of the political parties? We shall seek answers as will be joined by Austin Ibe. Austin Ibe is an electoral reform expert. He will join us to provide perspectives. We will also examine and talk about the state of the nation ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Talks of a single opposition presidential candidate are still on. But the doubts raised by the visit of Catholic bishops to President Bola Tinubu has refused to settle. It's still up in the air as the Methodist bishop and executive secretary of the Nigerian Christian Pilgrims Commission, Stephen Adebite, tells John Cardinal Mayeko that supporting a preferred presidential candidate should not translate to disparaging other contestants. This also as the national president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Bishop Wale Oke, throws his weight behind the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, declaring that any attack on Catholic bishops amounts to an attack on the entire body of Christ. It appears the position of religious leaders will play a very big role in the 2027 presidential election, as an Islamic cleric, Sheikh Yahya Jingi, has renewed his support for the Muslim presidential ticket, saying his adoption proves that Muslims outnumber Christians in Nigeria. We'll be weighing in on all this as I'm joined by my colleagues Uju Eje and Mustafa Mohammed. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much.
I will start with some bites of what I told you earlier. A Muslim imam declaring that indeed that Sheikh Yahya Jingi, that Muslims are more in number in Nigeria, and it was a fact that was established during the 2023 presidential election when the Muslim ticket sailed through, and now that the ticket is up in the air again, he says, if you don't like it, leave the country. Let's take a listen to what he said. But for our listeners on radio, unfortunately, we won't hear the translation. We'll try to translate, but for those on TV, there's a translation. Take a listen, please.
Wanda ya ɗaga tutar siyasa ya mata kirari da Muslim na suna ɗaya daga cikin masu ɗaga tutar musulunci in kira jama'a ku taho mu yi Muslim. Na fi cewa kafin yana cin sabon wannan kalma amma ba akwai kiristoci ba akwai yahudawa ba akwai masu kwamta mai giro ba ni musulmi mai waƙin musulunci da na ce muslim ne na hana kirishin ya faɗi na hana mai giro ya faɗi na hana ɗan tuntuɓa ce ya faɗi amma ni a matsayin na musulmi muslim من شاء أو أمر ما يبي شيء ولا متناقض يعني أي بيتواني بعض أفعال بعض هني وكيلهم to muna sama muna azumi kuma demokradiyyar kunci majority carrying the vote jama'a goro da gorowa tuzuru da tuzuruwa Allah ya ba ku abokan zaman taron aure za su iya haɗa wannan taron jama'a tana ina kiran ku don Allah kowa zai gyara ƙuri'a muna wa duniya ƙarya kafirai suke da suka ce sun fi yawa a Najeriya ƙarya suke yi ba don Allah ya taimake mu na ce Muslim ba maimakon jini sai ya ce sun fi yawa saboda Allah ya taimake mu muka kwanta su da ƙasa su zo na biyu ma su zo ba.
I can make out the majority carries the votes. Mustafa Mohammed would help us with some translation.
Yes, he was talking about democracy gives everybody freedom, just like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has chosen a Muslim running mate according to him. A Christian candidate has freedom to also choose a Christian running mate from anywhere in the country. He said either Jewish people or traditional religious worshippers, they also can carry the people of the same faith. He said he had supported the president in the previous election, the past general election. He is ready to do that. Said if it's numbers, because democracy is a game of numbers, majority carry the vote. The Muslims have numbers that they can give the president during election to make him win. Of course, Sheikh Yahya Jingir from Jos is a member of the Izalatul Bid'ah wa Iqamatis Sunnah. They have faction. It's from,
what did you call the sect again?
Izala, yes, Izala sect. But the Izala is not united. He is the leader of the Plateau faction, and the national leader is Balalo, but Balalo, Kabiru Gombe, and others belong to the Kaduna faction. But this will also tell you, for what we have been saying for a very long time, that the religious leaders are not apolitical. The religious leaders, just like many traditional rulers who are playing the game silently, others are playing the game openly. Religious leaders did not leave politics for the politician. A lot of them are involved, and the politicians give a lot of incentives. Those years we know that Sheikh Yahya Jingir was a supporter of Atiku Abubakar. So I don't know what subsequently changed that.
I heard he supported him in 2023.
He has supported several times before.
Against the Muslim ticket? 2023.
No, in 2023 he supported the Muslim ticket. In fact, in his own faction, he even had misunderstanding with some of his followers. But you see, northern Nigeria, especially the Muslims, are politically very active, very aware. No matter what an Islamic scholar tells them, no matter what political leaders tell them, when it comes to election, they vote for whoever they want.
But in the past, they listen to them and heed their advice.
You should be talking about a faction. When Buhari was coming, like the National Izala movement endorsed President Muhammadu Buhari for the election.
That's in 2015.
Yes, but if you look at their number compared to the number of other Muslims in northern Nigeria, you can never say that the Izala is higher in number as Muslims. But this also takes us to another issue in Kano, where the Tijaniya sect, according to reports we learned, was allegedly denied the use of the Sani Abacha.
We'll come back to that. Let's you weigh in on the sound we just shared.
I think that religious leaders should try not to be parochial in whatever they do or say. I do not mind him saying, what he said is true as far as I'm concerned. Nigerians, as a Nigerian, you have your rights. Democracy provides freedom for everyone to choose as they wish, and if the people back it. But in this case, I think that this is not really what we should be talking about at this point in time. We've certainly gone beyond Muslim ticket now. The candidates have already been declared, and uploaded to INEC. INEC has. So what was the point going back to there? And we should try as much as possible towards the election to stop those things that divide us, those things that would spark tension in the polity. He didn't have to say that, I'm sorry, but that's exactly what I feel. I think that this is not really necessary at this time, because that idea has already been accepted and settled.
You are quite right when you say that is the reality, that is the fact. Across the world, politicians target sensibilities that will guarantee vote for them. Even in the US, if you believe you can just tap onto some sensibilities that will guarantee vote, it gets out there. But the problem with the cleric was that he sounded so divisive, trying to pitch Muslims against Christians.
It's not necessary.
I don't think there would have been so much controversy if he had said, I support President Tinubu and Vice President Shetima in this election. But you know how dangerous, how sensitive religion is in Nigeria, trying to say, we are, and the West he chose, we are dominating and all that. I mean, some other people want to react. These are the issues he shouldn't have gone into, but the fact is that, I establish it again, politicians target these votes, whether they are religion-based, whether they are ethnic-based, whether they are professional-based, they target them. But the problem is the way you approach it.
And I think that in this case, it's like somebody who is just seeking attention. Like I said, we've gone past this stage. That's why you see it's not generating as much controversy as it would have 2-3 months ago, because people are wondering, hey, why is he going back to this issue? We already settled it. I mean, candidates are already set. So I think that in seeking attention, in seeking whatever, we should be careful, in seeking favors, whether from those in authority or whatever. We should be careful. We should put Nigeria first, especially that we know that religion is like pouring petrol into fire in this, in our polity, and we should avoid using it.
Once upon Mohammed, I heard about 3 governors were there. I just saw Governor of Kano State, Abba Yusuf, and I expected them to have tried to pull the handbrakes, but I saw smiles on their faces.
You see, the man, even in Izala, he functionalized the Izala movement, which he's not the national leader. And at that point where he has already, there's this classic Arabian adage for those who study classic literature. And they said, word is more dangerous than an arrow. If you shoot an arrow, you can miss your target. But when you deliberately making some statements, you can't miss words when you want to carry out mischief. So he has already let the cat out of the bag. There was nothing anybody would have said. He was always controversial when he speaks. They would have spoken to him when he was not at the podium speaking. But think back to what he said. You see,
so I expected those politicians who understand better to have stood up to moderate what he said. I don't think they did.
The truth of the matter is,
we're enjoying it.
Having Muslim teaching does not disparage the Christian. If you look at President Bola Tinubu's government, you will discover that even among his ministerial appointees, you even have more Christians. The Muslims don't have.
The Muslims are even complaining that
some Muslims don't say they will. Somebody like me, why should I complain if you give an appointment to a Christian? You can give 100% Christian appointment if they are competent. Are you now comparing it with what Muhammadu Buhari did by appointing people who could not change the fortunes of the country? I I spoke at Lord Federal Foundation before 2023 election. You know, Lord Federal Foundation belongs to Father Dr. George Husani. And when it was my time to speak, this much debate people are talking about Muslim ticket. I told them that, look, not all Muslims belong to APC. Not all Muslims are united and belong to one sect. You have Izala, Tariqa, Shia, people like Mustafa who don't belong to any sect. And because you have Muslim ticket, does not mean that every Muslim in Nigeria, whether in the north or south, will vote for Muslim.
So let's bring in Uju here. Muslim ticket sold in 2023. President Tinubu got majority of his votes from northern Nigeria, from these core Muslim areas. 67% of the votes he got came from this place. So it's something that people, he will target, he want to consolidate, his opponents will want to chip out of it. And you have an Atiku Abubakar now. The initial, he was there too. Was he not a Muslim? He contested. Yes, in 2023. The reports initially we got was that those behind Atiku Abubakar were those core Muslims who felt shortchanged in the Tinubu administration. Now, if it's true that backing him, and now this narrative of Muslim is coming up again, it will be a contest over who will get the votes in that part of the country.
Well, I believe that unlike in 2023, there's going to be a stiffer contest this time around, because some sections of the north, have been complaining, about what Mustafa pointed out, Christians getting more appointments in Tinubu's administration. So you have all of that, and some of them are really dissatisfied, maybe because it had never been like this in the past. They used to get more appointments, so to say, and now they just cannot take it like that. But like I would always say, look, let the competent man get the job. Make Nigeria better. Make it easy for me to go to the market and buy food. Make it easy for me if I want to travel, not to go and buy a ticket, 250,000, ticket of 9,000 before, 10,000.
That's the key
life. The basic necessities of life. Make school children, make it easy to pay school fees. Make school children to be able to feed.
And that's where Mustafa talked about the change, the transition we're seeing. A lot of people, even in northern Nigeria, are saying across the country, we need the best man for the job, and we should encourage that. And I wonder what the Christians will be thinking of now, what will be on their mind, how they will respond. But I believe that stakeholders must take charge of narrative and ensure that we don't get a response that we want to match what the clerics say. It has to be moderated in such a way that we put a handle to this. The Bishops' Conference, Cali Bishops' Conference of Nigeria visit to the president. I told you earlier, the dust raised so very high. Bishop Stephen Adebute of the Methodist Church, who is the Director General of the Christian Pilgrims Commission, and the head of the chapel at State House Abuja, was on a national TV and accused Cardinal Naik of taking sides and disparaging President Tinubu, who he does not support. And not just him, the president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, that's a body of Pentecostal churches in Nigeria, Bishop Okelso, said, any attack on the Catholic bishops is an attack on the body of Christ.
In fact, he was very bitter about it. That's talking about Bishop Wale Oke. And he was also bitter about the bill that the Senate passed, saying you cannot preach in buses. That's another matter entirely. But you see, I do not understand the angle that Bishop Adebute is coming from, because it's somebody I also know fairly well. You know, we went to Jerusalem together at one time, and I do not understand, because Bishop Onayeko was...
What I said was that after the 2023 presidential election,
I understand.
Just our viewers and listeners to be carried along, that Onayeko refused to accept Tinubu as president. He has to wait for the outcome of the final judicial contest, the Supreme Court judgment, before he will accept him as a president.
And let me ask you, what was wrong in that? If he says, let's wait for the judicial pronouncement because there was litigation, I do not see anything wrong in that. I don't know the angst that he has against Bishop.
Let's call a spade. When a president has already been sworn in, except if judiciary say no, you don't have any legal right to say that he's not your president. And let's go to, there are some other issues that are also tied to this. Nowhere in the world, when you do some of these things that in public spaces, like smoking in public places, preaching in public places like the bus. Are we the most religious nation in the world when people are building factories, manufacturing cars, and
that's not the issue that we're discussing.
We come to public news. I did not interject when you were talking. Let me finish. There's what is called public nuisance in law of tort. You have private nuisance in public.
Have you gone through that bill? Because what I'm hearing is that I want us to go through that bill. Then we have a we have a proper understanding. What I'm saying is that what the bill says, not another. We around the world. What is meant for? Tarry on a while. Let's go on a break. When we come back, our guest is waiting for us. He will join issues with us and offer perspectives on the issue of the state of the nation ahead of 2027 presidential election. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT, on air, online, online.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no holds barred program you've trusted on Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll soon be joined by us Sinaibe, electoral reforms expert, to take a look at the situation, the environment of the electoral system in Nigeria, the electoral process ongoing. Many milestones achieved, many more waiting to be achieved as the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Sunday announced the extension of the deadline for the upload of names of governors governorship candidates, deputy governorship candidates, and state assemblies candidates to his portal to now expire on Tuesday, August 11. We want to find out why the political parties were unable to take advantage of the long-established date to clean up their own side of this table and have the names uploaded. Recall that INEC also extended the period for upload of names of presidential, vice presidential, and National Assembly elections. Osinaibe will provide insights when he joins us. But let's conclude on discuss on the issue of the references to the Catholic Bishops' Conference position, the Pentecostal
Fellowship
PFN President Bishop Oke siding with the Catholic bishops, while Bishop Adebite, Executive Secretary, Nigerian Christian Pilgrims Commission, thinking otherwise, accusing Onaeka of partisanship.
You know, I was saying before that I don't know what angst he has against Bishop Onaeka. But if Bishop Onaeka wanted to wait till the litigation was over before acknowledging anybody, that was absolutely his own business. I do not see how that affects Nigeria for the business. Yeah, exactly. His very personal business, you know. It wasn't the view of the church or whatever. And then to what they went to see the president for. There was nothing he said that was not what Nigerians were going through. He simply pointed out the fact that Nigerians are suffering, they are hungry, and they are going through a lot of hardship, which every right-thinking Nigerian understands. Even the president acknowledges that in most of his speeches. So I think that some people have said, he's a man who has always benefited from government. Even when he was not the DG of Khan, he was benefiting from, he was always going to Jerusalem, sponsored by the government. Yes. And being an appointee of the president, what would you have?
Mustafa Mohammed, there was this Islamic group that went to see the president on Friday, over the weekend. You know, Friday? I think it was on Thursday. So we are seeing more religious leaders through to unlike the Catholic bishops. The outcome of the meeting was more positive and engaged. I saw them exchange banters and pat each other on the back.
The leader of the Tijaniya sect in Nigeria and the other prominent Tijaniya scholars from Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, prominently present. They went to see President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the meeting was so positive. We didn't hear any controversy after. But still speaking about
did they endorse the president?
No, you know, we are not privy to their private meeting.
Okay, it was a private. Like that, those of the Catholic bishops.
They have journalists. They have a national conference, I think, in Abuja. But still talking about the Tijaniya, we heard that the Kano State Governor allegedly stopped them from the use of Sani Abacha Stadium for their conference. But you see, the Tijaniya sects have large numbers in Kano. And I don't think it's a wise idea for...
So does the state governor think that they are not politically aligned to his interests or what?
We really don't know. But you see, if they are angry with the system, they can use their numbers. And that will not be very good for the state governor to be making enemies. You know, he has Konkwasiya movement to have to fight. Now he has Tijaniya group to fight. So
I don't think that it is right for any governor or president of a country to stop a group. You know, there's freedom of association, there's freedom of expression. Okay. You have no right to stop anybody from the use of public space so long as they apply, they go through the normal processes to acquire the place. I think that it is very, very wrong.
The next set of visitors to Asura Presidential Villa. Catholic bishops have gone, the Muslim group have gone. What about the traditionalists? The past, the Ikengas. Mustafa, what name do you call it in the northern part of Nigeria?
We have several tribes. Every tribe has its own name. Yes. But maybe the popular ones now, Bokai.
We visit Asura Presidential Villa since the gates have been thrown open to welcome religious leaders. Remember that we're a secular state, and there are traditional African religionists who will say, give us our own rights. Anyway, let's welcome our guest for today, Osinaibe, electoral reform experts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You didn't mention that I was going to be the next to visit.
to Aso representation? On what capacity? On what constituency?
As a religious believer. It's a new one, you don't know it.
So you profess to?
We all profess to.
One God.
No, it's religious believer.
He said he's a religious believer.
I'm a bit confused.
You can use AI.
But you're entitled to. You're entitled to make it something.
I know you've been keeping close tabs on the developments in the electoral system in the run-up to the elections. Perhaps we'll start with the extension of the deadline till Tuesday, August 11, for the upload of names of governorship, deputy governorship, and as a state assembly election candidates. What must have informed that decision?
Like Anne said, certain protest or pleading or whatever name we want to say, but they yielded to the cry of political parties and they need to extend. But it actually worries me that no party missed the deadline for the primaries. Why take this like forever? Even the ruling party, we thought could actually have that kind of challenge because they had more of they were more of the hot seat because of the commotions of aspirants in that party. But they met the deadline. I mean, I'm really surprised. But INEC usually want to be seen to be doing seen, not the perception. So you want to see that, oh, I've listened to you. Don't forget INEC extended deadline of the election and the timetable was reversed. So they continue to listen, maybe until a point in time when they may not be able to listen to any other political association.
Right now, there's a lot of litigation going on in political parties. Like I know of the ADC, there's a whole lot of litigation in states, particularly in the Southwest, because of the alleged interference by the former Minister of the Interior. And, that's Arabeshola. And you recall that the elders of the Southwest, of the party in the Southwest last week demanded that he resign. So there's a whole lot. And these litigations are still pending, and that might be the reason why they were not able to, of course, meet up with INEC's deadline. How do you think this is going to impact on the process?
So the assumption is that it's only ADC.
No, not that. I'm just saying, I know the ADC.
Okay.
ADC has its own too.
Because what INEC said was that political party pleaded, and usually they would have pleaded on the platform of IPAC, which also happened then with the extension of the timeline for primaries. It was IPAC who made that plea. But however, to your point, it is a chair of the party and the secretary that have the statutory responsibility to send nominated names to INEC. So if, like you're saying, that the secretary of the party, as of this moment, had an issue in a zone, well, what about the other zone? So can we block off this zone? But I don't even think so, because the chair of the party is the one who bears all of this burden. So there are issues in the Southwest. It should affect the upload of those candidates. In any case,
no, the issues were actually with the primaries, the result of the primaries.
So
the names that did not contest the primaries were allegedly.
Yes. So what you do, which is not the first time, these are pre-election matter. If the party end up uploading a name that will be dropped at by the court, whether High Court or Appeal Court or whatever, in the future, you know what will happen to this candidate. It will just be swapped. So even if the candidate did not participate in the election, but arguably he won the primaries. We've had that case before, even though now we say, let's not use the Celestine Omeya, for example. It's irrelevant. Let's drop it. We're past the Celestine Omeya's position, but we should go beyond that. But I see this 2027 election almost going back to that kind of setting, because not just in the ADC, the APC also had those challenges. NDC also had those challenges. There were people who thought they won, but I'm still waiting. There are still cases for particularly on the NDC, not to amplify any specific, that certain individuals are still holding claim to the votes. I mean, that they want the primaries. But that is why the setup of that reconciliation committee became eminent. So maybe the NDC would have been among the party that will also appeal to say, please allow this. Yeah, but I think anyone that misses Tuesday may have to go to Supreme Court, and maybe we may have another Supreme Court governor in the future.
Part of the problem may be because of the fact that the parties refuse to release winners of their primaries.
Yes.
Unlike in the past, within 24 hours, you know who the winners are. But after conducting these primaries, apart from presidential election, for National Assembly, for governorship, not much on it, but for state assembly, they held it back. I don't know when they were cooking within. They both themselves to a corner where when they saw that the deadline was approaching, they couldn't upload and they had to start making appeals to INEC to extend.
You are very correct. I think that's where, so in the military, there's what they call take correction. When you take correction, and see the next man. So, so they must have taken correction from APC. APC started it. Go to the primaries. Don't declare result. If you declare result, you are on your own. The national is the one that have the power and the authority to declare the winner. So all the other parties just took correction. So they all technically avoided to have a situation where somebody won at the point of the elections. And don't forget, it was the first time that parties were coerced to run a direct primaries, which, in my opinion, impacted on them greatly. Because there were people who had strongholds, who control certain areas. They ran their own primaries and they won, and it was publicly. There were others who sat in their offices because they got the power of authority. They also announced their own results. You saw what happened in Edo, even though the senatorial election had been decided, and those who may have won, let me say, I don't want to say legitimately with the videos we saw, but I've also considered to say, no, we are party people, let it flow. We saw that in Delta. We saw that in Cross River. In fact, it was the last.
Do you think the political space had been deliberately narrowed down against so many contestants? Because, like, for example, in APC, the governor led so many of the state to decide who should contest and who should not. And then after the primaries, results were withheld. Now, looking at the structure of our politicking, where the system does not allow for an independent candidate, do you think in the future, if we can have such electoral reforms that will allow people to contest independent of the political parties, do you think many of such crises will no longer be there as much as it is today?
I've answered this question before when people talked about independent candidacy. It exists in Ghana and its area. It also, let me give you the one I saw in the US example, where at the presidential elections in the US.
I remember Ross Perot.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Everybody knows that it is either this or this. There were certain independent candidates who wanted to appear at the debate, and they said we didn't meet the threshold, we only want to do one. The problem of independent candidacy, which of course, let me not mention them, at the point where there was this movement for not to run. Yes. Independent candidates were part of their ideology to push for the reduction of age and an independent candidacy. And this was an advice that came at some point, that you may get an independent at the local level. Yes, so parliamentary level or at parliamentary level, so that you can win in a smaller place. But to coordinate an election, let's even say the presidency or the governor, is a huge task. That even if you become an independent candidate, how do we make sure that you meet you create a platform that you enable your vote to appear on the ballot? Otherwise, we are going to have a ballot paper that is as long from here to OIA. Because everyone needs to have to just make sure we set high standard. And if you set high standard, then what is the essence of it? So the question will be, most people are saying you must end it on the ballot. So you have to go and get people to sign for you. Yes. And if you get that number, if I see that number and says, well, these signatories are fake, what do you do?
In some of these constituencies,
Many of these political parties do not field candidates. It's just the big ones, as it were. So when the independent candidacy comes in and you set strict conditions, those that have the capacity, because politics is not for the ordinary. You must have resources, no doubt about it. You must have that capacity to mobilize. Mobilize resources, mobilize support. So when you set that stringent rules, if there's an independent candidacy, name no call want to be there. You say you don't want to mention names. I know names, but we will run. But okay, just make it. Let's assume you said the threshold. Yes. And the power that be. I'm very conscious of that word. Don't forget it. We have a provision for recall in this country. You know what? I've never been used. Yes. We've tried to use it. It never worked. Even the Obasanjo regime, in the Jigawa state, the first time it was tested, it could not work. That was just because it was too stringent. It was too because at the end of the day, you have to justify with a signatory that this threshold made the demand to even process to go to the to go and do the validation at the polling unit or whatever location INEC may declare. What that means is that if I know we are going to vote on that day and I have my small resources to push in, I will scatter everywhere. We know this violence in this country.
I think the first time it was tested was with JCN Waku. That was in Benue State at that time.
Which was it under Waku?
Yes, under Obasanjo. Yes, it was Senator Waku. He was almost the most popular senator then. Yes, it was JCN Waku.
Yerima.
And I think what he did was to just reach out to his friends in APP and AD at that time. So while the PDP was angling to remove him, he gathered all the votes from APP and AD. And of course, they couldn't vote him out. They couldn't vote for himself.
So maybe the example I was talking about was an example, I think Senator Yerima, I can't remember his name, who told us in 2007, how in 2007, in 2020, in 2002, before the election of 2003, that Obasanjo made every effort, but it never worked. I in Zamfara or Jigawa, but maybe what you're saying, but generally it has never worked because I heard it from the senator among in our community.
You just hope that it will have succeeded in Ghana. Why do you think we cannot succeed in Nigeria?
So in Ghana, it worked with the parliament. So you can only, we have seen independent candidate winning to the Ghana parliament, yes, which, like Amechi said, it's a bit easier. You have a constituency where you are very pronounced, you are big, you don't have to go too far. If you go after the 2027 election, go and check the result of senators, 30 senators. You'll be surprised that they won with about 1,500 votes, 2,000 votes. I can secure that number. Yes, if you do your own, then that means we can start somewhere. If you do your own, I'm saying how do you get yourself on the ballot? So if you put measures in place to create that, for you to get on the ballot, these voters in the area will sign. It becomes easier to win the main election than the primary election. So maybe that's where it will get us to. But however, I'm saying that if INEC comes tomorrow, like what happened in the Natasha case, the INEC said, well, we verified the signatures and it didn't meet the threshold. So we are not going ahead to proceed with it. So assuming...
So now, are you saying that it is the electoral umpire that will constitute the roadblock?
I am saying that whoever controls this institution will control you out. First of all, people who go for independent candidacy eventually were members of a political party. So they may have gotten angry, like we know with John Shipping now. So you would have just removed the camping from one party to another to the camping to an independent, which is provided for. So I am saying that before you aim to get on the ballot, assume that for councillor, they say you must have 200 people to sign for you to end on the ballot. Then you move it to the Senate, and they say for you to get on the Senate, the total registered numbers in that senatorial district, let's say, is 200,000. So you must get 20% of those to get in. And you know
20,000, which is 20,000.
Which is 20,000. And somebody will go into one room and cook up 20,000 votes. And then have signature, because there's a register at the disposal, but there's no signature for him to
What if the person is not cooking up the numbers and has actually that number of persons to sign for him. You see, if we do not try this thing, how are we going to find out if it will work or not? We haven't even given it a chance.
We try what we know work. Where do you have
if you can work in Ghana, even at that level, why can we not start in Nigeria?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm actually saying it's a model that we have. I just told you what happened. How I got to this decision. I used to promote independent candidates, but I have withdrawn from it because of the cost of elections. You see, if there's a, so we have, how many parties do we have in Nigeria? Okay, you have INEC. Pardon? You're pitying INEC? No, I'm pitying the candidate that will waste their time and energy and eventually declare as a independent candidate and they don't win, they will come back to this kind of. That's what my colleagues are saying. That's the starting point. We'll take it up from there. I'm going to the next level. But taking a look at this electoral process so far, since 1999, I will say it's the most chaotic, most confusing. We don't know what the deadlines are. We all few weeks to primary. We are still debating over which is it direct, the electoral, and it started from the nature of the Electoral Act, the National Assembly amended. Yes. They imputed so much politics without thinking about good governance of the country
and the consequences
and the antics of the political parties. From what we have seen post primaries, the primaries of the political parties are no different from the conduct of local council election by states of the federation. We have never seen it so chaotic. Who won? We didn't know. Up till now, we are waiting for INEC to upload. How did we get here? You see, when this is the process. For every primary election, INEC observes the process. And ideally, in an ideal situation, when INEC participates in the process, INEC takes away the person is declared in that process. However, wait for the political party, because the Supreme Court has ruled that the internal affairs of the party is solely, yes, so INEC cannot usurp those processes. If INEC had observed primary election where you have five individuals emerging as winners, INEC is somewhere that follow this process to the point of declaration. They write their own report to the commission. If any of these aspirants eventually appear in court, INEC is subpoenaed, yes, to present its own report. But we have not seen that. I've seen one or two cases where the court overturned the decision of the party. Yes, previously we are able to see it in this. I think one or two. Yes, it's fantastic.
Do you think the parties with that Supreme Court judgment have become so powerful? Because I still recall when Lawal, who has not participated in the primary, the former Senate president in the previous election, was submitted to INEC, and the current Senate president also had the same issues. Are all these things going to be pre-election matters? You just have, if you disagree with your party, go to court. The Supreme Court or a Court of Appeal will receive and give you. Do you think this is these things are good for the system?
So you see, the example Amici just brought is that there have been cases, which is something that we need to stay on. By the Supreme Court, by the Electoral Act, Amici, remember, we have discussed what the parliamentarians wanted to do with the Electoral Act. Put themselves strategically so that they face out the war. After all, the president told them in the last two budget presentation that because they were standing on this mandate, they were all going to return. So they created an Electoral Act that was supposed to benefit them, and that Electoral Act now went against them. So that is a pain today, that what we intended for good has not changed. But the case of the current Senate President and the former Senate President is a case where you have to shut out. You remember in the Lawal's case you mentioned, the man who initially had the ticket went to court, but the Supreme Court stopped him. The appeal court has said yes, he was the candidate. That there's nothing like that. He didn't participate. There was evidence that this individual went for the presidential. It was seen, cited at the primary election of the presidential candidate. So he participated. His name was on the ballot. Suddenly, after the process was over, he reappeared, and there were two of them. You know that they had to. It was also this APC thing that this is an internal affair of the party. No, again, they float the baby and the baby cannot cry. If you cry, you have more trouble. Because what you should do is to try to cry when you are giving the milk You then try to also calm down. I think the real pain is politicians usurping powers or creating laws. They call it reform, but to their own benefit. And at the end of the day, it actually weaponizes against them rather than against others they wanted to go against.
Quite interesting. Let's see how this will play out. A lot of cases are already in court. I will see what the courts will say in outcome and all that. But huge lessons for the political parties, huge lessons for INEC. Like I said, for me, this is about the most chaotic. I hope we'll have ample time. It doesn't flow over into the main election in January and February.
It will flow over. Let us expect how we navigate it, because this is August. You know, when the Electoral Act came, it was close to the period of primaries, and indirect primaries left. Suddenly, parties were coerced to do what they do with INEC, but they don't want to do it internally and properly. And maybe just you know how the election was 1, 7, 40. So they wanted the numbers, not necessarily the process.
May God help us. It's a long, tortuous process, and it calls for hard work. We must continue to put in the hard work. Reformation of the electoral process is continuous, but we hope we'll get to the promised land before the 40 years Israelites spent on the wilderness. We can do it in 1999 to 2006. That's about 28 years. We can do it in a record time, even though we are moving closer to the 40-year period. I have to thank you so much, Osimaibe, for joining us today. We enjoy the clarity and the perspective you brought to bear on our analysis for today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you also for being part of the program today. My name is Amechi, and on behalf of my colleagues, Uju Eje and Mustafa Mohammed, have a good time.
The fall armyworm has caused devastating crop losses across Africa since it arrived in 2016 in Malawi at Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Biotechnology research scientist Kingdom Kwapata is leading studies into varieties of maize whose genes have been modified to resist the pest. Such engineered crops are considered genetically modified organisms or GMOs.
We needed a solution because our farmers are suffering. Our main purpose and aim for the research is to establish whether the gene that confers resistance against fall armyworms and other lepidopteran insects is effective.
The trials are expected to take about 5 years. They are conducted in a fenced and confined maize field 500 meters away from any traditional crop to avoid possible contamination with the traditional varieties. In the meantime, lawmakers, traditional leaders, and farmers have visited the trial site to observe its progress. Some farmers are excited about the trial, which is in its first year.
This will solve the problems of lack of money to buy pesticides to kill fall armyworms, which have affected my maize harvest for many years. And I am now a happy farmer because these trials are providing solutions to the problem.
Another subsistence farmer, Esther Ganjawala, is skeptical about the technology. She notes that replacing local maize varieties with high-yielding hybrids has created new troubles.
These new varieties are not good at all. You can't harvest anything without applying fertilizers, and they are easily attacked by pests. That's why there is growing poverty. But with our local varieties, we can harvest even without applying fertilizers.
Researcher Kwapata says genetically modified crops have been introduced safely elsewhere, including the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. But many in Malawi are concerned about possible health and environmental impacts.
So even though the target is to make sure the stalk borer doesn't attack the maize or the armyworms, but actually the introduction of this GMO will affect other beneficial insects such as bees and other birds. So that is something that we don't want. We don't want to disturb that cycle.
Ghania also fears that once introduced to farmers, the GMO maize would keep other local crops from growing. Kwapata says there is no evidence that would happen, but he acknowledges that people are concerned.
There's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of political anxiety. But in the final analysis, as researchers, we are saying that the nation needs to give us a chance to do the research diligently, independently, without due influence.
Kwapata says the researchers will present results of the trials only to government authorities so they can decide whether the GMO maize should be introduced in Malawi. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
The symptoms which are associated with the decreased testosterone level. Normally testosterone it's a masculine hormone, so which makes as a masculine starting from the childhood. So when there is a decrement in testosterone, there are different symptoms. So to start with, the common ones are regarding sexual activity. So there will be decreased libido or decreased desire to have sex, and there will be decreased erection or erectile dysfunction maybe there, like including the morning erection, which happens in a healthy man. So all these sexual related symptoms are common ones. So when a guy has these symptoms, so the first thing that we'll do is we'll have some tests, including the serum testosterone level, which means the amount of testosterone in the blood will be tested. There are values in the normal values. So it has to be confirmed with this low testosterone level. The first thing is that. And the other is these symptoms are not specific. So there are different disease entities which can bring symptoms like this. So the guy has to get, or the patient has to get different workups, different investigation to rule out these things, okay? So that's the first thing that we do. And once it's confirmed that the problem is only the decrement or lack of testosterone, there are different supplements, different testosterone supplements. They have different preparations, like there are parts which can be applied to different parts of the body. And also there are gels which can be applied to the skin and also to the nostrils also. And we do have some tablets and including injections also. As I told earlier, the risk factors are like decreased physical activity, smoking, and obesity. These are the common ones. So generally having a healthy lifestyle, like getting involved into exercise, like decreasing weight, and also ceasing the smoking or stopping smoking.
For many immigrants, mastery of everyday English does not mean they feel comfortable in all settings, like doctors' offices. That's where medical interpreters play a crucial role. But access to these highly skilled professionals is not guaranteed for many Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. Ali Rojin reports.
In San Francisco's Chinatown, Bi Huang sells jewelry and other Chinese goods as she has for the last 30 years. In her shop, she strings English together as easily as beads on twine. But outside, it's different. Even routine doctor's appointments can feel foreign. So Bi usually requests an interpreter to speak her native Cantonese, a language spoken by over 85 million people worldwide.
It is essential to have someone who is able to translate for me while attending medical appointments. If there's information I don't understand, it can be pivotal to my health.
Northeast Medical Services, or NEMS, provides many of those services. Dr. Amy Tang is the Director of Immigrant Health at NEMS. She says screening for and treating hepatitis and other common healthcare issues here reduces the risk of patients failing to follow up with specialists because of language barriers.
It's really important that we train our providers to manage it in the primary care setting and not have to refer out to specialists every time since it's so common.
Dr. Tang speaks Mandarin, and many staff members are at least bilingual. Most of the patients at this NEMS location are Chinese American.
We can also probe further about maybe reasons for reluctance or understand some of the cultural background norms of why they may be reluctant to try this medication or their fear about a side effect or their concern about a vaccine. I'll choose Lao.
When doctors and nurses can't speak a patient's language, they'll use one of these devices, which connect to interpreters over video or the phone. But calls can get dropped, and wait times for interpreters can drag on past the appointment time. That's why the gold standard is in-person medical interpreters. Alice Wong is a staff interpreter at UC San Francisco Hospital and is certified in both Mandarin and Cantonese.
So I'm going to look in your ears first.
Today, she's helping a Cantonese-speaking patient get fitted for a new hearing aid. Because when language isn't a barrier, doctors can focus on their primary job, taking care of their patients.
Thanks for watching Healthy Living. For the latest news and coverage, stay connected to Voice of America at voaafrica.com. You can follow me on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Linor Mudu. That's our show for today. Until next time, stay well and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is Nigeria Today on AIT. I am Shola Jayesimi.
I'm Ogom Ezedimbawaka.
Okay, let's begin this bulletin, which talks about things that have happened in Nigeria with this first report that hundreds of women have protested in Osogbo, the Osun State capital, demanding stronger security measures ahead of Saturday's governorship election. The protesters raised concerns over reported political violence, killings, and alleged police intimidation, warning that residents must be able to participate in the election without fear.
The killing of a 14-year-old boy in Inubu and 29 others are among incidents that have heightened concerns over political violence ahead of Saturday's governorship election. With 5 days to the vote, hundreds of women marched through Osogbo demanding greater protection for residents. They also raised allegations of police intimidation and called on security agencies to remain neutral.
We are here today because we are mothers. We are mothers there. We are wives. We are women who have watched the tear in the eyes of our children. We have seen families bury loved ones. We have seen communities traumatized. property is destroyed.
The protester said political competition must not cost lives, urging President Bola Tinubu and Inspector General of Police to intervene.
Our concern is particularly grave in Ijesha land, where the people have, in recent weeks, enjoyed the frightening combination of arrest, killings, shootings, intimidation, and destruction of property.
Receiving them, Commissioner of Police on Election Duty Samuel Etavo said adequate security measures were in place and their concerns will be presented to the Inspector General of Police.
We want peace. That's what we cannot conduct election in an insecure environment. Yes. This election is a federal election. Yeah. And we must get it right. We must get it right. That's what we want. I want everybody. I want to applaud you. I want to madam.
The women also urged INEC and election observers to closely monitor the process and safeguard voters. Olafide Olajide, AIT News, Oshobo.
Joining us via Zoom is Grace Eniola Motosho. She is the Osun Women Leader. Thank you so much for joining us on Nigerian Today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we saw in that report hundreds of women coming out to protest the killings in Osun State, demanding stronger security measures. And we also saw that they raised concerns over reported political violence and killings and alleged police intimidation. How credible are these allegations of police intimidation?
Thank you very much. I'm glad you had your correspondence on ground this morning. The Osun women, we came out, not even hundreds, we came out in thousands this morning because we have witnessed intimidation, we've witnessed unlawful arrests, we've witnessed killings. This is not stories made up. What happened, a 14-year-old girl was killed in Ilobu. We were here in Osun. Another one was killed in Esauke. Another one killed in Ikire. We went there. We saw them. And we were waiting that something would be done. We were waiting as law-abiding citizens of Osun State, as peaceful women of Osun State, and the parents of our mothers. We were waiting to see the government come up with something, come up with a solution to it. It didn't stop. The intimidation, the harassment, the unlawful detention continued. So we felt women will be scared away on Saturday. We felt people will be scared away to vote on Saturday. And so we said, let all the concerned women in Osun State come together peacefully. Through the election commissioner that will just transfer to Osun State, let's meet with him. Let's tell him our mind. Let's show him what's been happening before he came to us. Because we believed that the people on ground here are biased. Because if these things have happened and nothing has been done till now, nobody has been arrested till now, then I think we should show and lay our grievances peacefully. That's what we did this morning.
The commissioner, police commissioner there, who is there for the election assignment, who we saw in that report, the assurances he gave you, how calm are they to yourself and other women? How calm?
Yes, I want to really again appreciate him, because he said, and we all know that
Mr. Motosho still there? Okay, we may need to just move on to other stories we have. Let's head to Benue State now, where the majority leader in that state's House of Assembly, who is the member representing Kwande West constituency, Thomas Dugeri, has defected from the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and joined the opposition People's Democratic Party.
The state PDP deputy chairperson, Adzua Azongo, presented him to the immediate past governor of Benue State, who is the leader of the PDP in Benue, Samuel Otom, in Abuja. Now, shortly after, in a statement, the PDP welcomed the representative into its fold, and the statement by a publicity secretary, Bright Antio, said Brigadi's decision to join the PDP is a significant development in the political landscape of Benue State and a further indication of the growing confidence in the PDP as a credible platform for inclusive leadership, good governance, and protection of the interest of the people. The statement adds that as a seven majority leader of the State House of Assembly, the PDP noted that his decision to leave the All Progressives Congress and identify with the PDP is particularly significant, adding that it demonstrates that the PDP remains a strong, attractive, and viable political platform with a great appeal across the state. The party assured Dugeri that he is joining a political family where every member is valued, respected, and given a fair opportunity to contribute to the growth and success of the party.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpeholo has approved the appointment of 4,800 special assistants with 25 persons drawn from each of the state's 192 wards. The disclosure was made at the 2026 meeting of leaders of the All Progressive Congress APC and Governor Monday Okpeholo at the Government House in Benin City.
The meeting between Governor Monday Okpeholo and the leaders of the APC in Edo State attracted delegates from the 18 local government areas of the state. The state APC chairman, January Tenebe, announced the appointment, sparking excitement among party leaders and participants at the meeting.
In his magnanimity, the governor have also decided to appoint 25 SAs in each of the wards in the 192 wards across the state.
Governor Okpeholo said the appointments are part of efforts to strengthen grassroots engagement and deepen the administration's presence across the 192 wards of the state.
We don't have any other party than APC. So we are taking the governance to the grassroots, so that whatever is from the top will also go down to the bottom. We all work for this victory. The victory does not belong to Okpeholo alone, and that is Hausa alone. So it belongs to all of us. I love you all. We've never had it this good. We are promising you that the 2.5 million vote promised, Mr. President, is done and posted.
Upon receiving the appointment letters, the special assistants are expected to bridge the gap between the government and the people at the grassroots while advancing the policies and programs of the Okpeholo administration. Here's Inarume, AIT News, Benin.
A few days after the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu visited the Festac Alakija underbridge for an on-the-spot assessment of sections of that structure damaged by suspected vandals, the relevant agency has moved into the site to repair the damaged structure after the police arrested some suspects. When AIT crew visited the scene of the incident on Monday, some workers were sighted undergoing repair works, with security operatives keeping vigil.
From Festac town to the neighboring Alakija axis, all in Amuwo-Odofin local government area of Lagos State, along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway, are two main bridges, one an interchange, while the other an overhead bridge, passing above the major junction. It is at the other end, the interchange from Festac to Alakija community, that AIT crew visited and was not allowed to capture on camera the repair works currently being undertaken by a construction company handling the project in the area, with security operatives keeping an vigil eye. The clandestine activities by some suspected bandits operating in the area under the cover of darkness who vandalized a section of the bridge in their quest to extract iron rods from the supporting pillars, came to the limelight a few days. It caught the attention of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who accompanied by some state executive members, including the contractors handling the job, visited Festac Alakija Bridge on a fact-finding mission to evaluate the extent of the damage to the bridge. Meanwhile, unconfirmed sources say no fewer than 27 suspects in the area were arrested by security operatives and will soon face the consequences of their actions in court. Opinume, AIT News, Lagos.
And we also have Obina Ome joining us right here on Nigerian Today. Thank you so much, Obina, for joining us on Nigerian Today. Yeah, you visited the underbridge. What extent of damage was done to that underbridge by suspected vandals?
When I got there this morning, I saw that the pillars, the top pillars, are vandalized, using the metal of the pillars in the road, the sides of the trying to tell the
you mentioned in the reports we just played that suspects have been arrested. What do you know more about these suspects, and how far is the investigation? Are you in touch with the police authorities on this? How far with the investigation by the police authorities, if you've been in touch with the CP or his team?
That's why the government immediately set up machinery.
Okay, it does appear we have a slight odd connection with Obina there in Lagos on this developing story about vandals damaging the flyover. Let's go to some of those things we have for you. Once known as the Happy City, Ayetoro, an oil-producing community in the Ilaje local government area of Ondo State, is now fighting a battle it cannot win alone. For residents of the once thriving riverine community, the over 15 years of sea incursion ravaging them has become a relentless force, erasing homes, livelihoods, history, and hope. They are making a desperate plea for urgent intervention before the ocean wipes their ancestral home off the map. AIT's Olushola Adesina has more.
Ayetoro is a riverine community in the Ilaje local government area of Ondo State. Once celebrated as the Happy City, the community is gradually becoming a shadow of its former self after battling more than 15 years of recurring sea incursion, and now threatens its very existence. The Atlantic Ocean has swallowed homes, schools, roads, businesses, and cherished memories of what was once thriving coastal settlements.
Ayetoro is at the verge of extinction. For over 10 years, we have been ravaged on daily and monthly basis by serious sea ocean surge. This has destroyed more than 85% of the community. Our voices have gone out to the whole world.
Despite several government interventions and repeated promises of shoreline protection, Ayetoro remains highly vulnerable to the relentless advance of the sea. Community leaders and residents insist that only the construction of permanent sea embankments can halt the destruction and help reclaim what remains of their ancestral homeland.
Let Governor Yedatiwa come down. He is from Ilaje, and since he has been in this position, he has never visited Ayetoro for once. We want President himself to come down.
Before we have City Hall, we have other space, even for sports, for football, things like that. We even have mini stadium, but now all has gone. We are begging the federal government, because it's the duty of federal government to even call them so that they can call them into our aid.
Ironically, Ayetoro is one of the oil-producing communities in Ondo State, yet it continues to grapple with severe environmental degradation and underdevelopment despite decades of resource extraction.
Stop this impact of climate change. We need to transit. We need to move from fossil, burning of fossil fuels. So when you go to some communities, we see that gas flare is everywhere in the community. And this gas flares contributes to the climate issues.
Our electricity is gone, and this electricity was provided by the community. All that the community built on their own, they are all gone. This is the only time we need government assistance, because the scope and the technology of sea embankment is beyond our communal efforts.
Where they are mining the oil, where they are taking the oil, where they are using the oil, because I believe Nigeria money depends on this oil money. Where they are getting the oil, we were neglected, totally neglected.
The Ondo State government says it is intensifying advocacy and engaging the federal government and relevant stakeholders to secure lasting solutions and reduce the impact of the disaster on affected residents.
The resources of the state alone cannot cater for them. So what we are doing with the Ayetoro and others is to expose the area to the world and also see the opportunity to ask for support from donors, from humanitarian organizations. And by so doing, I can tell you, we are getting good results.
The people of Ayetoro, the question is no longer how much land has been lost, but whether the remains of their historic community can still be salvaged before it disappears beneath the Atlantic Ocean. Rumishola Additional, AIT News.
The Kano State government has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the AGF and to urgently intervene and stop the alleged subletting and sale of parts of the Afforestation Program Coordinating Unit complex in Kano. Addressing a news conference in Kano, the State Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change, Dahiru Hashim, described the facility as a vital national environmental asset that must be protected from private encroachers.
Located within the Kano metropolis, the Afforestation Program Coordinating Unit Complex serves as a primary operational base for environmental management and climate action across the semi-arid northern region. Despite its active role in national conservation efforts, reports indicate that portions of the land are allegedly being sublet and sold to private individuals under the pretext that the site has been abandoned. With the full operational presence of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall and other environmental bodies at the site, Commissioner for Water Resources, Environment and Climate Change in Kano State, Dahiru Hashim, insists the complex must be preserved strictly for its original mandate.
Removing these institutions will undermine the very objective for which the President allocated the agency to Kano. Going or fragmenting this green area will eliminate a valuable urban carbon sink that has taken decades to establish and cannot be replaced by compensatory planting elsewhere. The recent relocation of NAGGW has restored the complex to full strategic use. It now provides administrative offices, technical facilities, an environmental laboratory, residential accommodation, and an operational base closer to the communities and project sites most affected by land degradation.
The Commissioner called on the President Bola Tinubu to mandate the Federal Ministries of Justice and Environment to review and set mechanisms in motion towards lawfully retaining the property.
Defend the federal government's title and take all lawful measures necessary to preserve the entire complex for its original environmental and public purposes. We equally urge the Federal Ministry of Environment to maintain its position to the alienation, pursue every available legal remedy against the reported eviction order, and undertake an immediate survey, demarcation, and documentation of the property.
The relocation of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall has now officially made the complex more viable to dispense the mandate effectively. Enemona Ocheme, AIT News, Kano.
A brutal assault which lasted for hours, and a 25-year-old graduate who never made it home alive before any evidence could be tested. Now, before any witness could be heard in court, before the law could determine truth, Ibrahim Mbaya was dead. What began inside a residential compound in Jos has since raised disturbing questions about mob violence, jungle justice, and the dangerous consequences of taking the law into one's hands. How did the missing phone lead to a young man's death? What happened in those final hours? And why, despite repeated warnings and tragic consequences, does jungle justice continue to claim lives across Nigeria? In an exclusive AIT investigation, Adanaya retraces Ibrahim Mbaya's final hours, revisits the key locations, and pieces together the events surrounding his death. From suspects now in custody and their fathers to Ibrahim's family, eyewitnesses, community leaders, medical authorities, the University of Jos, the Plateau State government, and the Inspector General of Police, this investigation brings together voices from across the story. It is an examination of what happened to Ibrahim Mbaya, the questions that remain unanswered, and the price of allowing suspicion to become a death sentence.
On Sunday, July 25, 2026, Ibrahim Mbaya attended a gathering with friends in Jos. Because it was too late, he spent the night in Daniel's room behind City of David along Ring Road. The next morning, Daniel said his iPhone 12 and power bank were missing. He accused Ibrahim of taking them. The allegation was not reported to the police. Ibrahim was found and brought back to the compound. Mobile phone recordings show what followed. The videos appear to show Emmanuel striking Ibrahim with a plank, while Big Ben and others stand on him. Ibrahim pleads in Hausa and English. He is subjected to degrading treatment, tied to a metal pole, and beaten as he becomes weaker. The refuse. Assault continues from about 11 in the morning until sunset. Fellow suspect interviewed by AIT News could not clearly explain why no one stopped, called the police, or sought medical help.
On the fateful day, Reggie, my cousin bro, came to me around 6 a.m. His phone is missing, and then ID is nowhere to be found. So around 11 to 12, I went to his house, and then he was together with IB. So I was questioning IB, where were you from 2 a.m.? Like, where were you? And where is Rinji's phone? So from his explanation, he was going back and forth. I got angry and then I slapped him. I was inside the room before coming out. I thought I'll bring him out so that I will disgrace him in front of the students if he won't say the truth. So when I brought him out, I started hitting him with the plank. And then after hitting with the plank and the pipe, I slapped him like twice before carrying the plank. Then he now said he would tell me where the phone is, we should go back inside.
Daniel, Ibrahim's close friend and sole accuser, is among those in custody.
If I would have just handled shit the right way by reporting to the police or just forgot about the phone, this wouldn't have happened. At least, even if we are not together, he will still be alive.
No independent witness interviewed by AIT News says that saw Ibrahim take the missing items. AIT News has also not seen evidence that a phone was recovered from him or traced to him. Ibrahim, popularly known as IB, was a 25-year-old political science graduate at the University of Jos, a chef and a model. His uncle, Nathaniel Gabriel, says he had never been accused of theft while living with the family for over 10 years.
He's a very hardworking boy, talented, very sincere. If he wants something from you, he will ask. Ibrahim will never take your things without any permission. Very friendly. He has so many friends. So many. Ibrahim cannot fight for himself. His friends fight for him.
A community leader later took AIT News to a hill behind the compound, beside a pool of dirty water, where he says Ibrahim was left.
An elderly woman rushed to my house and told me she saw some group of youth going to the hill with a boy which she's not comfortable with the situation. I immediately ran out and come to the hill where we are standing now at exactly this point. I saw a boy lying down there, very, very unconscious.
A video that emerged 11 days after Ibrahim's death shows him being taken towards the same location. At first, he is walking. Later, he is carried by his hands and legs. Ibrahim was eventually taken to the University of Jos Teaching Hospital.
The 26th of July 2026, around 8 p.m. At our emergency point, a young man was brought in, and our doctors examined him, and at the point of examination, he was already dead. So he was brought in dead.
The University of Jos says it campaigns against violence and has disciplinary procedures for students found responsible for serious misconduct.
As soon as we get the report, of course, the university will sit down and take a decision if they are charged to court. One of the possibilities, of course, is to dismiss the student. That's one of the main possibilities that will be coming, depending on, of course, the outcome of the investigation. And, of course, all the individuals that are also involved in the investigation.
AIT News also asked the Plateau State government what it is doing to support the investigation and prevent similar attacks.
Before now, the state government had issued out a press release as to how cases of jungle justice will be treated as criminality, no matter the level of provocation.
Ibrahim's case reflects a wider national problem. In 10 months, AIT News identified more than 200 suspected incidents of jungle justice from videos, reports, and social media posts across the country. In Marabon Jos, Kaduna State, 34-year-old Onoka Usman Aliyu was seized from police custody and set ablaze after allegation of child theft. The allegation was never established in court. AIT News presented its findings to the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu. The police chief says jungle justice is murder and has directed police commands to treat fatal mob attacks as homicide investigations.
Let me state clearly, without ambiguity, jungle justice is murder. It is not justice. It is a crime, and the Nigerian police force will treat it as such. Nigerian police operates under the rule of law, not mob rule, not citizen, no community, no group have right to try anybody, to sentence anybody, or execute another person in this country. Nobody have the right.
Ibrahim has since been buried in Horo, local government area of Borno State. The missing phone has not been shown to have been recovered from him. He was accused. He was never tried. He was never convicted. The question is whether the law will protect the next person accused before another allegation becomes a death sentence. Ada Onome, AIT News.
A suspected bandit leader accused of involvement in the killing of the traditional ruler and several other people in Imo State have been killed during a police operation. The Nigerian Police Force says Ojigo Eluma Martin, popularly known as Acid, was killed along during an exchange of gunfire with operatives of the Special Tactical Squad of the Force Intelligence Department in Ohaji Egbema local government area. The operation took place at about 1:30 in the morning on August 6 and was part of an investigation into the killing of the traditional ruler for Cha Kingdom, Eze Barrister Paulinus Ekweme, and 5 other people. And police say operatives led by Assistant Commissioner of Police Victor Ogbedi Godfrey raided a hideout where acid was believed to be staying. According to the force, the suspect opened fire after seeing the officers, leading to an exchange of gunfire which lasted for several hours. Police say acid was killed during the exchange while other suspected members of the group escaped into the surrounding forest. An AK-47 rifle, 3 magazines and 56 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition were recovered from the scene. Police described Acid as a suspected leader of a criminal group being investigated over a series of killing and violent attacks in Ohaji Egbema and neighboring communities between 2024 and 2026. One of the most prominent cases is the killing of Eze Paulinus Ekweme and 5 other people on April 10. Police say the traditional ruler had returned to Nigeria after spending 5 years in the United States and had been invited to a meeting. When all the victims were attacked along the Asawara Road while traveling towards Owerri.
Now, globally, it is agreed a nation that gambles with the welfare of its teacher is gambling with the life of every child in that country. You cannot build schools with one hand and steal teachers' homes with the other. That's what it's all about. That is why the Nigerian Union of Teachers, that's the NUT's municipal branch in the Federal Capital Territory, is asking one simple question: who will protect teachers? Now, we have a story which we'll bring it to you later, but we're getting straight into the conversation because we have in the studio Comrade Percy Ndam. He's the Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, the municipal branch for the FCT. Thank you, sir, for coming into the studio.
It's my pleasure.
So this issue around the rights of the teachers and the properties belonging to teachers, homes belong to teachers, what's the main grouse? What's the issue?
Yeah, thank you once again. The issue is teachers in the municipal city had the need for accommodation. You are aware that schools within the FCT are spread all over.
Correct.
And because of the difficulties of accommodation in FCT, many teachers stayed outside the FCT, particularly the town. And for that reason, teachers decided to say, let's have a place for ourselves, which will also help us to access our school, which are working places, easily. So teachers came together, applied. Unfortunately, application for the land from the FCT was not given. They had to resort to buying the property from vendors. And you know, when FCT is not like any other state or settlement, once you acquire land in FCT, what you need to do is to process the documents to be sure they are from the government and they are recognized and acknowledged by the government for your own use. That was done after purchasing from the vendors. Teachers went ahead to process this document from the FCTA, which is the Federal Capital Territory Administration. Unfortunately, to cut the long story short, young teachers were struggling on how to build these houses. Cases of grabbing the land came in. Some persons come from nowhere with documents claiming the ownership of some plots of the land. The teachers in municipal have these lands located in 2 places. All of them are in Amak. One is located in a village called Piakasa, and it's between Piakasa and Keti. Another is located by the Idu rail station, opposite a village called the Brazil village. The native name of that village is Wupa. Now, while teachers were processing this document, it was shared to individual teachers to start building. As that was going on, you know, because of low income of teachers, many couldn't do anything. So the land became, empty, undeveloped. And because of that, to some extent, some grabbers started taking advantage of the virgin lands that were not developed. So teachers started crying out, what do we do about this? We need to approach the government. The file you see with me here are the documents of the lands. And let government come in. Why are these people coming in from here? Where are they coming from? Is it by the government law or directives or what? So we have written to the ministers, the minister of the past regime and the present minister, thinking they will give us audience to explain and give an appeal on what they should do. But there was no any response from either of them. The only government that tried then was the minister of the state, Dr. Mariam, the former minister of state, who was serving under the regime of Bello Mohammed Musa. She constituted a committee to look into the cases teachers brought before her. That committee didn't give us any result as I speak. So when this government came in, we wrote to the present minister. All the correspondences are here. There is no any response. No response to any of the correspondences. All effort to see him one-on-one like this have proven abortive. So we decided to say, if we keep staying like this and talking about documentation of correspondences, the land will be taken away. Because the grabbers that are coming in full force. What I mean by that is that they come in with working equipment. They excavate, they start fencing. Any plots they cut off, they start fencing and start building. And they also sell to others.
Okay, so the documents with which these persons come, have you, the teachers union, looked at those documents? Have you what have you seen written on those documents?
Yes, they don't come to us, but on our own, trying to investigate where they are coming from, we've been able to lay our hands on some of the documents given to them. And we saw that those documents were given in 2026, even 2027, signed by the Director of Land, FCT, which means it's by FCT.
When did you actually purchase?
We acquired this land.
When did teachers purchase this land?
We acquired this land in 2012.
2012.
Yes.
You have documents as far back as
we have documents on that, and we've regularized the documents.
The people who are encroaching, you have documents far back as well?
The one we have laid our hands on are 2026 and 2027. I mean 2025 and 2026, sorry, July.
So that means in this current administration of
exactly, it is this very regime that they are coming up with this document. Those that have been coming and we've been able to send them away did not come with documents.
Okay, so the last question, if I may say, do you intend to go to court?
We are civil servants. Going to court, yes, is the best option for every person that is being maltreated, so to say. But our intention is to have access to meeting the minister to discuss with him. Appeal to him, are you aware of these things that are going on? If you are, this is our position, can't we come in? Because we felt he's our employer, he's our minister. We work directly under him, he pays our salaries. So we expect that he should give us audience to tell him some of these challenges we are facing outside his office. And probably he could come in. Since he's already working in FCT, all of us can bear that witness. We are seeing what he's doing. We felt that this thing should be given to us, let audience be given to us, so that this land, the people perpetrating this evil should be traced. If the documents are from government, then we ask, why collecting our own and also reallocating to another person on top of our lands?
Okay, thank you so much, Comrade Percy Ndam, the Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, the Abuja Municipal Area Council Chapter. Thank you for coming on to give your perspectives to this issue about alleged land grabbing.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
The academic activities at the Nasarawa State University KEFI have been disrupted following an indefinite strike declared by lecturers under the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Mr. Branch. The chairman, Dr. Zubairu Loko, disclosed this in a telephone interview with AIT and saying the strike was total and comprehensive. According to Loko, the industrial action followed the failure of the university authorities and the Nasarawa State government to address several outstanding welfare concerns affecting academic staff. He said lecturers were being owed more than 3 billion naira in arrears, arising from unpaid earned academic allowance, the implementation of the minimum wage, and the recently approved salary increment for academic staff of universities by the federal government. The ASU chairman said the union has held several meetings with the university management and government council and the state government to seek the payment of the outstanding entitlements. He said the meetings had failed to produce any positive outcome and leaving the lecturers with no option but to withdraw their services.
Okay, we'll take a short break. We'll be back on Nigeria Today.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
You're welcome back to Nigeria Today. The Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako, has asked the Nigerian Medical Association, the FCT chapter, as well as the National Association of Resident Doctors to sustain consultations, noting that members of the associations and the government are partners in the development of the country, especially the health sector. The minister says strengthening collaboration among stakeholders remains critical in ensuring that the health sector effectively delivers on its mandate. The minister said this during an engagement with medical associations where he assured that the renewed hope agenda is aware of the challenges confronting Nigerian doctors and is taking steps to address them.
Problem of shortage of health professionals, including doctors, in our various facilities. At the same time, we have the challenge of being able to maintain industrial harmony. So we need to do a balance. We should maintain this spirit to ensure it's not every time we have to down to.
The chair of the NMA's FCT chapter, George Ebong, says doctors are committed to effective delivery of service, except that their welfare has been treated as secondary. He says improving working conditions and prioritizing doctors' welfare are essential to retaining medical professionals and restoring confidence in the nation's health system.
We have to put a spotlight on the welfare of doctors in FCT as a whole, so that we can have doctors who are going to stay back in the country and work with passion. And without passion, you can have functional medicine practice.
With the exodus of an estimated 16,000 doctors who live in search of greener pastures, the NMA FCT leadership says the government must create an environment where doctors and other health professionals can work with dignity, passion, and a sense of purpose.
A coalition of more than 100 civil society groups, health advocates, and public interest organizations rejected the proposed National Tobacco Control Act Amendment and Bill 2025, describing it as a threat to public health. The group under the Nigerian Tobacco Control Community said the proposed legislation weakens existing safeguards against tobacco and emerging nicotine products. At the media briefing, the coalition expressed particular concern over provisions it says could create loopholes for the promotion and sale of products such as vapes and others.
3 years of investment, not only in the funds that some organizations have invested into tobacco control, but the time and energy, the passion of those who saw this, that public health will be a very important concern to Nigeria. And I'm going to take us back to years of starting all over again. Well, on behalf of the Alliance, we are firmly against this, and we are not going to stand down.
These people are also potential business interests. And so they must do all they can to cultivate that business interest. And when they are cultivating business interest in this new dispensation, that this business interest is counted as harm reduction. And so they appear to the public and say that, oh, we are promoting new products that are less harmful. Ask yourself, what does it even mean for a product to be less harmful?
In Nigeria, when young people form a large part of our population, about 60%, our publications circulate widely through websites and social media. Such a weak definition offers little protection. It only creates a convenient legal route for tobacco advertising to reach our children.
The group demanded that the National Assembly immediately recall the consolidated bill and subject it to a transparent, public health-led review. They're also calling for the publication of committee reports and voting records and stakeholder submissions that inform the development of the bill.
if you can have a fake agency that is drawing budgets, and now we're having a fake document, a fake bill that has passed through not only the House of Reps. The House of Reps did a public hearing, which is a normal thing. And at that public hearing, two documents totaling 4 pages, were presented to the people of Nigeria for intervention. And we looked at the two documents and we said these two amendment bills are not strong enough. And then based on what is here, we made our recommendations. They took those recommendations into their inner chambers, discarded all the recommendations that Nigerians made, and they came down to the 30-page new document that have absolutely no bearing on the original 2 documents that were presented to Nigerians. How do we explain this to well-meaning individuals in Nigeria?
They urge Nigerians, public health professionals, parents, and young people to speak up in defense of public health.
In Kaduna, the authorities there are seeking to reduce maternal and child mortality and address the high rate of antenatal care dropout through a program. The Maternal and Child Mortality and Antenatal Care tagged Mama Base. The initiative is being introduced in that state following encouraging results recorded during its pilot phase in Lagos. AIT's Abimaje Moses reports.
For many women in the South communities, pregnancy does not always end with a safe delivery. Poverty, distance to health facilities, and the cost of accessing maternal health services can keep expectant mothers away from antenatal care. Now, the Mama-Based Health Initiative is seeking to close some of these gaps in Kaduna State, with a particular focus on reducing preventable maternal deaths and antenatal care dropouts.
There are some deaths that may occur for one reason or the other, but there's usually a high number of preventable deaths. So we need to work on how we're going to improve access to care and reduce that number.
At this dissemination meeting in Kaduna, health stakeholders reviewed findings from the program and discussed how lessons from its implementation can be applied to vulnerable communities across the state. The intervention comes against the backdrop of Kaduna's continuing maternal health. Experts say the focus is to reduce preventable maternal
the facility is too far. Sometimes finance can be a problem. Sometimes geographical location. But this program seems to breach that by those barriers.
It will go a long way in reducing the dropouts in ANC4 in Kaduna State.
Abimaje Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
Sport Track is next.
Okay, let's start the sports segment with reports about the Nigerian Professional Football League. One of the teams which plays in it, the Shooting Stars, have parted ways with head coach Nuruddin Aweroro, the team manager Tammy Tamuno, and assistant coach Shakiru Lawal, just weeks before the start of the new NPFL season. The Ibadan-based club said the decision was reached by mutual consent, with the parties choosing to end their respective contracts with immediate effect. Aweroro guided the Oluyole Warriors to a third-place finish in the just concluded NPFL season, securing a continental ticket for the club side. The remaining assistant coaches have been directed to oversee the technical department temporarily, pending the appointment of a substantive head coach. Shooting Stars will begin its new NPFL campaign against the Sporting Lagos on the 28th of this month, with the club now facing a race against time to appoint a new tactical leader. Nigeria's Eniola Bolaji delivered a statement performance at the Para Badminton International to lift the women's SL3 title without dropping a single game. The world number 2 capped a dominant campaign with a straight games victory over Brazil's Kawana Kepempam in the final, following 3 equally convincing wins earlier in the competition. Bolaji considered just 57 points throughout the tournament, underlining her dominance as She brushed aside opponents from Brazil, Croatia, and Mexico on her way to gold. The victory also represents a strong response after her outing at the British and Irish International and provides a timely boost ahead of the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games. Now, with Nigeria's para badminton program banking on her experience and consistency, Bolaji's latest title further underlines her status as one of the country's leading medal prospects on the international stage. And that's it on the sports segment.
Kano State is setting its sights in becoming a regional hub for medical services. Governor Abba Yusuf has unveiled 2 landmark specialized facilities, a new center for disease control and a dedicated sickle cell center. Governor Abba Yusuf said the milestones are reinforcing his administration's commitment to public safety and health workforce.
Located in the Sabongeri area of Fege local government, the Kano State Center for Disease Control, KNCDC, is northern Nigeria's first sub-regional facility built for infectious disease prevention, detection, and response. Speaking at the commissioning, Governor Yusuf noted that the state aims to pioneer modern public health management across the region with an overall positive multiplier effects on citizens and residents.
It's been the first sub-national CDC which has continued to coordinate the state's response to the incident management system, which entails intensive surveillance, laboratory diagnosis, contact tracing, case management, infection prevention, and control.
Now, the first daughter of the governor of Bayelsa State, that's Dr. Stephanie Diri, was at the weekend joined with Ballad Tamara Dombra Agbayi. The glamorous ceremony at the Royal House of Grace International Church in Yenogwa attracted political leaders, dignitaries, family and friends from all across Nigeria.
It is a celebration of love, family and culture as Governor Doye Diri gives his daughter Stephanie in marriage to Ballad Agbayi. The wedding follows a colorful traditional marriage ceremony in Sampo, Governor Diri's country home, chaired by the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum and Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, where both families are united in accordance with Ijaw customs and traditions.
Stephanie and Ballad, you begin a new journey today, an everlasting journey, a journey that your family will go along with you.
At the white wedding in Yenagwa, Governors Alice Oti of Abia, Similaye Fubara of Rivers, and Ahmed Ododo of Kogi, former First Lady of Nigeria Dame Patience Jonathan, alongside other dignitaries, joined the couple as they exchanged their vows.
Thinking of my love,
Governor Doye Diri and his wife, Gloria Diri, joined other ministers of God in offering prayers for God's blessings, joy, and lasting peace for the newlyweds.
Your blessings will surpass the grace I have had.
At the reception chaired by Governor Alasoti, the Abia State Governor counselled the couple to develop healthy ways of resolving their differences and avoid allowing third parties to interfere in their marriage.
Is indissoluble. So you must ensure that you manage yourselves well. Two of them are one.
They have shown that no friends can come in between them.
It's a thing of joy to every one of us.
Further entertained by performances from renowned Nigeria artists Timaya and Timida Kolu. With prayers, music, and celebration, Stephanie and Ballad begin a new chapter of their lives, surrounded by family, friends, and the goodwill of well-wishers. Only Sophie Owen, IT News, Yenagawa.
That's it on Nigeria Today. I'm Ogom Ezidimbo.
And I'm Shola Jaisibi. Thank you for watching.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, online.
Hello and welcome to Democracy Today live on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV. Yeah, and let's tell you that the 22 registered political parties have up to 12 midnight of Tuesday, that's August 11, to upload and submit the names and credentials of their candidates for the February 6, 2027 governorship and House of Assembly elections. But just like what we saw in the uploading of names and credentials for the National Assembly members a few weeks ago, parties appear to be submitting names of those who were not declared winners in their own primaries elections to nominate candidates especially for the state houses of assembly. What does this portend for Nigeria's democracy, and how bad can internal democracy be murdered in cold blood within the political parties? And let's also tell you that it is a day of protests in Osun State, southwest Nigeria, with barely 5 days to Saturday's all-important governorship election. Women and organized labor members took to the streets to add their voices to the loud call for violence-free, fair, and credible polls.
wives. We are women who have watched the fear in the eyes of our children. We have seen families bury loved ones. We have seen communities traumatized and properties destroyed. Our concern is particularly grave in Ijesha land, where the people have, in recent weeks, enjoyed the frightening combination of arrests, killings, shootings, intimidations, and destruction of property.
And we shall also take you to Kano State, where that ancient city has emerged the world's 9th most populous city, with an estimated population of 17.5 million residents. So, this is according to a report by the World Population Review. Kano is the only West African urban center to break into the global top 10 list. But then, does the state government understand the implication of this new record set by Kano? Is it only a voting population? The State Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Waila, will be joining us later in the program to provide answers to some of these questions that are begging for attention. But then the conversation tonight will begin right after we bring you up to speed with the major developing reports.
Welcome to the first working day of the new week, and this is political updates across Nigeria. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, is warning against the use of state institutions to manipulate the electoral process in Saturday's Osun State governorship election. IPAC, which is the umbrella body of all registered political parties in Nigeria, is also worried about the practice of vote buying and voter inducement in all its forms.
We therefore call on all political parties, candidates, campaign organizations, supporters, and their agents to conduct their activities in accordance with the Constitution, Electoral Act, and applicable regulations, to respect the rights and freedoms of other political parties and candidates, to reject violence, intimidation, harassment, and provocation.
The Minister Nyesom Wike has dismissed reports suggesting that he is lobbying to be made Director General of the All Progressives Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council. Wike has reiterated his support for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu, saying he does not need to be the campaign DG or even member of the President's Campaign Council to ensure that the President wins massively in Rivers State and the Federal Capital Territory. The minister, who is still a member of the PDP side, and I quote, "I am outside Nigeria, resting and relaxing after spending over 30 days, commissioning projects, flagging out new ones, and inspecting ongoing ones, especially those scheduled for commissioning in December and January next year. And when I return, our focus will be the continuous delivery of our mandate in line with the President's renewed hope agenda, to further enhance its electoral fortune in Rivers State and the FCT." Now, jubilation at the meeting of the APC leaders in Edo State as Governor Monday Okpeholo approves the appointment of 4,800 special assistants with 25 persons drawn from each of the state's 192 wards. Governor Okpeholo said the appointment are part of his effort to strengthen grassroots engagement and deepen the administration's presence across the state's 192 wards.
In his magnanimity, the governor have also decided to appoint 25 SAs in each of the wards in the 192 wards across the state.
We don't have any other party than APC. So we are taking the governance to the grassroots so that whatever is from the top, we also go down to the bottom. We all work for this victory. The victory does not belong to Okpebholo alone, and that is Hausa alone. So it belongs to all of us. I love you all.
We've never had it this good. We are promising you that the 2.5 million vote promised, Mr. President, is done and dusted.
Thanks for staying with us. The latest updates there for you. But let's also tell you that the European Union is now saying it has not issued any statement saying it will not deploy full election observation mission to Nigeria for the 2027 general election. It has confirmed receipt of invitation from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, but it says it has not said it will not be observing the 2027 general election. The European Union has been observing elections in Nigeria since 2003. So we'll get into the discussions proper. We'll run. It's a race with time today. So let's start tonight with Osun State. Almost all the parties that have major interest in Osun are already in that southwestern state. Okay, so we'll get to that, but like you heard, it was a day of protest, so we're expecting the NLC chairman Christopher Lapo-Sopo, who will be joining us to answer some fundamental questions about that protest that a lot of allegations are trailing. But we'll start with Kano, and we have joining us the State Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Waiya. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, and we congratulate Kano. It's a huge record. The ancient city has broken into the top 10. In the world's top 10 most populous cities. The only one in West Africa. But then, does the Kano state government understand the implication of this record? Or is it just about voting population?
Thank you very much for having me. Well, it's not about appreciating or understanding the implication, but rather it's about probably seeing these as also another challenge for us on how best we can provide the needed services required for the well-being of the citizens of the state or residents of the state. And although you can say it from one point that, or from one angle, that it is really a thing to celebrate with, because imagine as one of the 10 most populous city in the world is not really an easy one, and it's quite really something to celebrate and something to be proud of, because it has a lot of things that is actually manifesting. What is actually manifesting is the fact that the city is so much accepted by many, and it has become, as it is known, to be a cosmopolitan city or environment or community where everybody has a sense of belonging and everybody has some level of independence to freely reside and also conduct its own normal and lawful businesses. And the government is providing this kind of enabling environment for that. And that is actually sending a very good signal, and it is also sending a positive message about the state, how the state is. And we've been saying that Kano State has been like a melting pot for all the Nigerian citizens across the country, and they feel comfortable residing in Kano, living in Kano, and everybody is considered to be equal, and we all consider everybody equal, and we provide equal opportunities to everybody that is actually living in Kano.
Indeed, when you remember Malam Aminu Kano, the Talakawa, and all of That's that, right. You are home with what you are saying. But then we also know that the economic indices are there, staring the Kano state government, staring everybody in the face. We've seen unemployment, we've seen Togri. Recently, there were executive orders by the governor, and all of that. We've seen drug abuse. We've seen it's several things. The young population. How is Kano State government looking at? Because when you talk of this population, it's the young people. How is the Kano State government looking at engaging that population moving forward?
What actually is a normal thing happening to all the civilized cities in the world. Any city that is civilized and advanced, definitely these kind of things or components, they are all part of the component of the human society. And in every human society, you really definitely can escape things to do with conflict, interpersonal conflict, intercommunal conflict, and a lot of things. And also the rate of crime will also be high, simply because of the density of the population of the people that are living in a particular community. But the most important thing is what the government is doing to actually accommodate these kind of things, and at the same time also to navigate on what we have gotten on ground, and also see how best.
Yeah. What is the state government doing?
Well, that is why you see in our 2026 budget, you can see what our governor has been able to do. First in the history where we have gotten more than 1.43 trillion of the budget. And this is actually intentional and is very deliberate for us to actually be able to accommodate this kind of emerging challenges that every developed or every civilized city can actually have. And we are trying very much, despite the Togri issue you're talking about, the report on Togri, despite the rate of the crime you're talking about, in relation to the the youth themselves and some of the culture, particularly the adolescent population in the state. The government has been able to put things under control and been able also to accommodate things. Like recently, His Excellency, through his own vision, has been able to provide a lot of initiative. First, we have a safe corridor, which is a deliberate, non-kinetic approach intended to accommodate this kind of problem, this challenges of the target. And so far, we have about 30,040 young people who have surrendered voluntarily and accept to be peaceful and conduct themselves lawfully in the state, and also abandon the life of this target and other related social biases like that. And again,
yes, it's good to note that. But over the weekend, we also saw the state government sponsoring mass wedding. I'm sure you monitored some of the comments and trends on social media.
People are so, I don't know why so much all the time Kano used to be in the spotlight of the people. I mean, people take a lot of interest in Kano, although it's not really surprising, simply because Kano is a blessed place, blessed state, and it is actually, like I say, a cosmopolitan and a semi-Nigerian, because almost every citizen of the country or every tribe in the country lives in Kano. It's not really anything new. This is not the first time that things like that has really started, and it has not really started even in Kano. There are so many number of places where they witness this kind of things. Yes, there are so many number of states that conduct this kind of mass wedding, and this mass wedding is actually built on the belief that morality is very important as far as the state is concerned, as far as the human society is concerned. Decency is also very important. Marriage institution is one of the sacred institutions that we all believe in. And no any society in the world that actually disdain or actually disregard this kind of institution. We consider it to be a sacred institution because it is where family are to produce, and it is where offspring are also to produce. If there are no decent family or marriage institutions, it's not really supported with decency, then you wouldn't really have the opportunity to produce or to reproduce the offspring that you really require, that are going to be responsible, that are going to be people of good character that can actually move on with the driving of the society itself as far as the management of the society is concerned. So generally speaking, people really need to look at the genesis of this. Do we really have to openly promote the immoral practices and the culture that we see where some societies are even recognizing prostitution as a career? Is that the kind of society that we really need to appreciate or recognize, or it is something like this that we should really actually encourage. That is having a decent family, having a decent people, having a decent generation that can really help in reproducing another next generation that can actually continue to drive the process of managing a human society. These are things that are very simple.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner for Information, Kano State Ibrahim. Where if we had the time, I would have asked you whether you think personally that spending 1.5 billion on mass wedding was economically well, but it's all right. It's a decision of the Kano State.
Our capital
it's also in your budget, so
1.40 trillion.
Yeah, it's also in your budget, so it's understood. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner.
All right, thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Yes. So that is it. There, the implications for Kano emerging as one of the world's 9th most populous city. But I also have joining in the studio a former advisor to the immediate past APC, former senior special assistant actually on civil society and support groups, the immediate past APC national chairman, talking of Abdullahi Ganduje, who is also from Kano State. I'm talking of Opoku Ogenyi. He also contested for the governorship election. He was an aspirant under APC in Benue State. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully we'll also have Victor Giwa, a lawyer and a public affairs analyst, who will be joining us from Benin City to look at the expected political issues that we have with us uploading. Let's start with that, of the governorship and House of Assembly results. List of candidates, 24 hours. And what we are seeing from the parties, their complaints, go to even your state, Benue, go to Enugu, go to Ondo. Just last week, a candidate in Ondo got a judgment of the Federal High Court, enlisting him as a candidate of your party, the APC. So there are complaints everywhere that, look, those who were supposedly won elections, the primary elections, are not the ones being uploaded. Is it the kind of party that you people are running?
Well, you will understand that in politics, especially democracy, it is free for all to participate. And during this process of participation, political participation, you expect a winner and a loser. It is obvious that, for example, two people cannot be governor of a state at the same time. Sure. It must be one person at a time. And in Nigeria today, the losers are becoming more hostile. Instead of accepting defeat, they decide to resort to all manner of things. For example, in Benue State, we had a Congress that elected our candidate. I'm talking about the APC. Yes, elected the candidate. And there was an appeal committee set up by the party. The appeal also was to review the result already declared. And the party, in its wisdom, decided to come up with one or two eaches, or they must have seen, as a result of the primaries, and determine who fly each ticket. Like in Benue now, Governor Hyacinthe Alia overwhelmingly won the APC primaries across all the council ward in Benue State. And his name has already been uploaded into the INEC portal. The House of Assembly candidates, there was an understanding among party leaders. Even in the National Assembly, there are understanding among party leaders.
Were the aspirants carried along? Because some of the aspirants were complaining that they won the primary election on the field, but this understanding you are talking about is completely out of place.
No, like let me borrow from the word of Mr. President. He said in politics, all is fair. So borrow from the word that all is fair it is the prerogative of the party to determine who flies its ticket.
It's all right. We'll get to this. We'll get to it. You are good thing is you are in the studio. So let's finish with those who are joining us virtually. I'm being told that the NLC chairman, there's the Nigeria Labour Congress chairman in Osun State, who led the protest on the streets of Osogbo today, Christopher Araposopo, is joining us. Thank you very much for joining us, chairman.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Thank you for having me.
Yes, so we saw the women also protest. We also saw you also protesting, calling for credible election. It appears, and violence, and all of that. And a number of people are worried. It appears the violence, the killings, and all of that have dominated the theme of discussion for the Osun election. Are you, as a Labour leader, as a stakeholder, are you worried that issues like even the rights, the welfare of your members, roads, hospitals, education, and all of that, nobody appears to be talking about them at this time?
Thank you, sir, for that, and I appreciate that question. Well, on today's, it was a protest, and it was also a Congress. Today we had organized labor from Osun State, and also as well workers and pensioners, because we can't stand, or we can't even fold our hands in a keep and watch some people trying to bring down the state. It is all about free and fair election. Before now, a guy was killed at Ilobu. A boy was killed at Ilobu.
Who is not even a registered voter.
Exactly. The father alleged and said the police watched his son being killed by a notorious thug in the state. And up till now, the guy is walking freely everywhere. Where is our conscience? The police that are meant to protect the lives and property of the masses are not doing their job. Under the leadership of the CP, Gota, they are not doing it.
We have an election CP now in Osun State. So Gotan is no longer in the active scheme of things per se.
Just believe the current CP will do his job, because thugs are moving here and there with guns shooting. Some were at Ilesha 2-3 days ago. For how long are we going to continue this way? And we say, children are the leaders of tomorrow. What kind of a leader do you want to have? What kind of a leader? What we are saying is that we want credible election, because workers, pensioners, and the good people of Osun State by Saturday will troop out to vote for their preferred candidates, which is normal. We are calling on the security agencies to protect lives and properties of our people, of the masses in Osun State. And also we are calling.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that with all this scenario that you have painted and what we have read and also seen, that you and your members and the people of Osun State are resolute. You have decided that no amount of intimidation, as you have described it, and all of that will stop anybody from going to the polling units to exercise their franchise on Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So last week we saw you, your dad's Labour now with the governor, and the governor is also a candidate in this election.
Yeah.
And one would say, look at last week and now, and is it not the case of the proverb that when a witch cries in the night and the son or the child dies in the morning, you know what is responsible. You met with the governor last week. He promised you increment in salary. All of you most probably endorsed him, as it were, and then now you're on the street protesting. Won't somebody say that maybe your protest is sponsored by the governor or the Accord Party candidate, as it were? Is it as objective as you are painting it?
At all, sir. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. I want to say this to the whole world, that before now, on the 8th of August this year, Labour, the organized labor in Osun State, requested and demanded for palliative for workers and pensioners in Osun State. The letter was written to the government to kindly give workers and pensioners palliative to cushion the effects of the economic struggle the country is facing. Osun State is a civil service state. Unfortunately, it is when workers are well taken care of that the informal sectors will feel it. It is when workers are well treated that the informal sectors will feel it. Osun State is centered on civil service. It's centered on workers and pensioners. We had a meeting with Mr. Governor in June, which he promised to pay. And early July, we had a meeting with him. And Mr. Governor promised to pay 10,000 naira flat to workers and pensioners in Osun State as palliative. And we pleaded as organized labor that Mr. Governor should pay 2 months, that is June and July. And he paid. But to our surprise, we heard that they said Mr. Governor wanted to buy workers, wanted to do vote buying. It is not true. It was labor that requested for palliative from government. This is the same man that gave us a wage award at the right time. After the 6 months, we requested for 2 months. He paid.
We also hear last week. We also heard that a lot, like you mentioned, there are a lot of palliative or a lot of things are going around being shared and distributed in Osun State in the name of palliatives. Rice, noodles, name them. That almost in every community now is what is happening days to the election.
That as a worker and organized labor, I wouldn't know. But what I know is that palliative was given to workers and pensioners as requested by labor before now. And as we speak, even at the federal government level, the wage award has been approved. 5-month wage award. Are we going to say it? Are we going to categorize that because the president is looking for second term? The truth is, let's go and confirm. Let's confirm if this man has been doing it before now. A man that met half salary before he came on board and is doing excellently well on that. The man that met promotions that had no financial effects. And immediately he came on board, he made sure that those things are corrected. This man is giving workers of the state their promotion as and when due. All workers at all categories, both state and level, have received their promotion letters with financial effects.
Okay.
The pensioners.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm sure you are happy with your members with what the governor is doing.
Of course, sir.
But I hope also that other citizens who are not workers like you will also, the governor will find a way of touching their lives so that they will also be as happy as you are also happy and saying very good about it. But
it is when we receive, then we'll spend out. We go to market, we buy foods, buy beans, buy yam, buy gari and other things.
Okay.
So they will definitely benefit from that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. We'll always call you, at least within this week to the election. We'll stay with you so that we'll get you more engaged. Thank you very much, Christopher Aropo-Sokpo, the Arapa Sopo, the NLC chairman in Oshunte. We shall take a short break now, and when we return, we shall face what is happening with the political parties, the uploading of results, and several of those issues moving forward. Stay with us.
For nearly 3 decades, he trusted us with the story of our nation and beyond. Now, our political program gets a powerful upgrade. Welcome to the all-new Democracy Today Extra. We're shifting the gears of political broadcasting. No scripts, no spin, just the uncompromising truth.
Is there true democracy in political parties in Nigeria?
Why are we so obsessed with whether governors will use police against their opponents or even the president? Why?
Get ready. Don't get no holds barred interviews.
Reserve seats, when it eventually comes to stay, is not the destination.
How do we safeguard the will of the people?
If a governor wants to intimidate you with the current police that we have, they will intimidate you. They don't need state police to intimidate anybody.
Fearless analysis, unfiltered facts.
Legislature is a forum upon which democracy evolves.
We're bringing the ultimate searchlight on political actors, holding power accountable every single weekend. 10 p.m. Nigerian time on Saturdays and Sundays. Bold, analytical, uncompromising. Democracy Today Extra.
Thanks for staying with us. And we also have joining us Victor Giwa, a lawyer and a public affairs analyst. He's joining us from Benin City. Thank you very much, Victor Giwa, for making our time this evening. Okay, there's a slight issue, but we'll definitely get to that. So, Opoku Ogenyi, we were discussing about the party primaries. By tomorrow, 12 midnight, anybody that the parties are sponsoring for governorship or as House of Assembly, the names must have been uploaded. You requested for an extension of time, actually, must have been uploaded. And there are so many complaints that you were receiving. But you are saying that these are just bitter losers.
Yes, of course. The APC as a party has concluded the uploading system even before the initial deadline, which means that all the candidates elected on the platform of the party or nominated have successfully been uploaded into the INEC portal. However, other political parties were having 1 or 2 challenges, and they requested INEC to extend the time of upload, which has been graciously approved and extended to tomorrow. I think it's a welcome development. That shows that INEC is truly unbiased and accommodating all interests.
The way the president said the INEC is neutral.
Yes, the INEC is indeed neutral. Yes.
All right, so how is it that they will organize a primary election on the field where party members came to vote? Direct primaries. Everybody saw the line. People, those who won were known. But when the lists or the names get to the party secretariat, there are different stories as to who eventually is whose names and credentials are uploaded. How is that democracy?
The process of nomination starts with first purchase of form, screening, then election committee, appeal committee, and the appeal also submit its report to the National Working Committee, which also review the report of the appeal committee before a winner is determined. And that is why you will also agree with me that APC from the initial stage, the national chairman announced no winner should be announced until the appeal report is being reviewed. And what we're having here, even up to this moment,
which is what NDC, ADC, and also adopted.
Yeah. So what we witness now is across party in Nigeria today, they have all followed this pattern of the APC, which shows that it is the most acceptable pattern for the 2027.
How can it be acceptable? I may give you a scenario. People on the field.
Well, when people line up on the field, we have even cases where there were parallel congresses, primaries. Some persons will come with a separate video of what they had, others will come with their own. Of course, the party has set up a committee to conduct this exercise. The committee will also come with its own report. So going forward, for example, in Benue State, there was a proper primary election that was organized at the state. Winners emerged, but the national chairman said don't announce the winner until the appeal result or report is reviewed. And when the appeal is reviewed, it became obvious that compromise was reached and positions were shared among political leaders, especially the two prominent camps in the state. So today, we have a governor in Benue State that has accommodated all interest groups, going by the sharing formula of the National Assembly and the State Assembly.
So it became sharing formula, not what the party members voted on the day of the primary.
Yes, in fact, even the sharing formula, we are also of the opinion that the sharing formula was not holistically done. Because, for example, you have a governor in a state that could not produce a senator of his own zone.
Even the House of Rep member from his own
constituency. So sharing should accommodate interests whereby political leaders like the governor on one camp, the SGF on the other camp, and the people of Benue South, where I come from, on the other side. We should be allowed to bring a candidate that represents us. The SGF bring out the candidate for his zone, and the governor bring a candidate for his own zone. This has been a fair and equitable, could have been a fair and equitable sharing formula. Now, there has
if this was going to be the practice, why did the party sell forms? Why did they allow people to waste their money to campaign, seek votes among
people? Even on the camp of the SGF, it will still not be bread and butter. People will still compete. Just like on the side of the governor too, people also compete. You see, we have plenty interest, various of interest group within the same camp. And these people are also ambitious.
And apart from this Benue scenario you are painting, we have almost a similar situation in Ondo, where we have the Minister of Interior and then the governor. You know, it's a serious competition that some party elders are even saying the governor should apologize to the minister, you know, and things like that. And some members, the party secretary gave tickets to those who are loyal to the minister, Olubunmi Ojo, and, you know, the governor's people are complaining, you know, and all. Will that not weaken the parties?
This is where we expect opinion leaders to stand by democracy. Like a few weeks ago, let me tell you, a few weeks ago, the Senate minority leader was in this studio where he was castigating the governor of Benue State, castigating commissioners, castigating even the deputy governor of Benue, and weaponizing security that is already revenging part of his own senatorial district. So he has forgotten that there is a crucial issue to discuss, like this Osho issue you just mentioned, because we are talking about democracy and its survival. So at the point that a governor has produced water in 8 local government out of 9, I'm talking about the senator's constituency. Benue South. The immediate community of the senator, they were contributing money to buy transformer. The governor came and gave them transformer and gave them light. The same community, the governor has given hospital, has given road. In fact, the water we are talking about was there before, since when the senator was a local government chairman. He couldn't fix it. This is a government that has come and is very close to the people. But you know, it's disheartening when you see leaders begin to politicize their personal opinion and enforcing it on other populace. For example, in Benue State today, the governor has successfully built 3 major factories, including...
There are those who will challenge you. Because listen, the private sector to be the one leading industries and all of that, not state
No,
state government is going to do bakery, it's going to do pure water.
The Osun State labor leader,
yes,
just say that Osun is a civil service state. Benue used to be the civil service state. It has now been moved to industrialized state. We produce meal in Benue right now. The juice concentrate factory in Benue. Taraku mill, the popular Taraku mill has been revamped and is fully ready for operation. As we speak, the Benue brewery, we produce beer, December beer, we produce malt, we also produce oil bitters from the same place. Now, when we are talking about bread, water, it is essential we produce what we consume. In fact, we have a department of government called Benue Property and Investment Company Limited. So what is the responsibility of the Property and Investment Company? Is to invest, to see to the growth of the wealth of the state. As we speak, the BIPC have done
fine. This could be the achievements, obviously, of.
No, what I'm trying to say is, how can a government be closer to the people than a government that has put together all these facets of development? I'm talking about industrial development. I'll go to human capital development. Only last year, the government was able to support small-scale industry. 150,000 naira, 500,000 naira.
In this same Benue you are talking about, today, the majority leader of the State House of Assembly, formally defected to PDP because he was not given a ticket based on this arrangement that you are talking about. Probably a PDP would feature him when it comes to substitution. They must substitute somebody and put it in.
The truth is, most of these persons came into power through the Yes Father mantra. It was the governor's movement that has won the state for the APC. So leaving the APC to another party will be a disaster, because I'm not sure they will be able to garner even up to 20% of their constituency vote. Then number two, when sharing or political exigencies has warranted a distribution of these positions among the two camps, performance is also very crucial and critical to the selection process of who fly the party's ticket. For example, the governor's work has built a full-fledged university, Benue State University of Agriculture, Science and Innovation. He built 2 brand new faculties in Adipo into Benue State University that the BSU, now Moses Oshadaso University. So now with this work the governor is doing, he will agree with me that if the governor do not support any of these candidates, wherever they go, they can win. So I will enjoy them to join the governor. At least the majority leader has been a member of the assembly still there. So he should just bury every differences, join the governor, and ensure that the state move forward.
You were in the APC National Secretariat when Ganduje was the chairman.
Yes.
And all of these that you are talking about, I'm not sure it happened when he was there. This sharing formula and this thing. I'm not sure all of this happened. It appears to be a 2027 loophole in the Electoral Act that the parties are taking advantage of.
The truth is, if Ganduje happened to still be the national chairman of the APC, the crisis couldn't have degenerated to this level. Because one, from the beginning, Ganduje ensured that issues like this are resolved through this sharing process. Even national palliative coming to the state are shared among the two groups, so it can go around. The truth is, the present national leadership seemed to be overwhelmed with some of the issues at hand. It was Ganduje's leadership that attempted to solve the political crisis in Benue by dissolving the 2 factions of the APC that existed and constituted a unity caretaker committee, which was supposed to solve the problem. And you see, but some persons, out of their personal share grade, believe that the governor was not sharing the state resources. And with
accusation.
No, it is not accusation. Let me tell you this. This is the first time in Benue history.
Well, we heard this accusation of Rivers.
Solely
governor sharing.
No, the case of Rivers is different from the case of Benue.
No, I'm saying it's the same accusation of governor not sharing the things.
No, that's why I say Rivers is different from Benue. In the case of Rivers, while the majority of the Rivers people were with Wike, here, majority of Benue people are with Governor Alia. That is the two difference. And you know, in Benue, there is one.
But you are agreeing, from what you are saying, you are agreeing that the APC internally has a lot of crisis, internal crisis.
We have, yes, of course, there are internal crises.
In Undo,
there are crises
in several of those states.
There are crises across the state as far as the party is concerned. There are crises across the state. Those who lost the primaries, they have already constituted themselves to opposition. And some of them are already bitter with the government. But however, campaign council will soon be set up. A reconciliation process will commence. Believe me, that even including some of the persons that have defected from the party will still return back to work for Mr. President re-election. Just like in Benue. I believe that before the general election, Benue will be united to work for the governor. Because that's the only option we have as of now.
All right, a lot of a lot of messages coming. We'll take, I'm sure the director will give us a few, 1 or 2 minutes. This 30 seconds, he told me, Victor Teumba sending this, he said, Kano State can only boast of marrying to get productive population than having educated or productive people who will bring value. No wonder crimes in Nigeria is far from finished. And then the primary election conducted in the states by the APC is different from the candidates presented to the INEC portal. No thanks to the Abuja mighty politicians, and is raising a lot of issues there. That's the program tonight. I'm sure the conversation will continue by 12 midnight tomorrow. All those who aspired, bought the forms, contested the primary elections in the parties will know whether their names have been submitted for the governorship or the state houses of assembly. That of the president and the National Assembly has already been done with. Thank you very much, Okpoku Ogenyi, former Senior Special Assistant on Civil Society and Support Groups to immediate past APC National Chairman. You also contested for governorship of Benue State in 2019.
Thank you very much. And I wish to say that when you give your platform to people to assess government, also be able to tell them to assess government objectively. Like in Benue, what the government has done.
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. It's okay.
It is commendation.
You said that over the outside what we're going to discuss. But then we also had Ibrahim Uwela, the Kano State Commissioner for Information, along with Christopher Orokpo Sopo, the NLC chairman in Osun State. Democracy should work for every Nigerian, and like we always say, stay out of trouble and continue to be a good citizen. I am TV Tiav.
Hello everyone, you're watching Business Africa. My name is Asha Samput and welcome to our new edition dedicated to the continent's business and economic news. Like every fortnight, you can win $150 in our Business Africa game. More details later, but first, today's top stories. Ghana's textile sector relies on tradition to ensure its survival in the face of the inflow of imported goods.
I decided to start the textile business. But it came to a time the Ghanaian print, it was expensive. So people couldn't afford it.
Reducing greenhouse gas emissions while decreasing traffic jams. Kigali bets on electric bikes.
Gura
Ride is a project which consists in reducing the number of people waiting during a long time for buses and which are quite expensive for some. No more water chores, a reality within reach thanks to the European Investment Bank's commitment to improving infrastructure.
It really was hard work getting water. Most women had to wait until 2 o'clock in the morning. At that time, there's just a few drops of water.
Ghana receives 160 tons of textile waste every day from the West. The country, which has a rich history in textile manufacturing, is now fighting on the two fronts of imports of foreign fabrics and second-hand clothes. The country has thus chosen to bet on tradition and the Made in Ghana label. In 2004, the government even had the idea of establishing a casual Friday wear initiative to encourage the production and purchase of locally made clothes and to promote Ghanaian textiles and its fashion industry. Our journalists John Owotwi and George Ibosaki want to meet these exceptional tailors, a story of resilience and resistance of a sewing sector that is still very much alive.
This Friday Wear initiative brought a boost in business for local dressmakers and tailors as the wearing of wax print fabrics, which was widely deemed as out of place in formal settings, became a more universally accepted style of clothing, bringing a higher value to the production and use of these garments. A move that was intended to revive the local textiles industry, which employed some 3,000 people, a significant fall from some 30,000 in the 70s. But with an increase in demand of the locally produced clothes, following the Friday Wear initiative, local production struggled to meet the supply. This led to a rise in the price of the local fabrics and opened up an avenue for the infiltration of the cheaper imported fabrics or counterfeited fabrics. Sarah Agri was introduced to the textile trade as a child by her grandmother. She currently sells both locally produced textiles and foreign counterfeited fabrics.
I decided to start the textile business, but it came to a time the Ghanaian print, it was expensive, so people couldn't afford it. So I made up my mind to join the high target, that is the foreign ones. And that one too is cheaper. So people started buying that one. And as for the GTP and printers like that soft, when somebody is going to marriage ceremony or funeral, then they buy the GTP because that is a traditional cloth.
GTP, ATL and Printex are actually the name of 3 of the 4 major garment factories that survived the decline of the sector in Ghana in the early 2000s. By extension, they gave their name to locally manufactured fabrics used for ceremonial or customary activities. Wooden, however, is of Francophone origin and has become accepted for contemporary use. These days, African print garments are worn daily in many variations in both formal and informal settings. The dressmakers sometimes cannot keep up with the orders, especially during the periods leading up to festive occasions. Some patrons also have to travel long distances to get their dresses made because of their individual taste and styles. Philomena Appiah regularly has to travel out of town to get her dresses made for her.
I was looking for a reliable person to sew my clothes, but I couldn't get one until my sister introduced someone for me at Salt Pond to go there and sew my dress. So when I go there, I see the woman too is very serious to sew the dress for me. That's why I just traveled from Cape Coast to Salt Pond to get a person to sew my dress.
Artisanal tailors like Emmanuel Young Colhams, a third-generation tailor and IT student, are all thankful to the family business they can depend on.
My dad took over him, and I've also taken over my dad. One thing that I've learned from my granddad is that whenever he sews dresses for someone, he makes it look unique in a way that he looks at your personality, your stature, and he sews the dress to fit you perfectly.
Ebenezer Ajay Mansa took over his father's once sought-after tailoring shop that specialized in hand-sewn suits, which was on the brink of collapse and has struggled to keep it afloat. But although he produces some fine garments, businesses like his face the threat of being pushed out of operation by yet another obstacle: cheaper, imported second-hand clothing from China, the US and UK has flooded the Ghanaian market, suffocating the local industry.
This shop is my father's shop. He's the one who taught me this work. What I learned from my father, I'm just continuing. At first, we got some pastors, lawyers, big men from the ministries all the time bring their work here, suit here so that we sew for them. And now things are not like first.
But Professor Asma sees the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the AfCFTA, as another opportunity to reverse the decline in the clothing and textile industry. The agreement provides a bigger market for our locally produced goods, and he encourages entrepreneurs to get themselves prepared by undergoing skills training and apprenticeship programs.
High time we move away from the job of going to school to work in the bank and to work in the ministries and so on. This sector is a big one. And now that the African Free Trade Area is coming on board, I believe it gives us a huge opportunity now, not only to target the local market, but to target the rest of the African continent. And this is where I see the potential of this industry.
With the estimated steady rise in imports of cheaper, inferior clothes and second-hand clothes into the country from $115 million in 2002 to $250 million in 2019, the trend in the declining fortunes of Ghana's local textile and fashion industry is unlikely to change, reducing the local industry to an artisanal scale in a country that needs to make major interventions in getting the masses of its youth in gainful employment.
A dozen of new cobalt and lithium mines within 4 years. This is what the Democratic Republic of the Congo is planning. The metals sought to power the electric vehicle revolution are in great international demand. Congolese authorities have authorized the acceleration of exploration in the southeast of the country. The region could hold a large reserve of lithium. But meanwhile, the African Union is very concerned about the deterioration of the relationship between Kigali and Kinshasa. Governments accuse each other of supporting rebel troops active in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The airline Rwandair, already in bad financial shape, was banned from flying in the DRC. And border trade is also very affected as the DRC has just entered the common trade area of the East Africa Community. We remain in the region in Kigali, exactly, where the issue of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is more than ever a national priority. But how do you actually manage to tackle this global issue? Kigali is trying out alternatives to solve two problems at once: pollution and traffic jams. The capital of Rwanda has since last year a new means of transport.
Hundreds of women protest in Osogbo over politically related violence as local groups sue for peace ahead of Saturday's governorship election in Osun State. Nigerian Army commits to internationally accepted rules of engagement in its military operations. Federal government assured doctors of improved welfare. Hello, thanks for joining us. This is the News RNAIT. I'm Hadiza Audu. Welcome. The European Union says it will be sending what it has tagged an election expert mission composed of at most 4 persons to next year's general elections in Nigeria. In a statement by the EU delegation to Nigeria, signed by Ambassador Gautier Mignot, the head of the delegation, following reports that it will not observe the general elections. The bloc said it will, however, not be an election observer as it has always done in previous years. Reports had circulated earlier on Monday that security concerns had made the EU towards sending a full-fledged team following invitation letters from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Osun State's governorship election is 6 days away, but the tension over politically related violence is building. On Monday, hundreds of women have protested in Osogbo, the state's capital, demanding stronger security, raising concerns over reported political violence, killings, and alleged police intimidation. Organized labor has also called for a peaceful election. AIT's Olatunde Olajide reports.
The killing of a 14-year-old boy in Ilobu and 29 others are among incidents that have heightened concerns over political violence ahead of Saturday's governorship election. With 5 days to the vote, hundreds of women marched through Osogbo demanding greater protection for residents. They also raised allegations of police intimidation and called on security agencies to remain neutral.
We are here today because we are mothers. We are mothers here. We are wives. We are women who have watched the fear in the eyes of our children. We have seen families bury loved ones. We have seen communities traumatized and properties destroyed.
The protesters said political competition must not cost lives, urging President Bola Tinubu and Inspector General of Police to intervene.
Our concern is particularly given in Ijesha land, where the people have, in recent weeks, enjoyed the frightening combination of arrests, killings, shootings, intimidations, and destruction of property.
Receiving them, Commissioner of Police on Election Duty Samuel Ekavo said adequate security measures were in place and their concerns will be presented to the Inspector General of Police.
We want peace.
That's what
we cannot conduct election in an insecure environment.
Yes.
This election is a federal election.
Yeah.
And we must get it right.
Yeah.
We must get it right.
That's what we want.
That's why I'm warning everybody. I want to applaud you, upcoming madam, for coming out. Your audition is peaceful.
The women also urged INEC and election observers to closely monitor the process and safeguard voters. Olajide, AIT News, Osogbo.
The organized labor in Osun State also staged a peaceful protest in Osogbo, calling for a free, fair, peaceful governorship election. Workers and pensioners marched through parts of the state capital to register their concerns over the political atmosphere in the state and alleged cases of violence, intimidation, and harassment, with the chairman of the Nigerian Labour Congress in Osun State, Comrade Christopher Aragbasokpo, addressing the rally.
We know what we want, we know what is suitable for our people.
in Osho here, we appeal to the president to please help us talk to these people. Coming to power doesn't mean we should kill ourselves. Coming to power doesn't mean we should freeze the account of the state. Getting to power doesn't mean we should arrest all the leaders, all the cabinet of the state because we want to come to power. Let it be free and fair.
Archbishop said organized labor was particularly concerned about the need for the police to protect lives and property of residents, irrespective of their political affiliations. The chairman of the Joint Negotiating Council, JNC, in the state, Comrade Olamilekun Adeniran, asked civil servants to vote for candidates of their choice without fear. The Inter-Party Advisory Council, an umbrella body of the all registered political parties in Nigeria, has called for a level playing ground for all candidates in the forthcoming Osun State governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. Addressing newsmen in Abuja on Monday, National Chairman of IPAC, Yusuf Dantele, noted that the Osun governorship election remains a litmus test for all those involved in the electoral process that will chart a course for the future of Nigeria's democracy.
The violence that have characterized the build-up to the Osun governorship election has created anxiety among stakeholders, including the umbrella body of registered political parties in Nigeria, the Inter-Party Advisory Council. National Chairman of IPAC says it is the collective responsibility of the electorate, security agencies, and the election umpire to reject all vices capable of derailing the process.
We therefore call on all political parties, candidates, campaign organizations, supporters, and their agents to conduct their activities in accordance with the Constitution, Electoral Act, and applicable regulations, to respect the rights and freedoms of other political parties and candidates, to reject violence, intimidation, harassment, and provocation, to refrain from inflammatory, inciting, or hate-filled statements.
IPAC also called on political parties to promote peaceful political competition, while state institutions must not be used to manipulate the electoral process.
IPAC will not support any attempt by any political party, candidate, or public institution to undermine the democratic rights of the people of Osun State. The ballot belongs to the people, the electoral process belongs to the people, and the outcome must reflect the will of the people simultaneously.
IPAC also condemned the practice of vote buying and voter inducement in all its forms. KLT News.
In other news, Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed reports in some sections of the media suggesting that he is lobbying to be made Director General of the All Progressives Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, DG. The minister, who reiterated his support for the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said he does not need to be the DG or even member of the President's Campaign Council to ensure that the president wins massively in Rivers State and FCT. A report in some section of the media had listed the FCT minister among top party chieftains and government officials lobbying or being mentioned for the position of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, DG. However, reacting through his senior special assistant on public communications and social media, Mary Olayinka, the FCT described the report as false, saying he did not at any time discuss leadership or even membership of the Presidential Campaign Council with anyone. He said, and I quote, "I'm outside Nigeria, resting and relaxing after spending over 30 days commissioning projects, flagging up new ones, and inspecting ongoing ones, especially those scheduled for commissioning in December and January next year." End of quote. Ajo Jeffrey has assumed duty as Commissioner of Police in Cross River State. The 49th Commissioner of Police in the state says his administration will not tolerate abuse of authority or unprofessional conduct by officers. while promising proactive policing, discreet investigation, and closer collaboration with communities.
The new Commissioner of Police in Cross River State, Adwo Geoffrey, was received with a ceremonial guard of honor as he inspected the parade and took the salute at the Cross River State Police Command headquarters in Calabar. Addressing officers of the command and others who were present to receive him, CP Adwo unveiled a 7-point policing framework built on discipline, community policing, interagency collaboration, intelligence-led operations, discreet investigation, diligent prosecution, and teamwork. He said every area commander, DPO, and unit commander must take ownership of security within their areas, while accountability units, including the complaint response unit and the X squad, will be strengthened.
To the officers and men of the police force in this command, I urge you to support this administration with loyalty, discipline, professionalism, and commitment. I demand the best from you, because Cross River people deserve the best from us. At the same time, I will remain committed to your welfare, professional development, and legitimate concerns.
The commissioner also called on residents to provide credible information, support lawful policing, and reject jungle justice. In Emersat Ifiok, AIT News, Calabar.
A change of leadership has been effected in Edo State Police Command as former Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika bows out to take up his new role as Assistant Inspector General of Police Zone 5. Patrick Dow assumes duty as the new Police Commissioner in Edo State. AIT's Usarasi Sado has details.
The handover ceremony begins at the main gate of the Edo State Police Command in Benin City. The officers and men received the outgoing Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, and his successor, CP Patrick Dow. In his farewell address, Monday Agbonika, now the Assistant Inspector General of Police Zone 5, reflects on the strategies adopted since April 2025 and commends the officers and men for the successes recorded during his tenure.
We have drastically reduced court-related violence, denied kidnappers and bandits safe havens in forests of Edo North and Edo Central, and significantly curtailed extortion, strengthened public confidence in Nigeria Police Force. Today, Edo State proudly ranks among the safest states in Nigeria. These achievements are not mine alone. They belong to every officer and man of this command who served with integrity and sacrifice.
The formal handover follows in the Commissioner's office as the leadership of the command changes hands. At the conference hall, CP Patrick Dow addresses officers and men for the first time as Commissioner. He places emphasis on the welfare of personnel and promises to build a stronger relationship between the police and residents.
We will intensify our crime fighting approach. We will fine-tune them. More importantly, we will ensure that every policeman has respect for every citizen of Edo State. We work towards winning more of the trust of the good people of Edo State. We will maintain a very open door policy.
For the Edo State Police Command, the change in leadership marks a new beginning, with the responsibility of keeping the people safe remaining the same. Usarasi Sado, AIT News Benin.
The Nigerian Army has emphasized that its operations must comply with the Constitution, extant laws, international legal obligations, and established rules of engagement. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, stated this at the 2026 Nigerian Army School of Legal Services Training Workshop in Zaria, Kaduna State.
The 2026 Nigerian Army School of Legal Services Training Workshop is designed to strengthen the professional competence and legal capacity of military personnel and legal practitioners. The workshop themed Combating Insecurity in Nigeria, the Rule of Law in Ensuring Operational Efficiency, seeks to ensure that military objectives are achieved within the bounds of the law, particularly in the face of the complex security threats confronting the country.
This workshop is therefore a vital platform for sharpening the understanding of law during operations. As legal officers, gentlemen, your role is not only to ensure that justice is served, but also to apply human rights and shape policies that are both effective and just.
The Chief of Army Staff, who was represented by the Commandant Nigerian Army School of Infantry, Major General Muhammad Inua, described legal officers as indispensable partners in operational planning, execution, and decision-making. The Army Chief noted that the Nigerian Army's objective of becoming a more professional, adaptive, combat-ready, and resilient force operating within a joint and multi-agency environment must be supported by a strong legal institution.
The course of this workshop will generate practical insights and recommendations that will further enhance legal support to military operations and contribute meaningfully to our collective efforts towards addressing our security challenges.
The discussions at the workshop also focused on the constitutional and statutory frameworks governing the conduct of military operations, as well as the place of international humanitarian law and human rights compliance in military operations. The training workshop is expected to strengthen operational effectiveness, military discipline, and public confidence in the Nigerian Army. Abimaje Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
And now for some business stories. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, has taken direct control of Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, dissolving its board over mounting debts and persistent operational failures. The regulator says Kaduna Disco's market debt had climbed to about 456.5 billion naira as of May, with continued financial weakness posing a risk to electricity supply and the wider power market. Under an order dated August 10, NEC dissolved the company's board and removed its directors while stripping the core investor of management authority. The regulator says the intervention became necessary after prolonged defaults, weak commercial performance, and liabilities that had exceeded the company's assets. NEC says Kaduna Disco paid only 41.93% of its adjusted market invoices in the year to December, leaving a shortfall of about 46.7 billion naira. Contrary to expectations that the new Nigeria Tax Act could bring an end to the burden of multiple taxes and levies on businesses, manufacturers say the reality on ground remains largely unchanged. The manufacturers say its members are still confronted by multiple tax collectors and regulatory agencies, raising fresh concerns about the effectiveness of the new tax regime.
The assessment is contained in Manufacturer CEO's Confidence Index for the second quarter of 2026. Contrary to expectations, the Nigeria Tax Act 2025 has yet to provide the anticipated relief to manufacturers, with the association saying multiple taxation remains a major concern. Director General Segun Ajayi-Kadir says manufacturers continued to encounter multiple tax collectors and regulators during the review period. Beyond taxation, businesses are also facing multiple regulatory requirements, rising operating costs, and a difficult operating environment. Confidence Index described the business environment as largely unsupportive of manufacturing growth, with local sourcing of raw materials emerging as the only area of noticeable improvement. However, The association attributes this largely to persistent foreign exchange constraints, which have made import of raw materials and production inputs more difficult and expensive, and also warns that insecurity could undermine the gains in local sourcing, particularly where manufacturers depend on domestic suppliers and transportation networks. At the same time, a rising production, distribution, and logistic costs continue to put pressure on businesses. Although manufacturers recorded a modest improvement in sales volumes during the quarter, the manufacturer says higher costs are eroding profit margins. In effect, increased sales are not necessarily translating into stronger profitability, as much of the additional revenue is being absorbed by rising operating expenses. With multiple taxation, regulatory pressure, insecurity, high logistic costs, and inadequate foreign exchange supply continuing to weigh on operations, more needs to be done to translate tax and economic reforms into tangible relief. The association warns that unless the cost of doing business comes down, the benefit of the new tax regime may take longer to reach manufacturers.
That's business reports. In more stories, the Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, has urged the Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) FCT chapter and the National Association of Resident Doctors (NAD) to sustain consultations, noting that members of the association and the government are partners in the development of the country, especially the health sector. He says strengthening collaboration among stakeholders remains critical in ensuring that the health sector effectively delivers on its mandate. The minister spoke during an engagement with the medical associations. There he assured them that the Renewed Hope agenda is aware of the challenges confronting Nigerian doctors and is taking steps to address them.
Problem of shortage of health professionals, including doctors, in our various facilities. And at the same time, we have the challenge of being able to maintain industrial harmony. So we need to do a balance. We should maintain the spirit to ensure it's not every time we have to down to.
Chairman of the NMA FCT chapter, George Ebon, says medical doctors are committed to effective delivery of service, except that their welfare is being treated as secondary. He says improving working conditions and prioritizing doctors' welfare are essential to retaining medical professionals and restoring confidence in the nation's health system.
Have to put a spotlight on the welfare of doctors in FCT as a whole, so that we can have doctors who are going to stay back in the country and work with passion. And without passion, you can have functional medicine practice.
With the exodus of over 16,000 doctors out of Nigeria in search of greener pastures, the NMA FCT leadership says government must create an environment where medical professionals can work with dignity, passion, and a sense of purpose. For many Nigerians, a simple health check can uncover a problem they never knew they had. Several residents of Nkanu West local government area of Enugu State had this first-hand experience when the free medical outreach revealed that their blood pressure was dangerously high. This was just one of many health challenges recorded during the 4-day health program organized by the 2027 APC House of Assembly candidate Ifeanyichukwu Nnamani.
It is the grand finale of the 4-day free medical outreach by an industrialist and 2027 APC candidates for Nkanu West State constituency, Ifeanyichukwu Nnamani, for every days of his constituency. Here at St. John Primary School, Albany, residents receive free checks for blood pressure, diabetes, eye problems, HIV screening, hepatitis, and syphilis, as well as consultations, treatment, and medication. Wheelchairs and medicated glasses were also distributed.
I haven't entered yet. That's what he's doing. So I believe when he enters, the cameras will change. We'll have a different look.
For many residents, it was an opportunity to discover health conditions they did not know they had, while others received treatment for illnesses they have been managing, this time without worrying about the cause.
A cancer patient from UNCH, but not the cancer that brought me here now. It's eye and arthritis in the leg. But they will give me the drugs. They have already given me the eye glass.
Well, even the one day my BP was too high. I didn't even know. But if I have not come here, I don't know what could have happened.
Ifeanyi Chukwunamani described the outreach as a compassionate way of giving back, saying he has sustained similar interventions for over a decade.
It's basically something we do every year for now, and we love doing it. And as you can see, our governor, His Excellency Barrister John December, is also doing this, what we are doing here, in a very large scale.
For many who discovered health conditions they did not know they had, the outreach was a reminder that sometimes a simple health check can be the first step towards saving a life. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
A coalition of more than 100 civil society groups, health advocates, and public interest organizations have rejected the proposed National Tobacco Control Act, that's the Amendment Bill 2025, describing it as a threat to public health. The groups under the Nigerian Tobacco Control Community say the proposed legislation weakens existing safeguards against tobacco and emerging nicotine products. At a media briefing, the coalition expressed particular concern over provisions it says could create loopholes for the promotion and sale of products such as vapes, nicotine pouches, and heated tobacco products. They faulted the proposed introduction of tobacco harm reduction objectives into the law, arguing that the concept could be used by tobacco companies to promote newer products as alternatives to conventional cigarettes.
On doing years of investment, not only in in the funds that some organizations have invested into tobacco control, but the
Let's move on with other stories. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, launched a 120 million naira strategic partnership to provide pro bono legal representation for vulnerable children across Nigeria, amid concerns over child detention, weak referral systems, and limited access to justice. The NBA president, Alpha Musigwe SAN, during the unveiling of the initiative, said the partnership designed to mobilize lawyers nationwide to represent children who are victims of abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and other violations, as well as children who come into conflict with the law, marked a shift from bold commitment on child protection to a structured legal response capable of ensuring that vulnerable children have lawyers when they need them.
This partnership between the NBA and UNICEF seeks to translate that responsibility into concrete action. Through this collaboration, we aim to mobilize lawyers across Nigeria to provide quality pro bono legal representation for children, strengthen referral pathways between justice and child protection actors, build the capacity of legal professionals to handle child-sensitive cases, and promote a justice system that places the best interests of the child at its center.
The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, represented at the event, said the federal government was strengthening the legal and institutional framework for child justice, noting that the country had already established important foundations through the Child Rights Act 2003, the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, state child rights laws, diversion initiatives, and restorative justice mechanisms. UNICEF representative Wafa Said said the partnership was founded on the principle that no child should be denied justice because of lack of legal representation.
We are not starting from 0 points. The foundation exists. Our task now is implementation, closing the gaps, building capacity, strengthening referral pathways, and ensuring that every guideline and law translates into better outcomes for children. The Federal Ministry of Justice reaffirms its commitment to provide policy leadership, legislative support, and interagency coordination to make Nigeria's justice system truly child-friendly.
This partnership seeks to ensure that children in contact with the law are protected, represented, and supported throughout the justice process, regardless of their background, location, or economic circumstances.
The partnership brings together the NBA, UNICEF, Federal Ministry of Justice, Judiciary, law enforcement agencies, correctional authorities, Legal Aid Council, civil society organizations, and other child protection stakeholders. As the initiative is expected to create a more coordinated national framework in which children can obtain legal assistance from the earliest point of contact with the justice system, while strengthening the use of diversion, rehabilitation, and child-sensitive procedures. And in other news, motherhood is celebrated as a journey of love and fulfillment. But behind the smiles are realities many women rarely talk about: financial pressure, career sacrifices, marital challenges, exhaustion, and the struggle to balance family responsibilities with personal aspirations. It was against this backdrop that women from different backgrounds gathered in Abuja for Mothers Unscripted, a platform designed to open honest conversations about the realities of motherhood and the support women need to thrive. AIT's Achida Majakutumi has more.
From sleepless nights and financial responsibilities to raising children while pursuing careers and maintaining relationships, motherhood comes with demands that often go unnoticed. For some women, the pressure is compounded by cultural expectations that portrays mothers as naturally strong and capable of handling every responsibility without asking for help. They called for stronger support systems within families and communities, saying mothers should have safe spaces to speak about their experiences without fear of judgment.
The woman most times is everything at home and outside the home. For the best to be tapped into her, she needs to know when to stop, she needs to know when to take a break, and she needs to know when to let go. You don't want to see your man, you don't want to see the meal in the kitchen, you don't want to see your son carrying this. It's the job of a woman, it's a job. I will tell you today that is the reason we are seeing rise of falls in young boys. The fathers kind of pull them away from being nurtured.
You have to be intentional about it. Intentional in the way you mold your children, intentional in the way you keep your family. Is quite overwhelming. But when you have the sisterhood fellowship around you, you have people, you have right partners around you, it seems a little bit easier.
Participants at the gathering say the conversation around motherhood must move beyond celebrating women on special occasions to addressing the everyday realities that shapes the well-being of mothers and their children.
The Nigerian Army Officers' Rights Association now has reiterated its commitment to improving the welfare and well-being of military families with fresh initiatives in education, economic empowerment, and drug abuse prevention. Now, President Safia Shaibu tasked officers' wives on savings, culture, financial independence.
A strong cooperative society provides opportunity for savings, access to financial support, investments, and economic advancement, empowerment rather.
The aim of this sensitization program is to make us aware that it's more than money, it's more than savings and loans, that the mindset is that you can do so much more than standing on your own, or I have money in my savings account, it's earning interest, that us being able to pull our resources together.
The association is also concerned about the social and health challenges facing them.
As mothers and wives, we have vital roles to play in creating awareness, recognizing early warning signs, supporting prevention efforts, and encouraging those in need to seek appropriate help.
We push the children to the school to do our job as parents, especially as mothers. But as families, as parents, you are the first school that the child should learn from.
NOAA says its priority is to build stronger, more resilient and self-reliant military families. The original inhabitants of Abuja have been honored with the celebration of the culture, heritage and traditional knowledge of its people. The gesture was made by the Resource Center for Human Rights and Civic Education in commemoration of the 2026 World Indigenous Peoples Day.
The event themed Celebrating Indigenous Midwives, Preserving Abuja Original Inhabitants' Identity in a Changing World, focused on recognizing indigenous knowledge, honoring the role of indigenous midwives in securing lives and strengthening the cultural rights of indigenous communities. In his presentation, the Executive Director of CRISED, Dr. Ibrahim Zikrullahi, described Abuja's original inhabitants as a bridge between ancestry and the future, stressing the need to preserve their identity, culture, and heritage.
As Abuja continues to evolve into a modern capital, the identity of its original habitat must never be erased, diluted, or forgotten. It matters for justice, it matters for inclusion, it matters for cultural continuity.
Other speakers insist that indigenous knowledge and the rights of indigenous people must be protected and respected, describing Abuja original inhabitants as custodians of the territory's rich cultural heritage.
These midwives has been listed in UNESCO. They've been recognized globally as the world has recognized them. In fact, Nigeria joined countries, about 6 countries, to list them in International World Heritage List as a practice that is standard.
As we speak, no indigenous person has right to land, and it's a very, very serious, gross, fundamental human rights violations. If other Nigerians will have right to their land, and the FCT indigenous have no any other place to call their own, they should also have right to their land.
There were various cultural performances from the 9 indigenous tribes of the FCT, showcasing their traditional music, dance, attire, and cultural expressions. It provided a platform for Abuja's original inhabitants to celebrate their heritage, promote indigenous knowledge, and draw attention to their cultural rights. Anya Ole Abotu, AIT News, Abuja.
A powerful magnitude 7.4 earthquake has struck Western Colombia, killing dozens of people and leaving a trail of destruction across several parts of the country. The quake struck early Monday in the Choco region at a depth of more than 100 kilometers, sending strong tremors across Colombia and into neighboring Venezuela, Ecuador, and Panama. Buildings have collapsed, airports have been shut, and schools closed, while emergency crews continue efforts to rescue people feared trapped beneath the rubble.
Panic and devastation in Western Colombia after a powerful earthquake struck the country in early hours of Monday. The magnitude 7.4 tremor hit at exactly 7:34 in the morning local time, with its epicenter recorded deep beneath the Choco region. Buildings have been damaged or brought down, while roads in some areas have been affected, making access difficult for emergency responders. Rescue teams are working through the rubble, searching for survivors and those who still may be trapped beneath collapsed structures. Local authorities say dozens of people have died, but officials warn that the death toll could change as rescuers search more affected communities. Airports have been forced to close in some areas, while schools have suspended activities as authorities assess the safety of buildings and infrastructure. The Colombia Geological Service says this is the strongest earthquake to hit the country in more than a decade. The United States says it is closely monitoring the situation, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying Washington stands ready to provide support. The earthquake comes less than 2 months after twin quakes devastated parts of neighboring Venezuela, killing more than 6,100 people.
Images of ships in the Strait of Hormuz seen from Iran's Bandar Abbas as U.S. President Donald Trump again extended a waiver that allows foreign ships to carry oil and other commodities between U.S. ports as the war in Iran continues disrupting energy flows and keeping costs elevated. Italian police said Monday they had arrested a businessman who made and had ties to the former premier Silvio Berlusconi for ordering a bomb attack targeting prominent television journalist Sigfrido Benucci last year. Rome's Carabinieri police said Walter Vellutola, a friend of Benucci, was the alleged mastermind behind the October 16 attack outside the journalist's home. Police said Vellutola is accused of having instructed a second man, Tavares Gomez Glesel, to recruit 4 men arrested in June who are accused of actually placing the bomb. Benucci, the popular star of the weekly investigative show Report on state broadcaster Rai, is now accused of any wrongdoing, and detectives believe he was unaware of Lavitola's plans. TV footage showed the latter being led away in a police car to a Rome prison after being questioned by investigators. The arrest is the latest twist in the case that made international headlines and was initially believed to be tied to Ranucci's reporting. Lavitola, a former journalist and import-export businessman who owns a restaurant in Rome, is well known in Italy, having been close to Berlusconi, who died in 2023. In 2015, a lower court convicted the former prime minister for having bribed a senator, handing him a 3-year sentence. The same sentence was given to Lavitola, whom prosecutors are accused of having handed the cash to the lawmaker. 2 days before a solar eclipse, tourists and Parisians are on the lookout for protective glasses so they can enjoy the celestial spectacle in complete safety. These glasses are absolutely essential because the danger is retinal burns, as Dr. Eric Frau, an ophthalmologist specializing in retina, points out. President Donald Trump on Monday again extended a waiver that allows foreign ships to carry oil. Coming up next is sports track. Hello again. The Flying Eagles will not participate in the 2027 Under-20 World Cup of Nations or the 2027 FIFA Under-20 World Cup after their qualification hopes were ended by a 4-1 thrashing by Burkina Faso in the WAFO B final on Sunday. A victory in that encounter would have secured the 7-time champions a place at next year's Under-20 AFCON. The WAFO B Under-20 Championship serves as a qualification pathway to the Under-20 AFCON, which in turn determines Africa's representatives at the 2027 FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Azerbaijan. The disappointment came just hours before the Super Falcons also lost their direct qualification hopes for the 2027 Women World Cup following a 1-0 defeat to Cameroon in Casablanca. However, Nigeria's Women's World Cup hopes remain alive, with the Super Falcons set to face South Africa in Thursday's playoff. A victory will keep the 10-time African champions World Cup qualification dream on track. Meanwhile, football administrators in the country have described the Super Falcons' disappointing exit from the 2026 WAFCON as a wake-up call for Nigerian football. The Super Falcons have missed out on the direct qualification spot for the 2027 Women's World Cup in Brazil, but the 10-time African champions still have a chance to make it to the global showpiece. The Falcons will face Bayana of South Africa in a continental playoff on Thursday in Morocco.
The Super Falcons are the most analyzed team in Africa. They are the most studied team in Africa. Their players are the most analyzed team in Africa. When countries play Nigeria, they prepare as if they are playing a World Cup final. We saw what happened with the Malawians when we met them in the first game of the tournament. The Falcons recovered and put up a spirited performance against Zambia despite being a man down for most of the match, and we overcame Egypt. Yesterday was just a one-off day. I'm optimistic that against South Africa we will do very, very well.
The lost is a wake-up call. You can see despair all over, written all over the girls. You know, some of them were crying profusely. They were, some of them were really, really crying. And they wanted it. Just shows that they wanted it even more. So it's a wake-up call for them, for the coaches, even for us, the administrators, to do what we have to do when we have to do it, get them prepared adequately. The next few days, I just want to see win-win-win.
While the Super Falcons still have a path to the Women's World Cup, the Flying Eagles will have to wait for another 3 years for another opportunity to qualify for the FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Former Flying Eagles coach Ladan Bosso spoke to AIT Sports and disagreed with the suggestion that the team's failure was as a result of lack of preparation.
The last team now, they had about almost 3 months. So the only thing there maybe we talk about motivation, which I believe it is no. If we do talk about technical in-depth, which I believe that Nigerian coaches are always magicians, if you look at what is happening, so it has always been well, but the most important thing, I know the feelings of the Nigerians about the teams. Teams are not doing well. I sympathize with our affiliate. So let's come back, let's go back and check what really is the problem. Let's work on these things and we push ahead. And I believe we are going to be there.
Nigeria's Eniola Bolaji delivered a statement performance at the Peru Para Badminton International to win the women's SL3 title without dropping a single game. The world number 2 capped a dominant campaign with a straight game victory over Brazil's Carolina Becknacamp in the final, following 3 equally convincing wins earlier in the competition. Bolaji conceded just 57 points throughout the tournament, underlining her dominance as she brushed aside opponents from Brazil, Croatia, and Mexico on her way to gold. The victory also represents a strong response after her outing at the British and Irish International and provides a timely boost ahead of the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games. With Nigeria's para badminton program banking on her experience and consistency, Bolaji's latest title further underlines her status as one of the country's leading medal prospects on the international stage. That's Sports Track, and indeed, that's the news on AIT. Many thanks for watching and for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Audu. Do stay safe and good night.
Hello everyone, you're watching Business Africa. My name is Asha Samput and welcome to our new edition dedicated to the continent's business and economic news. Like every fortnight, you can win $150 in our Business Africa game. More details later, but first, today's top stories. Ghana's textile sector relies on tradition to ensure its survival in the face of the inflow of imported goods.
I decided to start the textile business, but it came to a time the Ghanaian print, it was expensive, so people couldn't afford it.
Reducing greenhouse gas emissions while decreasing traffic jams. Kigali bets on electric bikes.
Gura
Ride is a project which consists in reducing the number of people waiting during a long time for buses and which are quite expensive for some. No more water chores, a reality within reach thanks to the European Investment Bank's commitment to improving infrastructure.
It really was hard work getting water. Most women had to wait until 2 o'clock in the morning. At that time, there's just a few drops of water.
Ghana receives 160 tons of textile waste every day from the West. The country, which has a rich history in textile manufacturing, is now fighting on the two fronts of imports of foreign fabrics and second-hand clothes. The country has thus chosen to bet on tradition and the Made in Ghana label. In 2004, the government even had the idea of establishing a casual Friday wear initiative to encourage the production and purchase of locally made clothes and to promote Ghanaian textiles and its fashion industry. Our journalists John Owotwi and George Ibosaki want to meet these exceptional tailors, a story of resilience and resistance of a sewing sector that is still very much alive.
This Friday Wear initiative brought a boost in business for local dressmakers and tailors, as the wearing of wax print fabrics, which was widely deemed as out of place in formal settings, became a more universally accepted style of clothing, bringing a higher value to the production and use of these garments. A move that was intended to revive the local textiles industry, which employed some 3,000 people, a significant fall from some 30,000 in the 70s. But with an increase in demand of the locally produced clothes, following the Friday Wear initiative, local production struggled to meet the supply. This led to a rise in the price of the local fabrics and opened up an avenue for the infiltration of the cheaper imported fabrics or counterfeited fabrics. Sarah Agri was introduced to the textile trade as a child by her grandmother. She currently sells both locally produced textiles and foreign counterfeited fabrics.
I decided to start the textile business, but it came to a time the Ghanaian print, it was expensive, so people couldn't afford it. So I made up my mind to join the high target, that is the foreign ones, and that one too is cheaper. So people started buying that one. And as for the GTP and printers like that soft, when somebody is going to marriage ceremony or funeral, then they buy the GTP because that is a traditional cloth.
GTP, ATL and Printex are actually the name of 3 of the 4 major garment factories that survived the decline of the sector in Ghana in the early 2000s. By extension, they gave their name to locally manufactured fabrics used for ceremonial or customary activities. Wooden, however, is of Francophone origin and has become accepted for contemporary use. These days, African print garments are worn daily in many variations in both formal and informal settings. The dressmakers sometimes cannot keep up with the orders, especially during the periods leading up to festive occasions. Some patrons also have to travel long distances to get their dresses made because of their individual taste and styles. Philomena Appiah regularly has to travel out of town to get her dresses made for her.
I was looking for a reliable person to sew my clothes, but I couldn't get one until my sister introduced someone for me at Salt Pond to go there and sew my dress. So when I go there, I see the woman too is very serious to sew the dress for me. That's why I just traveled from Cape Coast to Salt Pond to get a person to sew my dress.
Artisanal tailors like Emmanuel Young Colhams, a third-generation tailor and IT student, are all thankful to the family business they can depend on.
My dad took over him, and I've also taken over my dad. One thing that I've learned from my granddad is that whenever he sews dresses for someone, he makes it look unique in a way that he looks at your personality, your stature, and he sews the dress to fit you perfectly.
Ebenezer Ajay Mansa took over his father's once sought-after tailoring shop that specialized in hand-sewn suits, which was on the brink of collapse and has struggled to keep it afloat. But although he produces some fine garments, businesses like his face the threat of being pushed out of operation by yet another obstacle: cheaper, imported second-hand clothing from China, the US and UK has flooded the Ghanaian market, suffocating the local industry.
This shop is my father's shop. He's the one who taught me this work. What I learned from my father, I'm just continuing. At first, we got some pastors, lawyers, big men from the ministries all the time bring their work here, suit here so that we sew for them. And now things are not like first.
But Professor Asma sees the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the AfCFTA, as another opportunity to reverse the decline in the clothing and textile industry. The agreement provides a bigger market for our locally produced goods, and he encourages entrepreneurs to get themselves prepared by undergoing skills training and apprenticeship programs.
High time we move away from the job of going to school to work in the bank and to work in the ministries and so on. This sector is a big one. And now that the African Free Trade Area is coming on board, I believe it gives us a huge opportunity now, not only to target the local market, but to target the rest of the African continent. And this is where I see the potential of this industry.
With the estimated steady rise in imports of cheaper, inferior clothes and second-hand clothes into the country from $115 million in 2002 to $250 million in 2019, the trend in the declining fortunes of Ghana's local textile and fashion industry is unlikely to change, reducing the local industry to an artisanal scale in a country that needs to make major interventions in getting the masses of its youth in gainful employment.
A dozen of new cobalt and lithium mines within 4 years. This is what the Democratic Republic of the Congo is planning. The metals sought to power the electric vehicle revolution are in great international demand. Congolese authorities have authorized the acceleration of exploration in the southeast of the country. The region could hold a large reserve of lithium. But meanwhile, the African Union is very concerned about the deterioration of the relationship between Kigali and Kinshasa. Governments accuse each other of supporting rebel troops active in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The airline Rwandair, already in bad financial shape, was banned from flying in the DRC. And border trade is also very affected as the DRC has just entered the common trade area of the East Africa Community. We remain in the region in Kigali, exactly, where the issue of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is more than ever a national priority. But how do you actually manage to tackle this global issue? Kigali is trying out alternatives to solve two problems at once: pollution and traffic jams. The capital of Rwanda has since last year a new means of transport.
Hello, my name is Hallelujah Dorai. I'm a champion. Gender equitable storytelling helps ensure that men and women portrayed as full human beings with agency, intelligence, and inspiration. It allows to preserve culture while also promoting dignity. As a filmmaker, you need to research maybe the best point of view, involve women writers, consultants, reviewers, early in script development, and question whether each character is driven by purpose or stereotypes. Check dialogue, conflicts, and resolution for justice and authenticity. Most importantly, ask, does this story reinforce harmful norms, or does it often space with dignity and responsibility?
So cikin waɗannan zagaye da kuka yi akan wannan topic ɗin da ya shafi gender equitable storytelling, su mene sababbin abubuwa da kuka kawo gida Kano da zai amfani mu gaba ɗaya?
So abin da zai amfani Kano shine kawai kokarin ya za a canja wancan norms ɗin, babban al'adu da suke damun bangaren rubutu da bangaren production da ake na fina-finai. Ya za a canja, ya zama ana wa kowa adalci tsakanin mata da maza. Fim yana da tasiri a society, kuma matasa suna ɗauka maza family yana shiga ko ina. To wannan tasirin da yake da shi idan aka juya akalan labari ta zama ana yin adalci tsakanin mazan da mata. To zaki ga kafin ka ce ko wasu abubuwan sun canza. Although Kano tana yi amma indirectly ba san tana yi.
So wato watchword ɗin da shine adalci.
Yeah.
So mu duba cikin gida Kano. Why is gender equitable storytelling important in Kano yanzu haka?
So Kano has an enormous influence on family values, youth attitude, social norms across northern Nigeria and beyond.
That's true.
Yeah, gender equitable storytelling, labarai masu yin adalci tsakanin maza da mata, labarai da suke taimakawa wajen nuna mata da maza a matsayin mutane cikakku kuma masu kima da daraja ba tare da nuna fifiko kan wani yafi wani ba. Sannan kuma zai taimakawa wajen nuna mata wajen fito da burukansu da kuma ya aka yi mazaje suke taimakansu wajen cimma wannan burin.
Mu duba shi har yanzu akan stereotype din. What are the stereotype that ya kamata a ce Kano yanzu mun fara barin su?
Okay, to zan ce portraying women as constantly dependent.
Okay.
Masu dogaro da kuma kullum ai musu abu. Zaki ga labaran abin da muke nuna ake nan, ko kuma a nuna su mayaudara ko kawai soyayya suka sa gaba. At the same time kuma ko kuma ce similarly su mazan ana nuna su kullum su ne alpha and omega. And then bayan wannan kuma zaki ga ana nuna su da tsauran ra'ayi, wai kai ba za ka canja ba, tsohuwar al'ada norms kare sai ka ce kai ba za a yi sa canja ka akan wannan ba. Wani abu ne da ya riga ya huce, ya kamata a ce an canja. Sannan kuma kullum su ake nuna da mulki, bayan mulki yanzu ya rabu, mata na yi maza na yi.
Gaskiya ne.
Kuma always the dominant, kullum akan maza abin da nake tunani kenan.
To an haka ne baba, ta yaya za a yi mu canja waɗannan abubuwan?
To za mu iya sauya labaran mu, inda labaran ayyin su ake ba wasu suke yin kansu. Za mu iya sauya labaran mu yadda mu ringa nuna mazan suna da tausayi ga abokan zaman su mata. Cikin fim ka nuna namiji yana da tausayi ga mace, kuma yana taimakawa matan wajen cimma burikansu. Kowace mace tana da buri a rayuwarta. So amma sai ta samu partner na gari wanda ya san cewa okay ga hakokinta ga hakokinsa, ba wanda zai zama dominant din kamar yadda muka
tana da zai saurare
ta ya san ina ta sa gaba ya taimaka mata zuwa wannan gurin. To wannan zai taimaka sosai.
Beyond filmmaking, Falolo is known as a mentor and advocate within Kennywood, encouraging young filmmakers to tell more gender equitable stories, combat privacy, and influencing discussions on how Hausa cinema evolves in the digital age.
Our challenges in our industry, Kano, we can say is challenges that come and go from here to here, from traditional rulers, ulama, and then government.
But ulama is the religious.
So religion, yeah, we did that, and then government policy. So the industry started around 1999 with a printing jacket. During 1999 to 2000, we can sell, even the jacket, we can sell millions of jackets. After 2000 and jacket. BDBD. VHS. VHS jacket. Yeah. The industry has the money, has the potential, has the everything. During 2023, in Sharia law coming, on the Sharia law coming, they closed the cinemas, all the 2003, there were all the cinema in Ariwa, they are closed. We don't have cinema, we only have a jacket and market. When we print jacket and go to the market, some Parisi men took it with me and print it and sell it. So you lose the money, you lose everything. So around 2010, we discover YouTube and Video Center. Yeah, we discover Video Center. We start showing our movies in Video Center and put it on YouTube.
da kake samun kullum shi ne a tabbata yi magana a kan cewa wai zamantakewa makwabta ko da yaron da ya yi wani abu ko ka so ka baka a gida kwaɓe maka ka aiki mafita da sauransu. Trauma ne yan bisa wani rashin magana na da yaran ko mu da kanmu da ba mu yi ba muna yara. Wata ina abubuwan da yawan su na faru. Wai ake tunanin cewa shi wanda mutum zai yi misali shi ne shi ake girma ake samu waɗansu yara suke zama gurbatar saboda abubuwan da suka yi koyi da suka biya ana kokari idan yana faruwa da ya su kai magana ba wai da shi ba idan har iyayen da za su ce duk abin da ya faru da kai kan ka dawo gida ka faɗa ko ina za ka faɗa ka ci sauki daga nan ne ake ma samun problem na shaye-shaye da tashin hankali ko kuma ka ga yarinya ta fito daga gidan saboda a gidan su ba za ta iya faɗan maka saboda maminta ko babanta sun haɗa ka faɗa makwabci zai zo ya kawo ƙarar ƴarka ko ɗanka don ka isa ka ce ko ka zauna ka gaya what's your side of story ɗinka saboda iyaye ka su ce ka yi shirin wallahi we are going through a lot. Some of us here, idan ka ce ku yi shiru ba ne ba ne ba.
Tuwai za su rubutu, tuwai su ne ɗaukar nauyi, su wasu su ne directing. Dukkan masana ne su ne a sama. Ki so haka suna yi ne a daidai abin da suke tunanin shi ne daidai abu. A misali a gidan aure. An zo an yi aure dukkanin kuma sun cewa aure yarjejeniya ce. Kowa yana da haƙoƙin da zai ƙare. Da ɓangaren mace da ɓangaren namiji idan ta saba nata da danginta da danginsa da malamai da mutanen gari duk za su goya baya ta cuce shi amma idan shi ya saba nata sai menene na shi dama namiji shi ne ɗaukar nauyi ko ita kuma mace mai tarbiya mai zama a gida kowa an raba masa aikinsa. So, idan mace misali wata tambayi mijinta kuwa ba ta fita, al'umma nan za ta zane ta, shi ma sai ta yi zaɓe ba sai iya kaiwa rana. To, amma ku shi ne sauke wannan nauyin ba, inda za ta kai ƙara gidan su ko ta kai kotu, me zai biyo baya? Ta yi kin san yau ba, kin san wannan hakokin duka ba a duba su.
So, if we are going to tell our story, we need to tell organic stories da yake cikin mu a rayuwarmu wanda ake yi yau da kullum. Idan za mu irin waɗannan labaran, farko we need to identify our issues, social issues da muke da shi da muke so mai overcoming, mai goal din da abin da muke so mai achieve. Ba a rubutu karasi. Irin waɗannan rubutun ana yin su ne da ilimi da hankali da nazari da bincike. So marubuci ba zai zama haka kawai yake rubutu kawai shafi faɗi ba akwai entertainment stories akwai rubutu kamar na littafi da kuma daga gurbanci da kamar wahayi na aibaka ka so kai ta rubutun ka amma wani rubutu ne na hankali da audience ɗinka za ka ga commissioner sai gani professional sai gani yaro sai gani duniya za ta ne akwai critics, akwai masu ɗan. So ya kamata za mu fara da za mu yi research ne, za mu kuma issues ɗin kuma muna da labarai a irin wanda za mu faɗa na Hausawa ɗin serious stories da mata. A kusan Thomas waɗanda suke so yanzu akwai yara da yawa da suke rayuwa a cikin unguwanni ko a cikin suna da bururruka da ake tare su ba a ba su dama. So a rika nuna labaran nan ana fito da yaran nan ana fito musu da labarai su yaran nan suna resonating ne audience nan matasa suna resonating da wannan labarin da muke bada ba. Sun ma fi ɗaukar labaran mu ma akan wa'azi da ma sai hauni ba ne a suka ga wannan shi ne gaskiya sai su zo cikin wallahi su suke ma kawai sha'awar ko kuma su rabu da kasa ne masana karshe a research din na gano shi detachment ne suke samu a nan auren biji sai ta dan saba miki yana ata dai kima kina yin shi sai kina cewa bari ni hakuri in janye ba communication kina ta janyewa kina ta jin so ta gaba na janyewa ne yawa shekarun ne sun yawa sai ta ba ta ba shi zamani a lokacin kuma bayan shekara 10 yaran sun fara tasowa sai ta bai ki aure saboda ɗaya.
Sannan dole bana mu sake shiga mu cusa kanmu kusa da malamai masu sassauƙar ra'ayi a wannan masana'anta. Ina ce masu sassauƙar ra'ayi wanda za su karɓe mu su tafi tare da mu muna neman shawara ko ba da gyara gona kira su ba su shawarce su maka yawa. Idan muka tafi ba tare da su ba su ne da farko da za su shafe mu ce ganin ba za mu yi tara mu tara ko dole mu dan ce da dan gari aka cika wannan na shawara da za a yi samar da cewa in ka zo da rubutu a kan addinin musulunci sai ba ma da yanci saboda haka kira malamin masu sauƙa lafi za su yadda kuma su ba shawara a duk su tafi kuma da ai a yi kwamban ko a yi mitin da yadda za su ba wannan da shawara da kafin haɗuwar sannan dole bana mu sake shiga mu cusa kanmu kusa da malamai masu sassauƙar ra'ayi a wannan masana'anta. Ina ce masu sassauƙar ra'ayi wanda za su karɓe mu su tafi tare da mu muna neman shawara ko ba da gyara gona kira su ba su shawarce su maka yawa. Idan muka tafi ba tare da su ba su ne da farko da za su shafe mu ce ganin ba za mu yi tara mu tara ko dole mu dan ce da ɗan gari aka cika. Wannan na shawara da za a yi samar da cewa in ka zo da rubutu a kan addinin musulunci sai ba ma da yanci saboda haka kira malamin masu sauƙar lafi za su yadda kuma su ba shawara a duk su tafi kuma da ai a yi kwamban ko a yi mitin da yadda za su ba mutane wannan da shawara da kafin haɗuwar.
Sannan ɓangaren kenan wani abu da ya kamata mu kalla a matsayin babban rubuta da producer da director da yawa idan an zo abin da yake zama rubuta labari shi wanda yake so da rubuta labari ba ka dama a kai kanka marubuci da kake da basira kake da kwakwalwar ka rubuta labari da yadda kake fahimtar labarin yadda kake kallon al'ummar ba wanda ba kusan ba zai fara maka sin ba sin yadda yake so ya ke wani rubutu ma ya kulle kwakwalwar ka yadda ba za ka iya kallon nazarin da rubuta ka kai da zamiyar su ka gane ya suke misali na yi rubutu da ta tun 90% ta ke rubutu da ta lokacin da nake rubutu ta ina rubutawa ta bangaren yadda na rubutu amma misali da na so gani sai nake kaɗan yadda rubutu sai ta so ta fasa a bani ba ta yadda ni ma rubuci zan yi nasa tana rubutun abin da rubuta ba ya kasuwa da haka to sako ba zai je ba saboda shi ma rubuce na ga Allah ne ya gula ma kira ai da mun da shi da rubutu sai gaba daidai da abu da domin idan rubuta wanda daidai da yadda gwamnati ya fiye kallon rawar shi ba zai karɓa ba. To, abin da aka yi samun matsala kenan Hausawa kafin zuwa Turawa sun ba wa mata dama. Duk wanda yake cewa ba ba wa mata dama ba kafin zuwa Turawa bai ta tarihin Hausawa ba. Dalilin shi tun da zamanin Annabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam wasu mata da suke shuhura ko a zamanin Annabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam in za a yi ta yadda da labarin suka ke tafiya mata ke tafiya.
Abin da nake sa rai da duk wani wanda ya halittu wannan workshop ya dauka shi ne ya zama ya kare da ilimin da aka baya concentrating ta kuma akan ya ni off na dan karanta musu gaba da gender visual storytelling kuma su zama sun yi amfani da su a cikin tunanin su da labaransu da kuma content da suke creating da waƙoƙinsu da suke yi. Ya zama mun samu wannan canjin da people have samar da shi, ya zama an canza wa'annan stereotypes, norms da ke tsakanin da whatever abin yake so in canza game da wani kallo da ake ga juna game da yadda ya zama babu wannan gender bias su duka zama an da wasu. Wayannan su ne da nake fata kuma alhamdulillah daga yadda suka tashi ne maka buɗe blog din suka zama tugo ko ne da yadda suka bada wannan su alama cewa sabon da muka isar a gurin ya isa. Ina fata kuma na su kalle shi su canza shi cikin finafinan su ya zama mun ga canjin da muke fata.
A gida ake tsoron mutu bai ba da attention. Yan uwa kowa yana sakas. Wa za ta je ta gaya ma. Kawai ɗan ƙaramin biyas ta ware ta ɗauki wata waka ta yi magana a kan wani abu da yake damun yawanci. Ta je da tinta gaya su yadda ake comment wasu suna kin fito mana da ya kamata ta wani abu. To kaga irin waɗannan abubuwa sai kamata a ce an canja adalci a tsakanin jinsin maza da mata. Adalci a tsakanin jinsin maza wannan ne na kowa da kowa.
Director Falalu Dorayi spoke about a lot of points that are very beneficial to filmmakers in northern Nigeria. I can honestly say, it's my personal opinion, that 5 out of every 10 films in northern Nigeria is quietly and silently addressing social and behavioral change, SBC, or topics relating to women and relationship or gender equitable storytelling.
Tsatsauran ra'ayi ba. Kuma su zama masu taimakawa mata wajen
daɗin tausayi haka.
Madalla, bayan tausayi kuma su zama shugabanni masu adalci da basira. Saboda yanzu in kika lura da irin shugabannin da muke battling da su a siyasa, kawai sai dai a ce Allah ya sauke. Adalcin da basira zai ka neme shi farko lokacin da mutum yake nema za ka ga kamar yana da shi, amma daga lokacin da ya shiga da'irar sai ka nemi wannan adalcin da basira ya karasa. Tsara fim ya kai tambayi kansa. That this story reimpose harmful norms, or does it offer space for responsibility and dignity? Dalili ana shi ne, wajibi ne producers su gane cewa sai mun aje promoting din munanan al'adu a cikin fina-finan. Dole ne mu kalli mutunci da girmamawa da ci gaba a kowane angili yanda ake bawa mata maza dama. A nuna alpha and omega. So ya kamata mata masu samu wani abu.
Spanning more than 2 decades, he has built a reputation not just for making successful films, but for expanding what northern Nigerian stories can be. From acclaimed productions such as Basaja, Seyada, Zara Bunu, Gwaska, Juyin Sarata, and the groundbreaking television series Gidon Badamasi.
Starting from the film we are watching, I can change everything from my script, my teamwork, even the team we are working together have changed. Men-dominated industry in the north, so men-dominated. I have to assign some women or hire some women who work together, show them how they can be at the front line, not supported like what I brother Shima say.
Gender equality doesn't mean that men and women are the same. Whether it means that men and women have the same words and actions.
Northern Nigeria has often been portrayed through narrow narratives, particularly regarding women and girls. In many public conversations, women's experiences, ambitions, and struggles are frequently overlooked. Yet, through storytelling, Dorayi has repeatedly created space for female characters to be more than stereotypes. His films have explored family relationships, marriage, social expectations, education, dignity, and the consequences of injustice, giving audiences opportunities to see women as fully realized human beings with agency, complexity, and voice.
Okay, alhamdulillah na ji daɗin kasancewa a wannan project ne suna Gender Equitable Storytelling. Kusan shekara zan ce 20 na masana'antar shirya fina-finai kuma na gabatar da labarai different from some colors. She say New York Times magazine
za ta interview da mu akan show din da ake magana gidan Badamasi wanda ya ɗauki hankalin mutane kuma alhamdulillah har sakon ya je gurin su. Wannan abin farin ciki ne a gurin mu za su yi maka ba su dama suka bada da America muka yi interview. Bayan mun yi interview alhamdulillah bayan edition din ya fito ina ji za mu ce edition ko kuma magazine din ta fito mun samu call ina ji ni da Naziru abokina daga America da yawa. Wannan ya ja hankalin wannan project da muka zo gender equitable storytelling suka kira mu suka ce muna cikin waɗanda suke tunanin za su gayyata domin zuwa wannan ƙasa ta America domin ɗaukan wani sabon darasi da zai yi magana akan mata da irin halin da suke ciki. Kuma gaske ne akwai labarai da suke faruwa akan mata da yawa waɗanda an binne su ba a bada su, kuma it's a privilege for us to tell the story. That's why we're here.
This is why Falalu Durai is our champion.
The rapid growth of the population has today become a considerable challenge when it comes to traffic, with constant gridlocks in the city. Buses, motorbikes and taxis are the usual means of transport for most city dwellers. Cycling has not really caught on among the Kigalians. Now though, Gura Ride, a local startup, has been offering an alternative way of getting around.
Gura Ride is a project which consists in reducing the number of people waiting during a long time for buses and which are quite expensive for some.
The Public Transport Initiative for Self-Service Electric Bicycles has received the green light from the Kigali city authorities. Created in 2017, Gura Ride's ambition is to make the bicycle a new and affordable means of transportation for everyone.
We chose Rwanda because the infrastructure of the country's cities is very favorable for bicycle transports. Plus, the townspeople walk around a lot, so it was a sign that they would like to do their shopping by bike rather than on foot.
City bicycles, a successful concept from the West, are now being imported to the land of 1,000 hills. Since its launch, 12 parking points, like this one, have been set up in crossroads in the capital. First-time users must first download the Gura Ride app to benefit from 2 months of free rides, and many already love the concept. I've heard of these bikes. I gave it a try today and liked it. Not only its agility, but also the fact that I can use it to run errands without a problem. It's a significant improvement. Each bike comes with an electronic lock that can only be opened if you have a valid subscription on the dedicated mobile app. After completing their journey, the user will park the bicycle at the station nearest their destination, ready for the next users to take their turn.
Our colleagues in Vests explain how to proceed, starting with downloading the app needed to enjoy 2 free months and how to create an account, where are the bike lanes and traffic areas.
Since Rwanda has plenty of mountains and hills and most of the population lives at mid-altitude, Gura Ride has tested several prototype bikes to decide which 2 models were best suited to the terrain.
We have 2 types of bikes, one with chain, the other electric. As you pedal, the battery recharges. This is in our agenda contribution to protect the environment from pollution. So Gura Ride bikes are eco-friendly.
The bikes are decorated in green, yellow and blue, the national colors of Rwanda. Some youngsters are already regular cyclists. Simbi Adelaide, a resident of the capital, recognizes the difference, however, between a normal bike and that of Gura Ride.
The difference is that the bicycle known to all requires a lot of force to pedal. But with the one from Gura Ride, I'm comfortable. Because of its elegance on my journey, everyone contemplates it.
Behind this startup is Umuhoza Pamela Ella, who heads a group of young people who manage the bicycles from a distance. They can track customer journeys in real time to prevent damage or theft. Gura Ride bikes are imported as separate pieces and are put together at the startup's assembly and repair shop. Donat is one of the technicians in charge of putting all the parts together, ready for a test ride. He and his colleague can assemble a bike in about 25 minutes and are also trained in maintenance. This is where we do assembly and maintenance. We've been trained and we're ready to intervene at any time. Since not everybody cycles in the same way, I think a flat tire was our worst nightmare. But our tires are puncture-proof. Given the quality of our bikes, regular maintenance is only needed every 3 weeks. Gura Ride is working with authorities from Kigali and other districts of Rwanda to place parking stations in several neighborhoods. The price will vary between 100 and 200 Rwandan francs per trip. Gura Ride has so far invested in the manufacture of over 100 bicycles. Today, 80 are in use in the capital, and more will soon circulate across the country as well.
You're watching Business Africa. Welcome back to the second part of our show. Has Africa succeeded its negotiations with Russia? Invited by Russian President Vladimir Putin, the current president of the African Union, Macky Sall, went to the Russian seaside resort of Sochi. The aim was to find solutions to the blockade on grain and fertilizer imports as a result of the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Egypt has been delivered a shipment of 55,000 tons of Indian wheat. The 2 countries had been in talks since March for a grain import deal. Kenya is planning to build a 25,000-ton liquefied natural gas storage depot in Mombasa. The aim is to speed up gas loading onto delivery trucks to reduce the number of tankers parked in the port. Thus, Kenya aims to reduce the costs paid by the final consumer by 30% and compete with the near monopoly of the Tanzanian port of Dar es Salaam. Nigeria has waived contracting an external loan of $950 million. This was announced by its finance minister Zainab Ahmed. The Treasury bond issue would have completed the total envelope of more than 6 billion Nigerian loans on the international capital markets in 2021. The decision reflects both the current market situation, which is less favorable to borrowers, and the strategy of the Nigerian government to reduce its exposure to rising interest rates. Access to water, sanitation or electricity, these are still daily priorities for many Africans, and there's still a lot to do. Over the years, many international partners have supported and funded a series of projects that are gradually changing the situation. We have the example with the European Investment Bank, one of those financial institutions working in West Africa to encourage infrastructure development. Take a look.
In the Diop household, water flows with a turn of the tap, much to the relief of Mrs. Diop and the entire family. The endless trips to fetch water are a thing of the past.
It really was hard work getting water. Most women had to wait until 2 o'clock in the morning. At that time, there's just a few drops of water.
Further east, in Senegal's hinterland, the situation was once no better than in Thiès. Now, thanks to PEPAM, the drinking water and sewerage program for the millennium, local inhabitants have improved access to drinking water.
We had to get water delivered. A barrel would cost around $1.50. Some households needed 3 to 4 barrels a day. That's at least $3.50 to pay for the water that you need each day.
But
now, thank God, it is easier.
1,000 miles away in Ouagadougou, the capital of landlocked Burkina Faso in Western Africa, it was the same problem. For years, the outlying neighborhoods were not connected to the drinking water network. For Sana Kabore, owner of a small brickwork supplying local building sites, the first problem he had to solve each day was, where do I get water? A problem that is now solved thanks to ONIA, the National Water and Sanitation Board. ONIA has provided water to 32,000 poorer households in the outskirts. Good news for the Kasalia service promoter.
Avant, on n'avait pas l'eau pour travailler.
We didn't have the water we needed to work. We had to get it delivered from all over the place by taxi motorbikes at $1.30 the barrel. Now, ONEA has set up standpipes, and we have the water we need to work properly. I use at least 10 barrels of water a day. At home, I have a water tap, and my wife no longer has to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning to fetch water.
One of the objectives of the Millennium Development Goals was to halve the percentage of the world's population that had no access to drinking water. With the MDG deadline in sight, considerable progress has been made.
Le Sénégal a atteint largement, d'ailleurs, les objectifs du...
Senegal is well on target for the Millennium Development Goals, with access to 100% of households in Dakar and 91% in the hinterland.
11% dans les régions de l'intérieur.
Thanks to a low-interest loan from the European Investment Bank, it was possible to provide inhabitants with an extra 40,000 cubic meters of water. A larger water tower was built with sufficient storage capacity to supply areas that had water shortages.
Nous avons pu réaliser 721 kilomètres.
We installed a record 721 kilometers of piping for the drinking water supply network.
Ce qui a permis également
We were then able to provide 48,000 subsidized connections, benefiting more than 500,000 people.
Plus de 500,000 personnes.
In Ouagadougou, the battle for drinking water is concentrated on Ziga, a project designed to provide the capital's inhabitants with the precious resource. The 3 million-strong metropolis is constantly growing, outrunning the country's ability to supply drinking water access. ONIA received 18 million euros from the EIB to finance its various investments.
un partenariat vraiment très riche en ce sens que...
The partnership has been very productive and has enabled us to improve and increase access to drinking water and to maintain the service with water treatment plants, water towers and distribution networks.
Les différentes stations.
FCT indigenous communities who have found commitment to government collaboration call for greater inclusion, improved living conditions. Nigerian Union of Teachers Municipal Branch FCT raises alarm over alleged land grabbing and demolition of teachers' estates. Minister of State for Health urges Nigerian Medical Association and resident doctors to sustain dialogue, strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system. This is Abuja Report on AIT, and I am Landry Balola. You're welcome. Globally, it is agreed a nation that gambles with the welfare of its teacher is gambling with the life and future of every child in that country. You cannot build school with one hand and still teachers home with the other. That is why the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUC, Municipal Branch, FCT, is asking one simple question tonight. Who will protect the teacher? We take you to the story. Academic activities at Nasarawa State University, KEFI, have been disrupted following an indefinite strike declared by lecturers under the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU Nsuk branch. The chairman of ASU Nsuk, Dr. Subaru Loko, disclosed this in a telephone interview with AIT, saying the strike was total and comprehensive. According to Loko, the industrial action followed the failure of the university authorities and the Nasarawa State government to address several outstanding welfare concerns affecting academic staff. He said lecturers were being owed more than 3 billion naira in arrears arising from unpaid earned academic allowance, the implementation of the minimum wage, and the recently approved salary increment for academic staff of universities by the federal government. The ASU chairman said the union had held several meetings with the university management, government council, and the state government to seek the payment of the outstanding entitlement. He said the meeting had failed to produce any positive outcome, leaving the lecturers with no option but to withdraw their services. Dr. Loko stressed the members will remain away from their duty posts until their demands were addressed. He added that the strike would affect all academic responsibilities, including the supervision of thesis and research work. And the Minister of State for Health, Isiaka Salako, has urged Nigerian Medical Association, MMA FCT chapter, and the National Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, to sustain consultation, noting that members of association and the government are partners in the development of the country, especially the health sector. It says strengthening collaboration among stakeholders remain critical in ensuring that the health sector effectively deliver on its mandate. The minister spoke during an engagement with the Medical Association where he assured them that the Renewed Hope agenda is aware of their challenges confronting Nigerian doctors and is taking steps to address them.
Shortage of health professionals, including doctors, in our various facilities. And at the same time, we have the challenge of industrial not being able to maintain industrial harmony. So we need to do a balance. We should maintain this spirit to ensure it's not every time we have to down tool.
Chairman of the MMA FCT chapter, George Ebong, says medical doctors are committed to effective delivery of service, except that Their welfare is being treated as secondary. It says improving working conditions and prioritizing doctors' welfare are essential to retaining medical professionals and restoring confidence in the nation's health system.
We have to put a spotlight on the welfare of doctors in FCT as a whole, so that we can have doctors who are going to stay back in the country and work with passion. And without passion, you can't have functional medicine practice.
With the exodus of over 16,000 doctors out of Nigeria in search of greener pastures, the NMA FCT leadership says government must create an environment where medical professionals can work with dignity, passion, and sense of purpose. A coalition of more than 100 civil society groups, health advocates, and public interest organizations have rejected the proposed National Tobacco Control Act Amendment Bill 2025, describing it as a threat to public health. The group under the Nigeria Tobacco Control Committee says the proposed legislation weakens existing safeguards against tobacco and emerging nicotine products. At media briefing, the coalition expressed particular concerns over provision it says could create loopholes for the promotion and sales of products such as vape, nicotine pouches, and heated tobacco products. They faulted the proposed introduction of the tobacco harm reduction objective into the law, arguing that the concept could be used by tobacco companies to promote newer products, an alternative to conventional cigarettes.
Undoing years of investment, not only in the funds that some organizations have invested into tobacco control, but the time and energy, the passion of those who saw this, that public health should be a very important concern to Nigeria, and now trying to take us back to years of starting all over again. Well, on behalf of the Alliance, we are firmly against this, and we are not going to stand down.
These people are also potential business interests, and so they must do all they can to cultivate that business interest.
In Nigeria, when young people form a large part of our population, over 60%, our publications circulate widely through websites and social media. Such a weak definition offers little protection. It only creates a convenient legal route for tobacco advertising to reach our children.
The group demanded that the National Assembly immediately recall the consolidated bill and subject it to a transparent public health-led review. They are also calling for the publication of committee reports, voting records, and stakeholder submissions that inform the development of the bill.
You can have a fake agency that's drawing budgets, and now we are having a fake document, a fake bill that has passed through not only the House of Reps. The House of Reps did a public hearing, which is a normal thing. And at that public hearing, two documents totaling 4 pages, were presented to the people of Nigeria for intervention. And we looked at the 2 documents and we said these 2 documents, these 2 amendment bills are not strong enough.
The Nigerian Army Officers' Wife Association, NAOWA, has reiterated its commitment to improving the welfare and well-being of military families with fresh initiatives in education, economic empowerment, and drug abuse prevention. NAOWA President Safiya Shaibu tasked officers' wives on saving culture, financial independence. The association is also concerned about the social health challenges facing them. NAOWA says its priority is to build stronger, more resilient, and self-reliant military families. This is Abuja Report on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduna Hill studios in Asokoro. Here's a reminder of our top stories. FCT indigenous communities reaffirmed commitment to government collaboration, call for greater inclusion, improved living conditions. A Nigerian Union of Teachers Municipal Branch FCT raises alarm over alleged land grabbing and demolition of teachers' estate. The Minister of State for Health urges Nigerian Medical Association and resident doctors to sustain dialogue, strengthen Nigeria's healthcare system.
Every great stew comes down to one moment. The moment that decides everything. When the tomato paste meets the oil fries well, blooms deep red color, and gives off rich aroma. And when it blends well with everything else in the pot, I see it all coming together. New Tasty Tom fries well, blends well, shines in the moment.
Well, it shines so bright.
Welcome back. And this is the rest of the story. The original inhabitants of Abuja have been honored with a celebration of culture, heritage, and traditional knowledge of its people. The gesture was made by the Resource Center for Human Rights and Civic Education in commemoration of the 2026 World Indigenous People Day.
So equity, fairness, justice, and togetherness is concerned, the FCT minister has made sure that all the flag bearers of APC, Senate, House of Representatives, are indigenous. And without his intervention, we know if politics is all about numbers, we know what is happening in FCT. But he has given it to us. So as people, we need to tell him thank you. And the thank you is to give them all the support.
Contrary to expectations that the new Nigeria Tax Act will bring an ending of multiple taxes and levies on businesses, manufacturers say the reality on the ground remains largely unchanged. The Manufacturer Association of Nigeria MAN says its members are still confronted by multiple tax collectors and regulatory agencies, raising fresh concerns about the effectiveness of the new tax regime. The assessment is contained in MAN's Manufacturers CEO Confidence Index for the second quarter of 2026. According to the association, the Nigerian Tax Act 2025, which is expected to streamline the tax system and reduce the burden of multiple taxation, has yet to deliver the anticipated relief to manufacturers. Here's the report.
The assessment is contained in MAN's Manufacturer CEO's Confidence Index for the second quarter of 2026. Contrary to expectations, the Nigeria Tax Act 2025 has yet to provide the anticipated relief to manufacturers, with the association saying multiple taxation remains a major concern. MAN's Director General Shegun Ajayi Kadir says manufacturers continued to encounter multiple tax collectors and regulators during the review period. Beyond taxation, businesses are also facing multiple regulatory requirements, rising operating costs, and a difficult operating environment. MAN's Confidence Index described the business environment as largely unsupportive of manufacturing growth, with local sourcing of raw materials emerging as the only area of noticeable improvement. However, the association attributes this largely to persistent foreign exchange constraints, which have made import of raw materials and production inputs more difficult and expensive. MAN also warns that insecurity could undermine the gains in local sourcing, particularly where manufacturers depend on domestic suppliers and transportation networks. At the same time, a rise in production, distribution, and logistic costs continue to put pressure on businesses. Although manufacturers recorded a modest improvement in sales volumes during the quarter, the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria says higher costs are eroding profit margins. In effect, increased sales are not necessarily translating into stronger profitability, as much of the additional revenue is being absorbed by rising operating expenses. With multiple taxation, regulatory pressure, insecurity, high logistic costs, and inadequate foreign exchange supply continuing to weigh on operations, MAN says more needs to be done to translate tax and economic reforms into tangible relief. The association warns that unless the cost of doing business comes down, the benefit of the new tax regime may take longer to reach manufacturers.
The Nigerian Bar Association document dating back to July 2015 has resurfaced following the 2026 disciplinary decision against Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chief Joe Kiari Gazama, by the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, LPDC. The document is attracting attention because the NBA's findings were formally recorded more than a decade before the LPDC's recent decision. The 2015 correspondent followed a petition by lawyer Ocha Olegede, alleging interference with his clients and improper debriefing of his legal representation. After reviewing the petition, the NBA concluded that that the allegation did not disclose a breach of the applicable rules of professional conduct, warranting referral to a disciplinary panel. The NBA also considered claims that the client had been forced to sign letters depriving their lawyer. The correspondent stated that the client themselves had not complained of coercion and that there was insufficient evidence to substantiate the allegation. The association further noted that the dispute over legal representation was already before the Federal High Court and was therefore sub judice. The NBA consequently concluded that there was no basis to refer the petition to a disciplinary panel and terminated the matter. More than 10 years later, the LPDC issued its 2026 disciplinary direction against Gazama, which he has since challenged through the statutory appeal process. The resurfaced 2015 record has subsequently raised questions about the relationship between the earlier NBA finding and the subsequent LPDC proceeding, including whether the document was available to and considered by the disciplinary committee before it reached its decision. The Zama legal team has also cited Section 11 subsection 8A of the Legal Practitioner Act in challenging the legal effect of the LPDC direction pending the appeal.
This partnership between the NBA and UNICEF seeks to translate that responsibility into concrete action. Through this collaboration, we aim to mobilize lawyers across Nigeria to provide quality pro bono legal representation for children, strengthen referral pathways between justice and child protection actors, build the capacity of legal professionals to handle child-sensitive cases.
From 0 points. The foundation exists. Our task now is implementation, closing the gaps, building capacity, strengthening referral pathways, and ensuring that every guideline and law translates into better outcomes for children.
This partnership seeks to ensure that children in contact with the law are protected, represented, and supported throughout the justice process, regardless of their background, location, or economic circumstances.
Engaging youth in grassroots sport development is a veritable way of redirecting their energies toward productive and life-changing ventures while keeping them away from social vices capable of disrupting law and order in society. The chairman of Abuja Municipal Area Council, Christopher Mikalango, made the call at the final Game Changer Unity Cup of grassroots football competition in Duse. Mikalango urged all leaders at all levels to create meaningful opportunities for young people to develop their talent and contribute positively to the society, rather than exposing them to activities that could turn them into political thugs.
This is the only way we can bring our people together. It's a grassroots match, grassroots football match. We're bringing all the various mechanic groups together. So I'm seeing this match as a good way forward to the good people of Apple Mechanic. That's why I'm here with my friends, so that they will go back and do the same. You can see the number of people that are gathered here, irrespective of their party, their tribe, and where you are coming from. Because of football, which has united the whole people in this area. So I want to encourage our brother here and the Ahmad chairman, the Algon chairman, to support him and to give him whatever support so that he can organize area council competition within the Ahmad.
The organizer says the grassroots football competition became necessary against the backdrop of the increasing involvement of youth in insecurity and other criminal activities across the country. They believe engaging young people in sport will help channel their energy toward productive ventures and keep them away from activities capable of undermining peace and security.
You see now the whole Apo is here, and I am very, very happy what happened today, because all of us, we are one. Use these mediums to appreciate our Ahmad chairman, Mikelangu, for coming out with good thoughts, you see, from starting to the end. And he really make a lot of promise that he wants this thing to continue like that.
The match, which attracted serving and former area council chairman in Federal Capital Territory, was played before an enthusiastic crowd saw Mbuka FC defeating Tara Plaza FC 1-0 in the game-changing unity. Now, the Nigerian Army Officers' Wife Association, NAOWA, has reiterated its commitment to improving the welfare and well-being of military families with fresh initiatives in education, economic empowerment, and drug abuse prevention. NAOWA President Safiya Shaibu tasked officers' wife on saving culture and financial independence.
A strong cooperative society provides opportunity for savings, access to financial support, investments, and economic advancement, empowerment.
The aim of this sensitization program is to make us aware that it's more than money, it's more than savings and loans, that the mindset is that you can do so much more than standing on your own, or I have money in my savings account, it's earning interest, that us being able to pull our resources together.
The association is also concerned about the social and health challenges facing them.
As mothers and wives, we have vital role to play in creating awareness, recognizing early warning signs, supporting prevention efforts, and encouraging those in need to seek appropriate help.
We push the children to the school to do our job as parents, especially as mothers. But as families, as parents, you are the first school that the child should learn from.
Its priority is to build stronger, more resilient, and self-reliant military families. And that's Abuja Report on AIT. I am Landry Balola. Thanks for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online,
Hello everyone, you're watching Business Africa. My name is Asha Samput and welcome to our new edition dedicated to the continent's business and economic news. Like every fortnight, you can win $150 in our Business Africa game. More details later, but first, today's top stories. Ghana's textile sector relies on tradition to ensure its survival in the face of the inflow of imported goods.
I decided to start the textile business. But it came to a time the Ghanaian print, it was expensive. So people couldn't afford it.
Reducing greenhouse gas emissions while decreasing traffic jams. Kigali bets on electric bikes. Gura Ride is a project which consists in reducing the number of people waiting during a long time for buses and which are quite expensive for some. No more water chores, a reality within reach thanks to the European Investment Bank's commitment to improving infrastructure.
It really was hard work getting water. Most women had to wait until 2 o'clock in the morning. At that time, there's just a few drops of water.
Ghana receives 160 tons of textile waste every day from the West. The country, which has a rich history in textile manufacturing, is now fighting on the two fronts of imports of foreign fabrics and second-hand clothes. The country has thus chosen to bet on tradition and the Made in Ghana label. In 2004, the government even had the idea of establishing a casual Friday wear initiative to encourage the production and purchase of locally made clothes and to promote Ghanaian textiles and its fashion industry. Our journalists John Owotwi and George Ibosaki want to meet these exceptional tailors, a story of resilience and resistance of a sewing sector that is still very much alive.
This Friday Wear initiative brought a boost in business for local dressmakers and tailors, as the wearing of wax print fabrics, which was widely deemed as out of place in formal settings, became a more universally accepted style of clothing, bringing a higher value to the production and use of these garments. A move that was intended to revive the local textiles industry, which employed some 3,000 people, a significant fall from some 30,000 in the 70s. But with an increase in demand of the locally produced clothes, following the Friday Wear initiative, local production struggled to meet the supply. This led to a rise in the price of the local fabrics and opened up an avenue for the infiltration of the cheaper imported fabrics or counterfeited fabrics. Sarah Agri was introduced to the textile trade as a child by her grandmother. She currently sells both locally produced textiles and foreign counterfeited fabrics.
I decided to start the textile business, but it came to a time the Ghanaian print, it was expensive, so people couldn't afford it. So I made up my mind to join the high target, that is the foreign ones, and that one too is cheaper. So people started buying that one. And as for the GTP and printers like that soft, when somebody is going to marriage ceremony or funeral, then they buy the GTP because that is a traditional cloth.
GTP, ATL and Printex are actually the name of 3 of the 4 major garment factories that survived the decline of the sector in Ghana in the early 2000s. By extension, they gave their name to locally manufactured fabrics used for ceremonial or customary activities. Wooden, however, is of Francophone origin and has become accepted for contemporary use. These days, African print garments are worn daily in many variations in both formal and informal settings. The dressmakers sometimes cannot keep up with the orders, especially during the periods leading up to festive occasions. Some patrons also have to travel long distances to get their dresses made because of their individual taste and styles. Philomena Appiah regularly has to travel out of town to get her dresses made for her.
I was looking for a reliable person to sew my clothes, but I couldn't get one until my sister introduced someone for me at Salt Pond to go there and sew my dress. So when I go there, I see the woman too is very serious to sew the dress for me. That's why I just traveled from Cape Coast to Sopon to get a person to sew my dress.
Artisanal tailors like Emmanuel Young Colhams, a third-generation tailor and IT student, are all thankful to the family business they can depend on.
My dad took over him, and I've also taken over my dad.
One thing that I've learned from my granddad is that whenever he sews dresses for someone, he makes it look unique in a way that he looks at your personality, your stature, and he sews the dress to fit you perfectly.
Ebenezer Ajay Mansa took over his father's once sought-after tailoring shop that specialized in hand-sewn suits, which was on the brink of collapse and has struggled to keep it afloat. But although he produces some fine garments, businesses like his face the threat of being pushed out of operation by yet another obstacle: cheaper, imported second-hand clothing from China, the US and UK has flooded the Ghanaian market, suffocating the local industry.
This shop is my father's shop. He's the one who taught me this work. What I learned from my father, I'm just continuing. At first, we got some pastors, lawyers, big men from the ministries all the time bring their work here, suit here so that we sew for them. And now things are not like first.
But Professor Asma sees the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the AfCFTA, as another opportunity to reverse the decline in the clothing and textile industry. The agreement provides a bigger market for our locally produced goods, and he encourages entrepreneurs to get themselves prepared by undergoing skills training and apprenticeship programs.
High time we move away from the job of going to school to work in the bank and to work in the ministries and so on. This sector is a big one. And now that the African Free Trade Area is coming on board, I believe it gives us a huge opportunity now, not only to target the local market, but to target the rest of the African continent. And this is where I see the potential of this industry.
With the estimated steady rise in imports of cheaper, inferior clothes and second-hand clothes into the country from $115 million in 2002 to $250 million in 2019, the trend in the declining fortunes of Ghana's local textile and fashion industry is unlikely to change, reducing the local industry to an artisanal scale in a country that needs to make major interventions in getting the masses of its youth in gainful employment.
A dozen of new cobalt and lithium mines within 4 years. This is what the Democratic Republic of the Congo is planning. The metals sought to power the electric vehicle revolution are in great international demand. Congolese authorities have authorized the acceleration of exploration in the southeast of the country. The region could hold a large reserve of lithium. But meanwhile, the African Union is very concerned about the deterioration of the relationship between Kigali and Kinshasa. Governments accuse each other of supporting rebel troops active in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The airline Rwandair, already in bad financial shape, was banned from flying in the DRC. And border trade is also very affected as the DRC has just entered the common trade area of the East Africa Community. We remain in the region in Kigali, exactly, where the issue of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is more than ever a national priority. But how do you actually manage to tackle this global issue? Kigali is trying out alternatives to solve two problems at once: pollution and traffic jams. The capital of Rwanda has since last year a new means of transport: self-service electric bikes. Take a look.
Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, is a city in continuous transformation. Its metamorphosis has generated a constant stream of new arrivals. The rapid growth of the population has today become a considerable challenge when it comes to traffic, with constant gridlocks in the city. Buses, motorbikes and taxis are the usual means of transport for most city dwellers. Cycling has not really caught on among the Kigalians. Now though, Gura Ride, a local startup, has been offering an alternative way of getting around.
Gura Ride is a project which consists in reducing the number of people waiting during a long time for buses and which are quite expensive for some.
The Public Transport Initiative for Self-Service Electric Bicycles has received the green light from the Kigali city authorities. Created in 2017, Gura Ride's ambition is to make the bicycle a new and affordable means of transportation for everyone.
We chose Rwanda because the infrastructure of the country's cities is very favorable for bicycle transports. Plus, the townspeople walk around a lot, so it was a sign that they would like to do their shopping by bike rather than on foot.
City bicycles, a successful concept from the West, are now being imported to the land of 1,000 hills. Since its launch, 12 parking points, like this one, have been set up in crossroads in the capital. First-time users must first download the Gura Ride app to benefit from 2 months of free rides, and many already love the concept. I've heard of these bikes. I gave it a try today and liked it. Not only its agility, but also the fact that I can use it to run errands without a problem. It's a significant improvement. Each bike comes with an electronic lock that can only be opened if you have a valid subscription on the dedicated mobile app. After completing their journey, the user will park the bicycle at the station nearest their destination, ready for the next users to take their turn.
Our colleagues in Vests explain how to proceed, starting with downloading the app needed to enjoy 2 free months and how to create an account, where are the bike lanes and traffic areas.
Since Rwanda has plenty of mountains and hills and most of the population lives at mid-altitude, Gura Ride has tested several prototype bikes to decide which 2 models were best suited to the terrain.
We have 2 types of bikes, one with chain, the other electric. As you pedal, the battery recharges. This is in our agenda contribution to protect the environment from pollution. So Gura Ride bikes are eco-friendly.
The bikes are decorated in green, yellow and blue, the national colors of Rwanda. Some youngsters are already regular cyclists. Simbi Adelaide, a resident of the capital, recognizes the difference, however, between a normal bike and that of Gura Ride.
The difference is that the bicycle known to all requires a lot of force to pedal. But with the one from Gura Ride, I'm comfortable. Because of its elegance on my journey, everyone contemplates it.
Behind this startup is Umuhoza Pamela Ella, who heads a group of young people who manage the bicycles from a distance. They can track customer journeys in real time to prevent damage or theft. Gura Ride bikes are imported as separate pieces and are put together at the startup's assembly and repair shop. Donat is one of the technicians in charge of putting all the parts together, ready for a test ride. He and his colleague can assemble a bike in about 25 minutes and are also trained in maintenance. This is where we do assembly and maintenance. We've been trained and we're ready to intervene at any time. Since not everybody cycles in the same way, I think a flat tire was our worst nightmare. But our tires are puncture-proof. Given the quality of our bikes, regular maintenance is only needed every 3 weeks. Gura Ride is working with authorities from Kigali and other districts of Rwanda to place parking stations in several neighborhoods. The price will vary between 100 and 200 Rwandan francs per trip. Gura Ride has so far invested in the manufacture of over 100 bicycles. Today, 80 are in use in the capital, and more will soon circulate across the country as well.
You're watching Business Africa. Welcome back to the second part of our show. Has Africa succeeded its negotiations with Russia? Invited by Russian President.
Hello and welcome to Kakaaki, the African Voice on Africa Independent Television on AIT. I am Adora Sydney Jack. It's good to see you, and I hope you're bright and early from this side of the hills. We say it's great to be here, and apologize for starting a little behind schedule. But Nigerians are still trying to fathom reasons for the senseless killing of Ibrahim Mbaya. Ibrahim Mbaya, the 25-year-old University of Jos political science graduate and model who was tragically tortured and killed by a mob in Jos Plateau State after being falsely accused of stealing an iPhone. His brutal death in late July 2026 sparked nationwide outrage, severe condemnation from Amnesty International, and intense calls for an end to jungle justice in Nigeria. Ibrahim was a baker, a model, and a fashion entrepreneur who had just completed his degree and was awaiting mobilization for the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC. After attending a social event on July 26, 2026, he stayed at an off-campus apartment along Ring Road in Jos North. When an iPhone went missing the next morning, suspicion fell on him. Reportedly, the missing phone was later found, proving his complete innocence. Instead of reporting the matter to law enforcement, a group of young men locked him in a room, tied him up, suspended him from iron rods, and beat him with wooden planks for hours. He was brought to the Jos University Teaching Hospital unconscious, where doctors confirmed him dead on arrival. He was later arrested on July 30, 2026, in his hometown in the Howell local government area of Borno State. Now, following the incident, the Plateau State Police Command condemned the extrajudicial killing and launched an immediate manhunt. Of course, we at AIT were equally as outraged like other Nigerians, and we joined the investigation as our senior crime correspondent, Adele Noyenfo, a greater part of last week was with the team of officers and investigators and even ended up getting the views of the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, on the killing and where the police stands on the issue of jungle justice. Ada has filed an in-depth and trending report on the investigation into Ibrahim's death, but from what she has told us, we, her colleague, there is so much to learn from the circumstances leading to the killing, the status of the investigation itself, and what needs to be done to discourage jungle justice, not just in Jos, but in Nigeria. She joins us on the program to share her experience and weigh in on jungle justice, of course, on the trend in Nigeria and how to rid the country of this evil menace, this societal evil. Very tragic, and the world and Nigeria at large still mourns the passage of Ibrahim Mbaya through such a gruesome, tragic way. Well, on other matters, the global community on Monday celebrated the International Day of the World's Indigenous People. Now, though the day is observed globally on August 9 every year, events to mark the day were held by the United Nations and other establishments and groups yesterday, August 10. The theme for this year's celebration is honoring Indigenous midwives, safeguarding life and well-being. Interesting one. And it's proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in December 1994. And this date marks the anniversary of the first meeting of the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations held in 1982. It's, among other things, aimed at enlightening the public on the unique challenges Indigenous communities face globally. Of course, protect rights, promotes, and, of course, upholds the human sense of being, civil and land rights of Indigenous populations. Over 476 million Indigenous people live across roughly 90 different countries, representing 5,000 distinct cultures, and speak the vast course, majority of the world's 7,000 languages. Among these are the indigenous people of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, originally known as inhabitants, who comprise of 9 distinct ethnic groups native to the region before Abuja was designated as Nigeria's capital in 1976. They are the Bagi, the Bari, the Amwama, the Bassa, the Egbira, the Gade, the Ganagana, the Gwandara, and the Koro tribes. Military Decree number 6 of 1976 acquired their ancestral farmlands and sacred sites for the new capital. Now, many communities report receiving little to no fair compensation or resettlement plan, while the natives have historically complained of limited representation and underrepresentation in key governance decisions. Now, in June this year, FCT native stakeholders unveiled a community development policy framework covering 858 indigenous communities existing prior to 1976 to secure land rights and cultural preservation. In March this year, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike pledged to issue certificates of occupancy for ancestral lands to protect indigenous settlements, while over the years, a number of organizations have continued to rally for land restitution, political inclusion, and the protection of indigenous heritage. How much of this has been achieved by these groups, you may ask? Well, and what's the latest on the FCT Native Stakeholders Community Development Policy Framework? What progress has been made regarding the FCT Minister's pledge to issue certificates of occupancy to protect indigenous settlements? We shall be getting, at least try to get some of these answers to these questions and some perspective on World Indigenous Peoples Day from the founder of the Coalition of FCT Indigenous Association, Dr. Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa. Dr. Musa was commissioner at the Public Complaints Commission from 2021 to 2024. And of course, he's going to be on our show to bring us perspectives to all of that and maybe help us to find answers to this throbbing questions. Remember that you can be part of the program by sending your views and comments to all our social media handles on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Africa Independent Television, so you can stay up to date with the latest news from around the globe. And about now, we head to the news desk to bring you the ones that begin from across the world. Stay with us. This is the World News of Kakaaki, the African Voice, and you're welcome. Now, a powerful magnitude 7.4 earthquake has struck Western Colombia, killing dozens of people and leaving a trail of destruction across several parts of the country. The quake struck early Monday in the Choco region at a depth of more than 100 kilometers, sending strong tremors across Colombia and into neighboring Venezuela, Ecuador, and Panama. Buildings have collapsed, airports have been shut, and schools closed, while emergency crews continue efforts to rescue people feared trapped beneath the rubble.
Panic and devastation in Western Colombia after a powerful earthquake struck the country in early hours of Monday. The magnitude 7.4 tremor hit at exactly 7:34 in the morning local time, with its epicenter recorded deep beneath the Choco region. Buildings have been damaged or brought down, while roads in some areas have been affected, making access difficult for emergency responders. Rescue teams are walking through the rubble, searching for survivors and those who still may be trapped beneath collapsed structures. Local authorities say dozens of people have died, but officials warn that the death toll could change as rescuers search more affected communities. Airports have been forced to close in some areas, while schools have suspended activities as authorities assess the safety of buildings and infrastructure. The Colombia Geological Service says this is the strongest earthquake to hit the country in more than a decade. The United States says it is closely monitoring the situation, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying Washington stands ready to provide support. The earthquake comes less than 2 months after twin quakes devastated part of neighboring Venezuela, killing more than 6,100 people.
Now, images of ships in the Strait of Hormuz seen from Iran's Bandar Abbas as U.S. President Donald Trump again extended a waiver that allows foreign ships to carry oil and other commodities between U.S. ports. And the war in Iran continues, disrupting energy flows and keeping costs elevated. Italian police said Monday they had arrested a businessman who had ties to the former Premier Silvio Berlusconi for ordering a bomb attack targeting prominent television journalist Sigfrido Ranucci last year. Rome's Carabinieri police said Walter Lavitola, a friend of Ranucci, was the alleged mastermind behind the October 16 attack outside the journalist's home. Police said Lavitola is accused of having instructed a second man, Tavares Gomez Celicio, to recruit 4 men arrested in June who were accused of actually placing the bomb. Ranucci, the popular star of the weekly investigative show Report on state broadcaster Rai, is not accused of any wrongdoing, and detectives believe he was unaware of Lavitola's plans. TV footage showed the latter being led away in a police car to a Rome prison after being questioned by investigators. Now, the arrest is the latest twist in a case that made international headlines and was initially believed to be tied to Ranucci's reporting. Lavitola, a former journalist and import-export businessman who owns a restaurant in Rome, is well known in Italy, having been close to Berlusconi, who died in 2023. In 2015, a lower court convicted the former prime minister for having bribed a senator, handing him a 3-year sentence. The same sentence was given to Lavitola, whom prosecutors accused of having handed the cash to the lawmaker. Now, 2 days before a solar eclipse, tourists and Parisians are on the lookout for protective glasses so they can enjoy the celestial spectacle in complete safety. Now, these glasses are absolutely essential because the danger is retinal burns, as Dr. Eric Frau, an ophthalmologist specializing in the retina, points out. Now, President Donald Trump on Monday again extended a waiver that allows foreign ships to carry oil and other commodities between U.S. ports as the war on Iran continues disrupting energy flows and keeping costs elevated. The 90-day extension of relief from the Jones Act comes shortly before an earlier waiver was due to expire in mid-August. But the scope covered is narrower this time, focusing more on the transport of energy, a White House official confirmed Monday. The relief this time also calls for reviews on the availability of U.S. vessels before determining if the waiver applies to individual voyages. Oil prices have surged after U.S. and Israeli strikes targeting Iran from late February sparked the war that has since engulfed the Middle East. Tehran retaliated by virtually closing off the Strait of Hormuz, a critical waterway for global energy transit. Now, much of Europe is bracing for yet another scorching heatwave following periods of record droughts that have driven rivers to historic lows, ignited historic forest fires, and contributed to thousands of deaths. Swaths of Britain and France on Monday were already under extreme heat warnings, with forecasts of temperatures around the mid-30s centigrades, while parched conditions saw new fires erupt in Greece and Spain. Unusually high temperatures were also forecast in the coming days across a number of countries not accustomed to the heat, such as Switzerland, Austria, and Hungary. Now, the heatwave comes after mainland France and Switzerland saw their widest ranging droughts for the month of July on record, according to an AFP of data released by Europe's Copernicus Climate Observatory on Monday. Europe's weather warning system Meteoalarm on Monday also said scorching temperatures are already being felt across much of Italy and coastal areas of Croatia. The helicopters dropped water on a wildfire in the southwestern Spanish province of Huelva as firefighters struggle to put a rapidly expanding blaze that has forced the evacuation of around 800 people. Firefighters struggled Monday to control a rapidly expanding wildfire in southwestern Spain that has forced the evacuation of around 800 people due to the shifting winds and difficult terrain. More than 600 firefighters, backed by 26 water-dropping aircraft, battled the blaze, which broke out Thursday in the Andalusian province of Huelva, said the region's Minister for Emergencies, Antonio Sanz. Officials on Monday ordered the evacuation of the municipality of El Madrono, which has a population of around 300 people, bringing the total number of evacuees to about 800. Now, more than 20,000 hectares of land are currently enclosed by the fire, but authorities stressed this figure refers to the area contained within the fire line and does not mean all of it has burned. Spain is enduring a tough summer for wildfires, with around 3 dozen blazes having forced the evacuation of tens of thousands of people, especially in the center of the country. One that raged in July in the Avila region near Madrid was considered the biggest Spain had seen in recent history, laying waste to some 50,000 hectares. Early in July, another sweeping blaze caused 14 deaths in Almeria province in Andalusia. Now, motherhood is celebrated as a journey of love and fulfillment, but behind the smile, the realities many women rarely talk about: financial pressure, career sacrifices, marital challenges, exhaustion, and the struggle to balance family responsibilities with personal aspirations. It was against this backdrop that women from different backgrounds gathered in Abuja for Mothers Unscripted, a platform designed to open honest conversations about the realities of motherhood and the support women need to thrive. AIT's Aichido Majinkodomi has more details.
From sleepless nights and financial responsibilities to raising children, while pursuing careers and maintaining relationships, motherhood comes with demands that often go unnoticed. For some women, the pressure is compounded by cultural expectations that portrays mothers as naturally strong and capable of handling every responsibility without asking for help. They called for stronger support systems within families and communities, saying mothers should have safe spaces to speak about their experiences without fear of judgment.
The woman most times is everything at home and outside the home. For the best to be tapped into her, she needs to know when to stop, she needs to know when to take a break, and she needs to know when to let go.
You don't want to see your man, you don't want to see the male in the kitchen. You don't want to see your son carrying this. It's the job of a woman, it's a job. I will tell you today that is the reason we are seeing rise of falls in young boys. The fathers kind of pull them away from being nurtured.
You have to be intentional about it. Intentional in the way you mold your children, intentional in the way you keep your family. It's quite overwhelming. But when you have the sisterhood fellowship around you, you have people, you have right partners around you, it seems a little bit easier.
Participants at the gathering say the conversation around motherhood must move beyond celebrating women on special occasions to addressing the everyday realities that shapes the well-being of mothers and their children.
The event.
That's our story, but this is the report. The original inhabitants of Abuja have been honored with a celebration of the culture, heritage, and traditional knowledge of its people. The gesture was made by the Resource Center for Human Rights and Civic Education in commemoration of the 2026 World Indigenous Peoples Day.
The event themed Celebrating Indigenous Midwives, Preserving Abuja Original Inhabitants' Identity in a Changing World, focused on recognizing indigenous knowledge, honoring the role of indigenous midwives in securing lives and strengthening the cultural rights of indigenous communities. In his presentation, the Executive Director of CRISED, Dr. Ibrahim Zikrullahi, described Abuja's original inhabitants as a bridge between ancestry and the future, stressing the need to preserve their identity, culture, and heritage.
As Abuja continues to evolve into a modern capital, the identity of its original habitat must never be erased, diluted, or forgotten. It matters for justice, it matters for inclusion, It matters for cultural continuity.
Other speakers insist that indigenous knowledge and the rights of indigenous people must be protected and respected, describing Abuja regional inhabitants as custodians of the territory's rich cultural heritage.
These midwives has been listed in UNESCO. They've been recognized globally as the world has recognized them. In fact, Nigeria joined countries, about 6 countries, to list them in International World Heritage lists as a practice that is standard.
As we speak, no indigenous person has right to land, and it's a very, very serious, gross, fundamental human right violations. If other Nigerians will have right to their land, and the FCT indigenous have no any other place to call their own, they should also have right to their land.
There were various cultural performances from the 9 indigenous tribes of the FCT, showcasing their traditional music, dance, attire, and cultural expressions. It provided a platform for Abuja's original inhabitants to celebrate their heritage, promote indigenous knowledge, and draw attention to their cultural rights. Anya Ole Avotu, AIT News, Abuja.
Just an array of culture there. Now, senior advocate of Nigeria, Joe Kakaaki, has appealed the 2026 disciplinary decision of the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, LPDC. The appeal comes as a July 2015 Nigerian Bar Association document resurfaces, showing that similar allegations involving Gadzama had been reviewed by the NBA more than a decade earlier. The 2015 petition alleged interference with clients and improper debriefing of legal representation. After reviewing the matter, the NBA concluded that the allegations did not disclose professional misconduct warranting referral to a disciplinary panel. The NBA also found insufficient evidence to support claims that the clients had been coerced into signing letters debriefing their lawyer. It further noted that the dispute was already before the Federal High Court and was therefore sub judice. The matter was subsequently terminated at the NBA level. The resurfaced document has raised questions about whether the 2015 NBA findings were available to and considered by the LPDC before its 2026 decision. Gadzama's legal team has also cited Section 11, subsection 8A of the Legal Practitioners Act in challenging the effect of the LPDC direction pending the appeal. New retirees of the Nigerian civil service have lamented that many senior citizens who devoted their productive years to serving the nation are subjected to hardship, humiliation, and prolonged delays in assessing their retirement benefits. Now, speaking during a retirement seminar session held in Abuja, the FCT, one of the retirees who headed senior pension officer in the Federal Civil Service, Maria Nkeruwem Etukodo, on Saturday raised fresh concerns over the plight of retirees. Etukodo described the experiences of many pensioners as heartbreaking, saying the country must urgently reform its pension administration, improve workers' welfare, and provide a living wage capable of sustaining public servants before and after retirement. They appeal to government at all levels to place greater emphasis on the welfare of retired workers, insisting that prompt payment of pensions and retirement benefits would restore confidence in the public service and motivate younger Nigerians to embrace careers in government.
Especially when this fuel increment came, when the removal of subsidy, it has really hit hard on civil servants, because to even go to work, to buy fuel, to pay transport became so burdensome. This present administration, they have made some efforts in paying some old pensioners. They have been paying them. And in fact, there is a plan underway to increase some rates in contribution, in which to see them increase and be much better. And then there is also an exit benefit scheme by the federal government. Yes, I'm even a beneficiary, so it gladdens our hearts.
Despite the challenges, the retiring pension administrator acknowledged ongoing efforts by the federal government to improve pension administration, reflecting on her years in service. The pensioner said the removal of fuel subsidy, rising transportation costs, insecurity, and the high cost of living had placed enormous pressure on civil servants.
You'd be there, you see retirees. You know, retirees, people that are old, that have worked out their years and age and everything in civil service, and now it's time for them to get their reward, and in most cases they don't get that reward. Is that not terrible? So sometimes you see them coming crying. Some of them will even want to sleep in the office. In fact, in some offices, some of them will sleep. They sleep outside because they are waiting for their entitlements. So it saddens my heart.
I joined the public service in 1978 as a clerk, and the federal government of Nigeria has been very kind to me. And even the economy collapsed, but the coming into office of Mr. President altered the equation. Nigeria is having a stable economy. The indices are good, so we are happy. As public servants, our salaries are paid on time, and we are happy with it.
The pensioners, however, commended the federal government for infrastructure investment in the education sector, expressing optimism that ongoing reforms would further reposition medical laboratory, education, and healthcare services across the country. Well, up next is Kakaaki Business. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Kakaaki Business. We start with Turkey's industrial output. Turkey's industrial production has recorded its sharpest annual decline in 5 months, contracting by 1.4% in June. The figure compares with a revised 0.1% decline in May, marks the second consecutive month of contraction. Manufacturing output was a major drag, falling 1.5% as production of tobacco, clothing, leather, printing and rubber, and plastic products weakened. Mining and quarrying also remained in contraction, although the pace of decline eased to 1.6% from 5.5% in May. Electricity, gas, steam, air conditioning supply, however, rose 1.1%. On a monthly basis, industrial production edged up 0.1%, reversing a revised 3% decline recorded in May. In Norway, annual inflation rate has accelerated to 3% in July, up from 2.7% in June, amid renewed pressure from energy-related costs. The increase was driven largely by higher prices for housing, water, electricity, gas and other fuel, while transportation costs also recorded strong growth. Inflation also accelerated across health, recreation and culture, as well as clothing and footwear during the month. However, price growth slowed for food and non-alcoholic beverages, household equipment, restaurant and accommodation services, as well as insurance and financial services. On a monthly basis, consumer prices jumped 1%, the strongest increase since February 2025. Meanwhile, core inflation measured by CPI-ATE remained at 2.7% year-on-year. And Mongolia's annual inflation rate has climbed to 13% in July, its highest level since December 2022. The figure represents an increase from 12% in June, with food and non-alcoholic beverages recording particularly strong price growth of 25.5%. Inflation also accelerated across transport, restaurant and hotels, recreation and culture, household equipment, health, clothing and footwear. Prices for housing and utilities eased slightly, while inflation in communication, education and insurance and financial services remained broadly unchanged. On a monthly basis, consumer price rose 0.9% in July, slightly below the 1% increase recorded in June, highlighting continued pressure on household purchasing power. And Greece's industrial production has expanded for the 10th consecutive month, rising 1.1% year-on-year in June. However, the pace of growth slowed significantly from a downwardly revised 3.7% increase recorded in May. Manufacturing remained the main driver of growth, expanding 2.4%, supported by higher production of machinery and equipment, fabricated metal products, textile and food. Printing and production of recorded products also recorded strong growth, while mining and quarrying, electricity supply and water supply contracted during the month. On a monthly basis, industrial production falls 0.4% as producers continue to contend with challenging macroeconomic conditions and elevated energy costs linked to geopolitical tensions. In Nigeria, tax collection has surged by 113% in less than 3 years, rising from 12.3 trillion naira in 2023 to 27.1 trillion naira in July of 2026. The Nigeria Revenue Service attributed the increase to the digitization of the tax system, 4 new tax reform laws, changes within the revenue services, and measures aimed at closing tax loopholes. The Revenue Authority also reported improvements in Nigeria's external position, with reserves rising to $51.9 billion by July 2026, while the balance of payment moved from $3.34 billion deficit to $2.38 billion surplus in the first quarter. Capital importation also strengthened, rising from $3.9 billion in 2023 to $23.22 billion in 2025, while inflows reached $10.37 billion in the first quarter of 2026. The NRS said the economy was gradually moving towards greater stability, citing stronger tax revenues, oil production, capital inflow, reserves, and trade. It nevertheless acknowledged that the recovery followed painful adjustment and will require continued implementation of reforms. Nigeria's foreign exchange market recorded a significant improvement in liquidity in July, as total inflow rose by 59% month-on-month to $4.4 billion. Data from MNDQ shows that domestic sources accounted for most of the increase, with inflows more than doubling a $2.9 billion from $1.3 billion in June. The Central Bank of Nigeria was the largest contributor to domestic supply, increasing its foreign exchange sales to about $1.4 billion, compared with an estimated $320 million in June. Exporter also increased supply, with export proceeds rising to $905.1 million. Foreign inflows, however, remained broadly stable at $1.5 billion. Foreign portfolio investment declined to $1.3 billion, while foreign direct investment jumped to $129.9 million from $19.2 million. Analysts say market liquidity could remain supportive in the coming months, helped by stronger domestic participation, continued CBN intervention, and improved reserves. However, they warn that sustained exchange rate stability will require Nigeria to attract more stable, long-term capital and reduce its dependence on short-term portfolio flows. Contrary to expectations that the new Nigeria Tax Act would bring an end to the burden of multiple taxes and levies on businesses, manufacturers say the reality on the ground remains largely unchanged. The manufacturer says its members are still confronted by multiple tax collectors and regulatory agencies, raising fresh concerns about the effectiveness of the new tax regime.
The assessment is contained in Man's Manufacturer CEO's Confidence Index for the second quarter of 2026. Contrary to expectations, the Nigeria Tax Act 2025 has yet to provide the anticipated relief to manufacturers, with the association saying multiple taxation remains a major concern. MAN's Director General Segun Ajayi-Kadir says manufacturers continued to encounter multiple tax collectors and regulators during the review period. Beyond taxation, businesses are also facing multiple regulatory requirements, rising operating costs, and a difficult operating environment. Man's Confidence Index described the business environment as largely unsupportive of manufacturing growth, with local sourcing of raw materials emerging as the only area of noticeable improvement. However, the association attributes this largely to persistent foreign exchange constraints, which have made import of raw materials and production inputs more difficult and expensive. MAN also warns that insecurity could undermine the gains in local sourcing, particularly where manufacturers depend on domestic suppliers and transportation networks. At the same time, a rise in production, distribution, and logistic costs continue to put pressure on businesses. Although manufacturers recorded a modest improvement in sales volumes during the quarter, The Manufacturing Association of Nigeria says higher costs are eroding profit margins. In effect, increased sales are not necessarily translating into stronger profitability, as much of the additional revenue is being absorbed by rising operating expenses. With multiple taxation, regulatory pressure, insecurity, high logistic costs, and inadequate foreign exchange supply continuing to weigh on operations, MAN says more needs to be done to translate tax and economic reforms into tangible relief. The association warns that unless the cost of doing business comes down, the benefit of the new tax regime may take longer to reach manufacturers.
And that's it on Kakaaki Business. Good morning.
And welcome to Get Fit in 60 Seconds with Jolly Phillips. Now, everyone has 60 seconds in every day to spare. So if you're ready, let's go! Hello, my alphas. Again, we're going to be working on the max today. We have 2 workouts. The Tiger Crunch, touch those ankles, yes, and send it out. Tiger Crunch and a bird dog. Are we ready? Your time starts now. Come on, Tiger Crunch. At 30 seconds, we're going to move to the other side. All right? I will certainly let you know. Touch those ankles and extend. Make sure the hand that's supporting you is firm on the floor. How many seconds do we have left? We have 10 more seconds here. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Good. 30 seconds. Switch. Ankle. Extend. Very good. Make your body as long as a pencil. You might be shaking all over the place. That's fine. Just stay with it. Stay the course. Come on. We're working abs here. We're working back here. We're working your core muscles. All those stability muscles in play. Keep going. We have 7 seconds left. Come on. That tick, tick, tick's coming. And super job. Well done. Well done. I hope you had a great workout. Anyway, what I need you to do is to follow us on Instagram at Alpha Fitness Studios and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Alpha Fitness Studios, for free workout videos, free dance videos, sales and promos, and make sure you join us at the gym, Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1 next time you're in Lagos. So until the next time, bye-bye.
People of Nigeria, welcome to the Leadership Clinic. Today I'll be speaking on One Vision, One Team. On July 20, 1969, millions of people around the world watched in awe as Apollo 11 landed on the surface of the moon. Moments later, Neil Armstrong stepped onto the lunar surface and spoke words that will become part of history. Behind those historic moments was a story many never saw. The moon landing was not the achievement of the astronaut. It was a result of years of planning, relentless preparation, and the combined effort of more than 400,000 engineers, scientists, technicians, and support staff. Every person, whether designing spacecraft, calculating trajectories, or assembling equipment, understood one thing: they were part of something bigger than themselves. That is the power of vision. Great leaders don't simply build successful organizations. They build a shared sense of purpose. They help people understand the power of their individual contributions, that their contributions matter because they are connected to a greater mission. When people believe in the vision, they give more than their time. They give their commitment. So how do you build a team around a shared vision? First, make the vision clear. People cannot commit to what they do not understand. So a leader must communicate the destination with clarity and conviction. Second, help people to see the value of their contribution. So every role matters, no matter what it is. Never allow anyone to believe that what they do is insignificant. Great achievements are built through many faithful hands, efforts, and determinations. Third, celebrate teamwork over individual recognition. Success becomes sustainable when people care more about the mission than about personal applause. Finally, keep the vision alive, especially during difficult seasons. There will be setbacks, there will be delays, and moments of doubt. A leader's responsibility is to continually remind people why the journey is worth taking. When people share a common vision, individual efforts become collective strength, and what once seemed impossible becomes what? A reality. That is the kind of leadership that leaves a lasting mark in history. And I want you to make vision an important element of your life. Great people of Nigeria, you must remember, if a man doesn't have a purpose waking up, sleeping becomes interesting.
Have you ever wondered why your child is stressed with homework? Too much homework can have a detrimental effect on your child. Your child now misses out of playtime. He or she doesn't have time to just be kids anymore. Your child is so bogged down. And since many of the assignments are simply busy work, learning now becomes a chore rather than a positive, constructive experience. Homework overload is also affecting family life. A lot of kids can't even make it to dinner, and as a result, the only interaction they have with their parents involves arguments about homework. You see, it is absolutely shocking to me to find out that particularly kindergarten pupils who are not supposed to have any homework at all are getting as much homework as pupils in primary and secondary school. Well, if you think your child may be receiving too much homework, talk with your child's teacher, because oftentimes teachers are unaware of the havoc that homework is causing. If that doesn't work, talk to the school administrator about your concerns. He or she may agree and set policy changes. However, while you wait patiently for your child's teacher or school to take a decision, let me share these tips to help your kids deal with homework stress. First of all, remove distractions. Some children may take longer, to do their homework because of television, smartphones, and other distractions. Allow your children to complete homework on their own. This will show the teacher the child's true progress and skill level, and let your child take a nap after school every day. Honestly, that's my 2 kobo.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, live.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review this morning. And of course, we're going to start with the medleys of the headline stories, and they are quite interesting. But I'm not doing this alone. I am with Dr. Austin Maho, publisher, editor-in-chief, Daybreak Newspapers. It's good to have you.
Hey, always nice to see you. You look well put together.
Thank you very much, as you always. Thank you so much, Dr. Maho. All right, let's begin this morning in earnest. We'll start with Daily Global. Daily Global is where we begin with, and the lead story here tells us 2027, Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, Makinde meet August 18 sick to unite against Tinubu, and that's the lead story there. And it's quite interesting. You have the president's picture, hand on the chin, like he's looking worried, and then the other persons there who are mentioned in the lead story. Going straight over to Observer's Times, we also see Road to 2027. Opposition begins talks. Stays fragmented front plays into Tinubu's hands, and that's on page 1 of Observer's Times. But when you look at the rider, G100 initiates doctrine of necessary democratic opposition to challenge ruling party. I think that's what they've called it, doctrine of necessary democratic opposition. And then you see Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, Makinde set to decide measure modalities at August 18 Abuja summit, and that's what you find as the riding factor. You might also want to look at that story there. Al Jazeera Nigeria brings you front page. Oshunguba, Atiku, Mark Arebeshola storm state ahead of August 15 D-Day, rally support for ADC. This is the 4th time I am standing on this podium. Each time I stood here, you have given me your vote. I cannot forget that because your daughter is in my house. And that is Atiku speaking on the front page from that rider. Lassa fever, NCDC records 1,000 confirmed cases, 237 deaths. You would see that health story there. But Daily Trust is looking at opposition as well. 2027, opposition revives coalition against Tinubu, and that comes to you on the front page on page 4 and 5 of Daily Trust. The Guardian, however, looks at opposition kicks as states hike permits, tighten campaign rules, and that's on page 6. Opposition kicks as states hike permits, tighten campaign rules. Now, you would also want to find Oshun report reveals 29 deaths from 73 incidents ahead of polls, and that's what you find on the front page of The Guardian, one of the stories there on page 2. And EU clarifies 2027 election role as misreport reactions expose concerns, and that's on the front page of page 6. Now, going over to the blueprint, this time we go to see the lead story there. You can find 2027 Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, others alliance exercise in futility. Renewed Hope leaders speaks there. It says we would require sacrifice for credible opposition. That is G100 speaking there as well. Troops repel ISWAP attack on Borno military base, recover weapons. And also EU denies rejecting INEC invitation, confirms EEM for polls. And that's what you find front page of the blueprint. Moving over to Daily Sun. Daily Sun looks at APC. Akume dismiss Atiku, Obi, Duke, others. Say other presidential candidates, no threat to Tinubu. I never lobbied to be APC campaign DG, and that is Wike on page 6. And there, opposite the masthead, the papacy there, Catholic Archbishop warns against vengeance, urges peace, reconciliation, and that's on page 27. Next, sacks Kaduna Disco Board over 45.5 billion naira debt. And that's what you find there opposite the Daily Sun masthead. The Daily Asset takes it away to Oshunguba, says ADC Labour raise the alarm, demand free fair election. Article Mark mobilize Oshun voters for Salam at campaign final. NLC warns against intimidation, vote buying allegation, and that's on page 2 of the Daily Asset newspaper. You also want to look at that bottom page. Kogi police rescue 15 kidnapped victims on page 20, and that's on the front page of the Daily Asset. Now, the New Telegraph is looking at something different. Says, why I led coup plot against Tinubu by Colonel Margie. Says, what happened has very long history. I had to put that very long so that you understand the stretch of that intention. And that's the lead story there. And ICPC, corruption now global phenomenon with devastating effects. And that's coming from ICPC bottom page. Now, the Daily Monitor says, my action, and that's alleged coup, still on that story. My actions were driven by patriotism, frustration with Nigeria. Konomaji apologizes for involvement in alleged plot, appeals to authorities for leniency, and that's what you find as the lead story with the writer. But above the masthead, I won't be a political godfather to my successor. Makinde speaks above the masthead, and that's what you also want to see there. Well, $20 billion Shagori deals, publish procurement details, article challenges Tinubu. $20 billion Shagori deals, publish procurement details, article challenges Tinubu, and that's front page. Says Nigeria is a republic, not a friends and family investment portfolio. The authority, however, looking at some security stories, gunmen, that is in Kogi, gunmen intercept 2 buses, abduct 29. Kogi, gunmen intercept 2 buses, abduct 29. And that is coming to you on the front page of the authority newspapers. Now, this Nigeria is looking at Lassa fever. Lassa fever that told rises to 237 as case hit 1,000 in Nigeria, and that's on page 20 of the This Nigeria newspaper. The Whistler looks at 2026 budget. Agric Research Institute gets 1,737 times more for roads than seedlings, and that's on page 9 of the Whistler. And then also the Daybreak, which is Dr. Austin Maho's paper, is breaking with 3 states account for 43% of Nigeria's 4.52 trillion naira state debt. And that is coming from the debt management, of course, their office on page 2. Lagos State, 1.21 trillion naira, amounting to 26% of total combined debt. And FCT 389.8 billion naira, River State 362.4 billion naira. Now, gwg.ng is, of course, where you find Emmanuel Ezekie's paper. Okpeholo defines appointment of 4,000 defends appointment of 4,000 special assistants. Okpeholo defends appointment of 4,000 special assistants, and that's front page of the gwg.ng. Now let's go over to the Nigerian pilots. This time is taking his radar to the Kaduna Disco Board. 456 billion naira debt, NEC dissolves Kaduna Disco Board. Board of Kaduna Electricity Distribution PLC dissolved over prolonged financial challenges. And that's what you find front page of the Nigerian pilot on page 8. Let's also look at that story. Standard Times still talking NEC. NEC dissolves Kaduna Disco Board over 456 billion naira debt. And that's what you find on that front page. A lot of interesting, some worrying headline stories there. Bringing it back to Austin Maho here. Doc, I mean, 2027 seems to be the leading angle for a lot of newspapers. Article will be Kwakwanso meet August 18 to unite against Tinubu. And then article will be Kwakwanso Alliance exercising futility. That's coming from the response from the Renewed Hope leaders, and most of the papers, Daily Global, Al Jazeera, Daily Trust observers ran with that. Now, how do you look at this time and day, and as we go into 2027 election?
You know, this month, I think going by INEC's timetable, electioneering go into full swing. I think by the 3rd week of this, I think 28 or something. You know, the campaign season will go into full swing. So in relation to that, you can say this is a precursor of what we should expect. It's a political season, a lot of horse trading, a lot of movement within the primary gladiators who are contesting for the presidency of this country. And in relation to the story, there's this move by, from what we've seen, by the opposition, made up mainly of Atiku Abubakar, former vice president Atiku Abubakar, who is the presidential candidate of the ADC, and of course, Peter Obi, who is the presidential candidate of the NDC. So if you look at Nigeria's configuration, there's no doubt that these two people, if they don't come together to form a coalition, although we don't know how that is going to happen, a coalition whereby one person step for the other.
And still be in different political parties.
Yeah, or collapse the political interest into one and confront the ruling party. One can assume that they are going nowhere because the person they are dealing with is not a political neophyte. He has been in the game since 1999 and he has proven his mettle. I might tell people that all the forces that you can think of pre-2023 election were all arrayed against a Bola Tinubu's candidacy. Late President Muhammadu Buhari's body language even showed that he didn't want Bola Tinubu to succeeding. And there was the issue with the Naira, which we spoke about, which a lot of people felt were targeted at him. And he didn't have, you know, the government structure in his support. Yet, in spite of that humongous opposition, he was able to. Yeah, he was able to surmount it. Although the margin of his electoral victory was small, but he won. But this time around, he's in power. People will say he has the security agencies behind him because he controls them. He controls the judiciary. Well, some people will even say he controls INEC and all that. So where are the forces? Allegedly. That's what I said some people will say. You understand? Then you now find that he is a formidable opponent. And the only way the opposition can confront him is not with a fragmented approach, but they must be able to come together. Even when they come together, Bola Ahmed Tinubu still present a formidable candidate to be defeated in 2027. Then you now look at, okay, let's look at the opposition.
Okay,
what are the key factors?
So take it from Observer's Times. I mean, they captured it in such a dramatic way. It says, road to 2027, opposition begins talk, says, fragmented front plays into Tinubu's hands. And they go on to say, G100 initiates doctrine of necessary democratic opposition to challenge
and
the
in the
party.
second rider there, they are talking about Atiku, Obi, Kwakwanso, Makinde set to decide major.
Yes.
That's why I said do they want to come together? Who is going to step down for who? Atiku has been a perennial presidential candidate. This time around, is he willing or able to forgo his personal ambition for this new move towards a coalition and maybe step down for an Obi? Will Obi, that we know, that have die-hard fanatical supporters, will they support an Atiku if an Obi say, look, Atiku is my candidate, I have relinquished my interest for him to contest for the 2027 election? Would that work? It's a long road ahead. And for me, I don't see light at the end of that tunnel. I don't
Already?
I don't think if Obi...
Not optimistic?
No. If an Obi, or rather if an Atiku was willing to forgo his presidential ambition, it would have happened during the formation of the ADC.
Absolutely.
You know, there was this momentum that, look, become a kingmaker rather than being the king. Let a younger person who has fanatical supporters across board support this person build the momentum around him and let him be the presidential candidate of the ADC. And we all know the story of how Obi had to leave the ADC because, according to him, he didn't see his dream of having the 2027 presidential candidate under the ADC. That is why he had to move to a different political party. And of course, don't forget again that, look, we have always said on this platform that ADC is a special purpose vehicle for an Atiku presidency. And add that to the fact that, look, if you look at the political configuration of the country, where power is shared between the North and the South, the general feeling is that, look, let power remain in the South. An Atiku presidency or candidacy kind of disrupt that agreement, that, that arrangement. And if he,
like Majid would always
yes,
say, yeah.
and if he wanted to, kind of support that agreement, he would have let go of his ambition in the ADC and support an Obi presidency.
So that means
and when he didn't do that,
yes,
we know that whether you agree or not, he is hell bent on contesting the presidency in 2027. So this coalition talk, I feel
that means that
it's a momentum built around him, not because he wants
to get through to the elections. That means that the Renewed Hope leader's statement says alliance exercise in futility is what you think is most likely.
I hope for a miracle, because as it is like the contest is not going to be as competitive as we would expect. But if a miracle happens, one way or the other, you have these gladiators, the Atikus, the Obi, the Kwakwanso, and Makinde, willing to let go of their personal ambition and look at the broader picture of allowing a candidate that can win the election to contest against the ruling party. There may be chance. The political space will be rejuvenated. It will generate more interest for something different from what we've had in the last 3 years, 6 months. But as it is now, a lot of people feel that, look, it's going to be politics as usual, whereby the ruling party, they own the structure, they have the resources, and they have the momentum to be able to win the election.
All right, talking about momentum, there seems to be a different dimension to this story this morning with this sort of confession. Why I led coup plot against Tinubu by Colonel Margin. New Telegraph ran with that. Daily Monitor ran with that.
Yeah. As an editor who believe that I saw that story yesterday. I was in the newsroom when that story broke. Many of us saw it. And I had this temptation because it has a lot of angle to it. The drama,
absolutely,
more like an inside story, why you did what you did. But as an editor, you always have to look at the story and try to see whose interest does a story like this serve? What are you trying to prove? Should I make it my front page cover? So when I parried those questions, I find out that story is not worth the cover of any newspaper. And I didn't use that story for the simple reason that, look, an investigation is going on. And if
it is complete.
It's not yet completed. It's ongoing. Maybe when you finish, for somebody who is being accused of high treason against the state, at what point did he have access to the media to be telling us his story? So I find it unusual. So I believe also that in a very sensitive case of this nature, those facing criminal allegation, of the highest crime somebody can commit against the state, should, whatever defense you have, go and present it before the panel, before the court that is investigating, not come to the public to comment. What are you trying to get? What are you trying to?
What's your objective?
What's your objective? Are you trying to win sympathy from the Nigerian
people? He did it out of patriotism. It has a long history behind it.
We are not interested in the history. You've been accused of a crime, so you should go and acquit yourself. Tell your own side of the story to to those investigating. I don't feel that story should have made the cover of any newspaper at all, because it's like, you know, in the media we talk about content in reporting active cases in court. And to me, when you now report on a case that is actively being decided in the court, it amounts to contempt of court. You should allow the processes to conclude. Don't let it seem as if you are reporting the story to win public sympathy in such a way that you are trying to, by your statement or your action, influence the decision at the end of the day, or to kind of generate public sentiment for or against what you have done. It's a very sensitive story, and I don't think any newspaper that calls itself a newspaper and understand the role of the media in the society should run that story.
What about the Lassa fever death toll? I mean, rising to 237. This Nigeria also.
That's an interesting story. But at times for us, the media, I see that story as a forgotten story. We are not doing enough, to follow that story. We are not reporting it enough in order to generate, public awareness.
1,000. That's a lot.
Yes. Two things. One, we are not reporting enough to generate public awareness about the crisis we are facing in relation to the epidemic. Then two, we are not reporting it enough to get policymakers to pay attention to the crisis we have at hand. It's just like when you turn the pages of the newspaper at times, you see us reporting more about the Ebola outbreak in the Congo than what is happening domestically.
Don't just say it's a Lassa fever again.
In our own we shouldn't become kind of immune to what is happening within our own community that have this kind of health ramifications. When you look at the story itself, it's telling you that, look, about 8,000 people have died. These are infected, and about
237
deaths. These are numbers that we should pay attention to, and we should probably look at what is Lassa fever. Lassa fever is a disease of death. It's a disease of poverty. It's a disease of the state of the Nigerian society. It reflects, to me, the state of the Nigerian society. Because when you look at the causes of Lassa fever, it is when you eat unhygienic food, whether
infested by rats.
And rat is a major carrier of the disease. And when you look at how we traditionally, how we preserve our food, how we expose our food to the sun to dry, how we package our food, it gives rise to this kind of situation. And that is why I feel that the media has a role to play in educating the public on the causes, prevention. Because if you read that story from the NCDC, you find out that one of the causes of death as a result of Lassa fever is because of late presentation at health facilities by those infected. Because in Nigeria, and if you look at some of the symptoms of Lassa fever, you usually present with high fever, cold, which we would normally associate with common malaria. So when you are hot, you are running high temperature, the first thing you do as a Nigerian is to reach out for malaria drugs. And by the time you treat and find out that it is not malaria, at the point you want to seek advanced medical help, it's too late. So that is what the NDC was saying yesterday, that those who succumb to the disease is because of late presentation for treatment. And of course, the NDC itself said, well, another factor is that treatment of Lassa fever is very expensive. And many Nigerians cannot afford it. So for the media, I think we need to do more. We need to educate the public about Lassa fever and the needs and what causes it and preventive measures they can take. Improve hygiene. It's just like when we were talking about COVID, the same preventive measures.
And hygiene standards should still continue.
Should be high. Frequent washing of hands. Don't expose your food, because it's apart from the common causative agent, which is rat. This is equally transmitted through bodily fluids.
Yes.
Needles, sharing needles, saliva, and all that, which is the same thing with COVID. I think we need to reactivate that
consciousness.
Yes,
and,
that consciousness
need, yeah.
to be able to deal with this current situation. And NDC should do more. I know at the airport, in the Nigerian airport, like the last time I traveled, you are required to fill a form, to state where you are coming from, where you have been, your state of health and all that, so that you are traceable if there's any need. The NDC is doing all that, but they need to equally do more. Create public awareness that, look, this thing is getting out of hand. It's worse this year than it was last year and 2 years ago. So that's why they need to do more. And the federal government itself should give more support to the NCDC to be able to perform this role.
These are human lives we're talking about, not just, I remember the story on the 100 elephants that were killed by cyanide poison in Kenya, in their conservation, wildlife conservation. Even
those are animals, but
yes, but
this
it's
time we are talking about human
lives. Human lives, 1,000 cases. Now let's talk about your front page story, which is 3 states account for 43% of Nigeria's 4.52 trillion naira state debt. You talked about Rivers being in that, Lagos, and another state as well.
That's Lagos, Rivers, and the FCT. You understand? That story actually caught my attention because we need to look at the details. The details of what the DMO was actually saying in relation to domestic debt burden. All the state listed, this is just the domestic component of their debt, not the foreign component. And what I want Nigerians to pay attention to is go and read the story yourself and pay attention to the fine lines and pay attention to states like Lagos. Pay attention to the FCT. The FCT particularly caught my attention because between 2024 and 2026, you are going to find out that the FCT's debt, internal borrowing, domestic debt, has risen by almost 200%. So what does that tell you? It means that in as much as we celebrate the infrastructural revolution going on in the FCT, also pay attention to the fact that it has come with a huge cost to residents of the FCT. And how will this debt be paid? So questions should be asked, not just about borrowing, how the fund, but also how the funds are being utilized. So questions should be asked. How much was taken? Where did these funds go into? What are the arrangements for repayment? Not just FCT, but equally Lagos State, which generates humongous amount of internal revenue, but yet you still have a debt overhang of about 1.2 trillion, amounting to about 26% of the total domestic debt by states. Where is this money going to? What is the state governor using this money for? So as citizens, we should be being participant in the democratic process is asking relevant questions from your government and holding them accountable for what they have promised you and what they are doing in your name. You don't just lay back and say, well,
where does the money go?
Yes. So we need to follow the money. Ask relevant question. Where does this money go? How are we going to pay it by? What has this money been spent on? So that is why Daybreak found this story interesting. It's all about the ability to be able to hold government accountable to the people.
All right. Now, Victor Hemba, just as we close this part of our segment, says all this alliance may not work because Atiku may want everything for himself. I think he's echoing what you said. Coming together is like tiger trying to unite lions, hyenas, and wild dogs about their dispute about the hunting ground. Another person said, good morning, Adora, the Kaduna Neck issue, is it 4, 5, 6 billion or 45.6 billion. It is the latter, 45.6. And Wike is already having sleepless night over opposition coming together. The rest we will take along as we go on into the program. But thank you so much, Dr. Osamaho.
Always
Thank
a
you.
pleasure.
Thank you. And have yourself a lovely, lovely day. All right, so we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we told you we'll have an exclusive interview. We are following the story, calling and looking at hashtag justice for Ibrahim Baya. Adonoye will join me here to bring us her experience and really reel us into the trajectory of this investigation. We'll be right back.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
The issues as they break, the multitude, the political figure, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. Governments seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should stay by and go. Every part of this country is important.
The intrigue.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacence?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
A death that is said to be one death too many. Jungle justice continues to rise. Now the question rises, who will demand justice for those who pass on through such gruesome, tragic methods of death? And this is the highlight for me for this story, because it's not just about the death of Ibrahim Baya, but also the mannerism and the methodological way in which this boy's life was just, exhumed right out of his way. And Adonoye has done such an inroad, in-depth investigative story, still on it. I do not know how she's able to go through the trauma of having to experience this, but I do have her with me this morning on live TV to share, because for a lot of people, it's one thing to listen to the stories when we're watching the news, but it's also so experiential to hear it from you. What really happened to Ibrahim and Baya?
Thank you, Adora. The moment I started seeing the story or the clips on social media, particularly Facebook, I decided to follow up right there on Facebook. Day 1, day 2, 3, 4, 5, a week later, I started making contact in Plateau State, and then I decided to take the trip. And by the time by the time I arrived Plateau State, it was glaring that there was no clear backup story to why Ibrahim was murdered. But my gatherings are what I want to tell you now. The suspect currently in police custody are 5. The one who accused him, who happens to be Ibrahim's closest friend and a one-time promoter of Ibrahim's modeling career, that is Daniel Ringin, claimed that they had gone for a social gathering on the 25th of July. And because they closed late, Ibrahim decided to pass the night in his place on Ring Road there in Jos. And by the time he woke up, because he went to bed early at about 2 a.m., Ibrahim was still awake. By the time he woke up, Ibrahim was no longer in the room at about 4 a.m. So he asked the people who slept in the room with him, a friend and his brother who came for his NIN from somewhere. And we didn't see Ibrahim. Now, he didn't see Ibrahim and he didn't see his phone. He didn't see his charger as well, and I think power bank. The first thought was to call his cousin when he couldn't reach Ibrahim. And that's Emmanuel, another suspect. The one who particularly was using the pipe and the plank on Ibrahim. If you have seen the video. Yeah. So he called Emmanuel. Emmanuel now took the law into his hands. Probably he has a history of making thieves speak, because I don't see a reason why Daniel would have called Emmanuel instead of calling the police if his phone goes missing in the midst of more than 2 people. And from there, Emmanuel came and started asking. Emmanuel's confession, he said to me that he wanted to humiliate Ibrahim. He told Ibrahim, I will humiliate you in the presence of neighbors and students in this vicinity if you don't tell me. He started beating Ibrahim from the room. All of this began from 11 a.m. of that 25th to around 6 p.m. While he was beating Ibrahim, other people came to join. In fact, from police account, there are about 13 people who beat Ibrahim from that morning till evening. Currently, 5 are in police custody and about 7 are still at large. That was what happened.
So I seem to get from this narrative that it wasn't just about the phone, that perhaps there was an underlying current of envy, fear, disunity, and seems to be premeditated.
While there are no evidence to prove what you have said, I will agree with you for these reasons. The 5th suspect was arrested last week, Tuesday, a week today. And on his WhatsApp status, because I posed the question to the suspect in the police briefing there in Jos, on his WhatsApp status, the day Ibrahim died, he had posted, only you, gay, only you, thief, only you, model, sharp. Then if you watch the video where they were taking Ibrahim from the room to go to the mountain towards the evening time.
What were they taking him to the mountain for?
I'll come to that.
Okay.
So if you watch the video where they were taking Ibrahim from the room, he was already weak. He was already helpless, but he could barely pick his steps while they were taking him from the room to the mountain. The guy who did the video had written LOL at that point. That's to tell you that yes, there was hatred somewhere from my gatherings. And then one of the videos, you will hear somebody saying, star, as they were beating him, star. They were making a mockery of whatever Ibrahim believes he is. Now, while they took him to the mountain, I asked them, I said, why were you taking Ibrahim to the mountain? And let me tell you something. The video that showed where they were taking Ibrahim to the mountain, the guy who did the video was making commentary. This is what he was saying. Kai, we're taking him to the mountain now. He has some explanations to make. We are the government, the federal government. We are the state government. Okay, we are the legislation. Nothing will happen. I asked them, I said, why were you taking him to the mountain? And they said, because I find it hard to believe, but this is what they said. Because there were too many students beating Ibrahim at a time. Because towards evening, people had started coming back home from church, and the ones who went on weekend. Remember, it was a Sunday. And so when they came, their neighbors, it's a compound of 17 people. When they came back, they started complaining that there were too many people in the compound beating this guy, and they didn't want him to die. So they now decided to take Ibrahim to the mountain to reduce the number of people who were lynching him. That's what Emmanuel told me on camera. Now, Emmanuel, when I went up the mountain with the community leader, he said he had received a call at 5:30 p.m. that they were lynching a boy and they had dumped the boy on the mountain. So he went there to see. As he was descending down the hill, he saw a group of boys and Emmanuel. He called Emmanuel to come and pick him. I asked him why the specification for Emmanuel. He said it was only Emmanuel he could recognize among them. So he asked the group and Emmanuel himself, why did you people bring him to the hill? And why is he in such an unconscious state? Emmanuel told the community leader that they gave him frog jump. I said, but you know what you did was more than frog jump. He said, yes. So according to them, that was the reason they took him. But his friend, intermittently, if his friend was not around, the accuser of the stolen phone, who also is the closest friend of Ibrahim, he was never around when they were hanging him on the pole. He was not around when they were using the plank. He was not, according to his account, he was not also around when they were taking Ibrahim to the mountain.
Now, again, this takes me to ask about the missing phone. It's not completely clear if the missing phone was found, when and where it was found, or who found it. Can you clarify this for us at this moment?
Adora, in my chat with this suspect, again, Emmanuel said to me that Emmanuel and Daniel, Ibrahim's best friend, Daniel Ringin, said to me that IB had a history of stealing, so they believe he stole the phone. That was why they took him to the school premises, where at one point Ibrahim said he took the phone to. They got to the school premises, he told the security man that he had kept the phone under a tree, but they could not find any phone under the tree. They took him to his working place. The security at his workplace identified him as his staff, and he said that's where he kept the phone, but they couldn't find it, and they forced him back into a tricycle and brought him back to this same house where he had spent the night, his friend's house.
11 hours.
Yes, they beat Ibrahim from 11 a.m. till 7 p.m. Now, the phone itself has not been found, according to the accounts of these guys. So many explanations that will make you begin to doubt if indeed there's a missing phone. Because according to Ibrahim's uncle, he's an uncle in this scenario, but he's actually Ibrahim's in-law. He's married to Ibrahim's auntie, and Ibrahim lived with the man for 10 years. According to his account, Ibrahim has never taken anything. He does not steal. Ibrahim's friend, the girl in the story, Juliet, said that there was a time Ibrahim had accommodation problem. She works as an accountant and is a cashier in somewhere. She had given Ibrahim the key to the office to be sleeping there, knowing fully well there's money and other assets that can easily be stolen. Ibrahim never tampered with them. The uncle said Ibrahim uses a better phone than the one that is allegedly stolen. He uses iPhone 13 Pro Max, and then this one that is stolen is iPhone 12. In my conversation with the suspect, Ima said they had used Ibrahim's phone as collateral to collect 10,000 naira in the neighborhood so that they can get transport to take Ibrahim to Naraguta and where he works to confirm where he claimed he has kept the phone. I mean, Adora, if you are beating somebody from morning 11 a.m. to say 1 p.m. and the person insists that he did not take the phone, It was enough to say, okay, please go. And according to you, he has a history of stealing. What happened to saying
And
we're
he
no longer
begged
friends?
and offered cash.
He begged and offered cash. He said, take my phone. And because according to the account, they are really close friends. They have each other, they share password, they share a lot of secrets. He said, okay, open my account, withdraw 100,000 naira, add it to my own phone, and let me be. But they refused. That's the account of his uncle.
All right, so let's look at this as what it is, because there have been a lot of people who are calling. I mean, I remember cases of jungle justice, from the Alufo to the Romi killings to David Umar. The list is endless.
And the woman who was lynched and burnt alive in Kaduna just last 2 months ago in June. Children just accused the woman of being a child thief. No one waited to hear her say, no, I'm not.
Or report to the police.
There was a police station there. The police came in and took her in. The mob overwhelmed the police station. How many policemen do you have in a unit? How many? They overwhelmed the police and whisked the woman from the police, burnt her alive in the presence of her sister and her sister-in-law. At the end of the day, she turned out to be a cleric, an Islamic cleric, who was just asking for address of where they were having an Islamic ceremony nearby. She has 5 children. She has a young husband. No one listened to this woman, Adora. She was burnt alive there and there. And then you hear people saying, yes, these child thieves have become rampant around this area. They come and steal children as if the children are in Hausa language, they will be like animals. No, you should have waited to know, you should have waited to allow the police to do their job. We know we have a slow justice system, but it's not enough to take the laws into your hands at any point.
Ada Onoye, in your history, your journey as an AIT senior crime correspondent, because I know how traumatic this is for you, and I'm sorry that we have to bring you here to really bring this experience to life. What are your concerns? Many are calling the death or the killing or the passing of Ibrahim Baya as jungle justice. Others are calling it pure murder. You had the conversation with the IGP of police, Tunji Disu, who is out, of course, expressly outraged. What did he have to say? And not just about Ibrahim Baya's case, on the whole, tragic system of jungle justice growing in Nigeria.
Much of what the IGP did was to remind Nigerians of the Constitution as amended. I'll read to you. It says that sections 33, 34, and 36 of the 1999 Constitution guarantees every Nigerian, even a suspect, the right to life, dignity, and fair hearing. Fair hearing. It's in our Constitution. Fair hearing. Mob action, jungle justice violates the victim's right to these sections in our Constitution. He further reminded us of the section 319 of the Criminal Code and 315 of the Penal Code, that any unlawful killing, if you kill somebody unlawfully, it is straight murder or homicide, depending on the circumstances that have happened. The Constitution is clear. The police works under the Constitution, and he said he has directed all command CPs, zonal AIGs to ensure that they begin forensic investigation and prosecution of this mob action. That includes the people watching, hailing, the people who are doing the video. You realize that, Adora, our content creators have begun to reconstruct scenes of mob action for entertainment. They make mockery of it.
Normalizing it.
It's already, look at the one that happened in Abuja. A 9-year-old boy was bitter that the police came to whisk away a suspected one-chance operator instead of allowing the mob to kill him. The boy went viral, 9-year-old. So we're normalizing it. It's an internal security challenge. We can't afford to look the other way. If we don't stop it now, it may overwhelm us.
So why do you think this is on the rise? Because I want us to get in between the lines and lay out this conversation, Ada. Is it that Nigerians have stopped believing in conventional justice systems and feel that the distrust in the system leaves them no choice than to take laws into their hands?
Absolutely. If you hear these suspects in mob actions anywhere, you hear them. Take the person to the police for what? Police will release the person. Take him to court for what? Let me tell you something, Adora. There's a lot we need to do in amending our constitution when it comes to crime and criminality. Some of these crimes today are just emerging trends. The constitution did not capture them as at the time it was woven. So that's where we have these challenges. I'll tell you what, if your phone is stolen from you at any point, remember Abuja is under the penal code. If your phone is stolen at any point and the police arrest this phone thief, maybe at a junction in the night, and then take the person to court, the thief to court, do you know the punishment? The judge just say, okay, you sweep the court premises for 3 months or 2 weeks and go home. It's not in the constitution. There's nothing the judge can do. I'm a first-hand victim of that. There's nothing the judge can do because the judge needs to work with what is in the constitution. People have lost hope in our judicial system. You can't blame them. But again, it does not give anyone the right
to take a life.
To even hit, not to hit anybody. First of all, you don't have the right to hit anybody.
To even touch.
You don't just have the right. Everyone should keep it in mind. And I think at this point, Adora, parents have a lot to do. Tell your children, never. If you see any mob action that you cannot rescue, please call somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows the police. If you don't have any police contact. Adora, community policing has failed in Nigeria because the area where this occurred, for instance, there were people. No one called the police. Ibrahim was taken to the school. The school security saw that Ibrahim was in the hands of non-state actors. Did nothing. He was forced back into the tricycle. Ibrahim was taken to the place where he works. The security men confirmed that yes, Ibrahim is a staff in this place. Why didn't they probe further? Why didn't they say? In fact, one of the suspects who was talking to me in the chat said that Ibrahim was even trying to make the school security hold him back, but they forcefully took Ibrahim into the
So it's the failure of the whole social system.
Exactly. But parents particularly don't endorse it. Natif, kill him. Me the kill him. Muna beat a Natif, don't endorse it. Please tell your children to go away because from now henceforth, the government is beginning. They said they will start looking into it. We are continuing to make sure that this jungle justice means.
Where is the school in all of this? One, the families of those who perpetrated this act in all of this.
I had a chat off camera because the fathers didn't grant me permission to put them on camera, but I could take their audio. So that's what we have on the longer version of the story, which was on Security Scope and which will be aired today again at 11:30 a.m. Okay. The fathers of Emmanuel. Now, remember, Daniel Ringim has his brother, the same mother, the same father in this case. Then Emmanuel is a cousin to Daniel Ringim. So both fathers of these children told me that their children were brought up in Christian homes, non-violent Christian homes. In fact, Daniel Ringim's father described Ringim as a sympathizer. He's a humane person. He's forgiving and he's very humble. Emmanuel's father described, Emmanuel as a very obedient child. Described Emmanuel as a very obedient child. He described Emmanuel as a law-abiding son, that he can bet Emmanuel would have been under an influence.
So what happened? At what point?
That, in fact, they all expressed shock that their children were involved in such terrifying, out of the world controlled emotion. When they saw the videos, they were shocked. They are pleading. That's what they said to me on camera. They are pleading to Nigerians. They are pleading to the families of late IB. They are looking for
a talented young man.
Yes, very talented. In fact,
young man.
In the longer version, because the news version couldn't take everything together.
I'm sure.
In the longer version of the story, Ibrahim's mentor told me something. He said, "Look, Ada, a thief does not have a dream." Ibrahim had dreams. Ibrahim should have been in Abuja on the 8th of August for a modeling audition that would have taken him to Paris. But unfortunately, he didn't make it.
I'm sure that we'll get to this core and the depth of the story at 11:30 today.
11:30 today.
Yes, and we're looking forward to it, because I was going to ask you what's the next case in Ibrahim Bias, of course, in the way that the tragedy broke out, but I'm sure that story would also give us some insight.
Yes, and the Nigerian police, the University of Jos, and the Plateau State government, honestly, in my opinion, are on the case.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Adonoye, senior security correspondent, lead investigator on this matter, and I think that she has told us a lot, but please look out for the 11:30 extended story on this matter. We thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a quick break and then the conversation continues in earnest, but in the meantime, we'll be right back.
Kakaaki or Rap Joy, unleash taste.
Did you know it's possible to gain much more than just an education at a university? Veritas University, education is not just about earning a living. It's about personal transformation. It's about discovering purpose. It's about defining destiny. That's why we operate a fully residential system set in a serene environment with world-class ICT facilities, a hands-on skills booth program, medicine, law, and an award-winning software engineering department, a vibrant debating culture, and modern sporting facilities. We blend character and academic excellence to raise the leaders of tomorrow. We are the first and only Nigerian university to win the African Telecommunication Union Innovation Challenge, the only Nigerian university to win the Commonwealth and Pan-African Universities Debating Championships, and the first African university to reach the finals of the World Universities Debating Championship, standing alongside Harvard and Oxford. At Veritas University, we don't just produce graduates, we produce leaders who shape the future of their generation. Veritas University, seeking the truth.
Excuse me, ma. This your 100%
Babes, are you sure you want to spend this much on hair? Didn't your landlord just increase rents? I saved for this one separately on Money Point.
Ma, you say you save on Money Point?
Yes.
This Madam Money Point here, the array of your dryer there, he charges David's Money Points I used to have it. The rest of this my submit, beat David's Money Points I used to do it. The salary of this my staff is save as you transact.
Jennifer, Money Point save as you transact. Money Point fixed savings and Money Point target savings.
Contribute to the you go give your money to Adaku to stay. You see Money Point account there. You know go open a savings account. Now Adaku you shoot. I beg everybody inside this my room. Oh yeah, bring out your phone and download the Money Point app now. Even you. What are you waiting for?
Download the Money Point banking app now and start saving the bank you can trust.
Money Point, made for your progress.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Hello everyone, good morning to you. This is Kakaaki Social. I am Onoshorena Obuzige. What's on the space of social media this morning? We'll go to Kano State, where the former Kano State governor and 2027 vice presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, has expressed concern over comment by Islamic cleric Sheikh Sani Yahaya Jingri, describing Christians as infidels while advocating the continuation of a Muslim-Muslim ticket in 2027. Kwankwaso, in a personally made post on X, said the remarks are divisive and do not represent the position of Kano people, stressing that Kano is home to people of different religious backgrounds who have lived together for generations. Now let's see that post on X that he signed out with RMK Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Let's see the post on X. He had said, I am deeply concerned by the comment made by Sheikh Sani Yahaya Jingri at an event in Kano this weekend. At this critical moment in our nation's history, statements that promote division and disunity must be firmly discouraged, and it is particularly troubling to hear such rhetoric from a religious leader of Sheikh Jingri's stature and influence. Let it be clearly stated, the good people of Kano do not endorse or support these divisive remarks. Then he continued, political and religious leaders alike carry a solemn responsibility to uphold truth, foster unity, and advance reconciliation. We must not lend our voices to utterances capable of undermining the very foundation of our nationhood. The 2027 general elections will be an opportunity for Nigerians to reward good governance with resounding support and to reject poor performance at the polls. This administration has earned the latter. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, signed by him. Under his comment section, we have Ode Peter. It says, this is courageous of you. I hope other political leaders follow same path and denounce the imams, sheikh, malams, and pastors, bishops, apostles, priests that are using religion to hustle for relevance. Neither the mosque nor the church own Nigeria, and neither of them can take back the country. Mr. Neil says, don't be deeply concerned. Condemn it. You people are always trying to be politically correct, all in the name of not wanting to lose vote. People have a perception of Islam, and that cleric just made their reservations stronger. condemn the damn comment. Instead of being concerned, go straight to say, I condemn. So Mr. Neo says, Leo says, whatever led APC to have played the religious card in that fashion shows deep desperation to climb onto power come 2027. That's the last kick of a dying horse. Habibu says only sensible ones understand the gravity of what the so-called Sheikh Jingri is fueling to cause division between Nigerian religious followers, Muslims and Christians. Such people with this type of his preaching style have to be suspended from engaging into political affairs. So Habibu says. For this user, Katibe, Nigerians should never allow religion to divide us as a people. Our leaders, especially those with a large following, should be more careful with their words and use their influence to promote peace and unity. At the end of the day, Nigerians will have their say at the ballot box. All right, in more stories, controversy is deepening over inflammatory comment made by Islamic clerics in Nigeria, following separate remarks, the one we just had and then a new one by Sheikh Shafi Adeba, in which he described non-Muslims as kafiri or infidels, and claimed Muslims have the religious right to fight and enslave them. In a video he shared on TikTok, the cleric cited Islamic texts while arguing that Muslims should impose Islamic laws on non-Muslims. He went further in this video.
Àwa mùsùlùmí lálẹ́tọ́ àti ṣe kèfèrí mọ́lé kì í ṣe kèfèrí ni ó lẹ́tọ́ àti ṣe wa mọ́lé. Wakihudu lahum kullu marsadin mi ta bá ti bá wọn ẹbí ni wọ́n gúnlẹ̀ síbẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ bá wọn ní bòbá tán fa pamọ́ sí ẹ̀dì wọn bẹ̀ ẹ̀ tilẹ̀kùn mọ́ wọn bẹ̀ ntọ́lọ́ sọ náà kúrò nínú. Mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé n tó yẹ kẹ́ ṣe tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ṣe lórí ẹnìkan ẹnìyẹn yóò ṣe tiẹ̀ yóò ṣe nǹkan ẹ̀ máa fún ìfẹ́ yìí o ohun tó yẹ kẹ́ ṣe fún yàn tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ṣe òun ó ṣe tiẹ̀ fún yín o ẹni tó yẹ kẹ́ àrẹ́sì ẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá àrẹ́sì ẹ̀ òun àrẹ́sì yín.
All right, no reactions to that. Now, Vice President Kashim Shettima is using his 2-week leave to read and reflect, with photographs showing him at a bookshop, taking a look at them and maybe eventually reading as well. And this is happening during the break. The presidency says the leave, which began on August 7, is an opportunity for the vice president to deepen his knowledge and renew his capacity for continued national service. His media aide, Stanley Okocha, says leadership comes with a responsibility to keep learning, describing the period as a time to read, reflect, and gain greater clarity. Shettima is expected to return from the leave around August 20th. But let's see how this meets you. DNG says president and vice president go leave their own country to spend holiday in another working country. Waiting do your own hometown. Waiting do una own hometown. Go to your locals, mix with them, know their problems. I guess that could be a better way to spend your leave. Lee says, if you really care about the country like you all are posing this to be, why not go about the states just like you did during campaign to see how well the federal schools are doing and charge the Minister of Education to do better? Away from that, we'll go to Jeremiah on Facebook. He says, I have always known him for this. This is highly commendable and we look forward to the resultant effect on our nation, which is key and absolute. But just from nowhere, a random post on X, Olusegun Bakare says, without NEL fund, tuition fee was 20,000 naira. With NEL fund, tuition fee is 400,000 naira. That's Tinubu strategy. All right. We will leave that and go to Nollywood actress and evangelist Tonto Dike that has launched a new Christian ministry, the New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle in Abuja. Dike described the ministry as an interdenominational Christian fellowship, spiritual home, and movement of believers committed to revival and transformation. The actress made the announcement on social media after ministering from the pulpit during a service. The fellowship is based in Jabi, Abuja, and will hold evening weekly gatherings for worship, prayer, and spiritual fellowship. The launch comes months after Tonto Dike publicly spoke about her renewed Christian faith, including completing a discipleship program at Streams of Joy International and sharing her testimony about her spiritual transformation. These are the clips into reels that she shared across social media space just yesterday, and this is top on the trends table right now. Let's see how you're reacting to the launch of New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle by Minister Tonto Dike, evangelist really. Mr. Thomas says, who discipled her? What doctrines is our ministry founded upon? What Bible college or school of philosophy and theology has she attended? Who ordained her? She calls her ministry prophetic. What order of prophet is her ministry built on? Too much questions to ask her. But this is a bandit must go, says, completely wonder how you all think God cannot use her. Paul killed the early Christian, but at the end, God used him to preach his word. God is not your unforgivable father in the village that refused to let everything go because of grudges. God qualifies the unqualified. Indeed, God is not unforgivable. In more thoughts to this one, bandits must go. We're done with taking his reaction. If we can have some more thoughts to this. Jeremiah says, I genuinely want God to use her and touch lives, and cause she's a testament of what God cannot do does not exist. I know a lot of Nigerians are always on her matter, but there is a new wave coming. Things will change, Jeremiah prophesies. Pistis says, may God continue to strengthen her and help her as she grows in the Lord. God's opinion about her is what matters more than what the entire world thinks of her. Absolutely, your thought right there. Now, away from Tonto Dike, the evangelist, Asa Eroy, a viral video from Osun State is also top on the trends table as a woman is seen distributing rice to residents while campaigning for the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate Muniruddin Bola Oyebanji, popularly known as Ambo. The woman, identified as Alhaja Falilat Yusuf, also known as Eru Arike, was filmed sharing portions of rice to people gathered around a campaign vehicle, with several supporters wearing APC-branded clothing. In the video, she urged residents to support and vote for her candidate, Ambo, in Saturday's governorship election, August 15. Now, reports say that the woman also warned that anyone who collects the food or money distributed but fails to vote for Oyebamiji would face curses. All right, let's see how you react to this. Paul Adele says they can't even share bag of rice anymore. See what people are selling their futures and that of their generations for. Oh, the Esau effect still functioning in Nigeria. God have mercy. Amen. Kingsley Solomon says, what I tell friends that the poverty in Nigeria is deliberately and carefully designed. They think I'm joking. Even our brain has been conditioned to think we can't survive without a fraction of rice every 4 years. Our politicians know this and they capitalize on it. Shame. Kingsley Solomon ends. Daniel Rega says, and surprisingly, these people may have waited hours just to receive this one pinta of local rice. It's how the government doesn't even rate the people. My biggest annoyance is those who are also greeting with respect upon receiving their SOFA package. Oh, wow, SOFA package. Don't be surprised. People will be swayed to vote for the APC just because of this. We have learned nothing from our past hardships, Daniel says. And bad governance says, every time rice. Una know they share beans or corn. So these are the interests. The next time you want to do anything, that's what that user would prefer. And finally, what fun seekers saw online appeared to be a fun-filled water park experience. But what they reportedly met in Ilorin was a very different reality. A video circulating online shows staff at a water park manually pouring water onto a slide with a paint bucket because there was no running water to keep the slide wet. A visitor has narrated her experience in a viral video detailing when she visited with her friend.
The slide. So that was part of the reason we're excited to go. But tell me why it got to my friend and I turned and they brought out a paint bucket to pour water on the slide. Like, how does that even work? How? They literally had to use a bucket to manually pour water on the slide so that we could slide down. And because there wasn't enough water, we kept getting stuck. At some point, the slide was even hot. I had to stand up because why am I sitting on another slide? And the funniest part is, I didn't even know whether I was supposed to walk forward or walk backwards or just leave the slide completely. I mean, when I say it is one thing to see a place online, and another thing to actually experience it in person. They said it was 5,000 online. We paid 1,000 to enter, which wasn't even the problem. But when we got there, we found out that you're not allowed to wear a bikini. You're also not allowed to even wear shorts. So we had to rent swimsuit for another 2,000 naira. At the end of everything, we spent close to 8,000 naira. And honestly, if I'm paying that much, I expect to actually enjoy myself. Even the umbrella that I was supposed to give us shade kept falling on.
All right, let's see how you react to this. Arinze Okpala says, this isn't a water park. It's a collaborative project. Imagine climbing the slide and seeing staff manually installing water with a paint bucket like they are topping up engine oil. Hilary said, we don't wait for the system, we are the system. Away from Arinze, we go to Abdul Majid. He says, the paint bucket is not funny or main problem to me. It was only how she was pushing herself to slide along the way. Honestly, first watch. Maurice Monye says, this is why I will never advise anyone to do bungee, jumping or skydiving in Nigeria. You are risking your life. Under his comment section, we have Obi Naya says, one reason I don't involve myself in all these adventures, all in the name of catching fun. Nigerians have no regard for safety. I get scared for such adventures each time I remember the 3 sisters who drowned despite having a life jacket on. Ooh. Zen says, if you see how influencers are hyping this place on TikTok, and I am Seth Fresh says, them say slide, whether you slide like a fish or snail, it's a slide. Well, definitely there was a slide right there. Everyone, please count your costs before you go sliding. Thanks a bunch for being a part of Kakaaki Social this morning. I am Rena Obio. The program would return after now, AIT_online. We are on X.
Ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse? The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the President.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
CBT, GTBT, whatever.
Get the answers on where Nigeria decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, online.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
GTBT, whatever.
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Thank you for staying with us, and that was Kakaaki Socials with Raina Obozeke. A lot of feedback, their last comedy stretch, that last conversation with the slide. Well, thank you so much. And someone did mention about giving Tonto Dike a break because someone like Mary Magdalene also found her way as one of Jesus' closest friends. But away from that, World Indigenous Day, Indigenous Peoples Day is what we are focusing on this morning. Dr. Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa, founder, Coalition of FCT Indigenous Association. It's great to have you.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, so let's look at, you founded the coalition of the FCT Indigenous Association. Perhaps maybe I should start with that, because when I hear that, I also hear, the indigenous stretch of all the tribes that make up, the FCT as a whole. I think about 9 of them, 9 distinct ethnic tribes. Tell us about that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And I'm glad again that AIT have given us this platform to actually ventilate issues that concern the people of the FCT.
Okay.
The coalition of FCT Indigenous Association was formed in 2014, and the idea was to bring together all the associations that are basically speaking for the people of the FCT. FCT Indigenous Tribe as captured by the census, and then the history of having the federal capital city here. We have 9 indigenous tribes that were met here before 1976 proclamation by the then head of states. And then, when the head of state gave a good panel, that committee, their responsibility to go and censor and come up with a place that will be more suitable in terms of land size and all of that. So they will have a departure from the challenges they have in Lagos at a point. And they came here and met 858 communities existing. The idea was maybe they will come and meet a virgin land, but that was not the case. And so in these communities, there were original inhabitants who were living here. And know that part of the terms of reference was get us indigenous people that are not Hausa, that are not Igbo, that are not Yoruba. That's the 3 predominant tribes, because everyone knows these people have where they are coming from. So, but the people who are not Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, that are indigenous on that community, let's have them. And it's also captured the 9 indigenous tribes. A lot of people get it mixed up. Sometimes they will say, but there are some Hausas here, there are some Igbos here, why are they not indigenous? But in the wisdom of the framer of that times of reference, they know that these 3 major tribes already have all it takes, and then they occupy their own territory. So having dual kind of, you have a kind of disadvantage on the minority who are the indigenous people. If, for instance, you say Hausa is an indigenous person of the FCT, you have Hausa in Katsina, you have in Kano, you have everywhere, and they have the powers, they have the, you get what I mean? So they will suppress the people that met here.
So for specification, tell us the 9 ethnic.
The 9 indigenous tribes they met by census. You have Bagi, you have Bari, you have Igbo, you have Gwandara, you have Amwamwa, you have Koro, you have Basa, you have Gede, and you have Igra. 9 indigenous tribes. So these were the tribes they made before the 1976 proclamation. This community have been existing hundreds of years before anybody think of bringing FCT as a federal capital to Abuja. So the coalition, the indigenous groups were primarily to see how we can take on government with the issues that concern the indigenous people that have been neglected over the year, being the critical stakeholders in the FCT. Because I tell you for free, Adora, there is no community, there is not any name of either layout or what do they call it, any layout or district plan that fall from heaven. These are original names of the indigenous community you made. And I appreciate that because planning globally is done with the people. Are you talking about Metama? Is the name of a community that has been existing hundreds of years before anybody think of bringing FCT? Are you talking about Use? Are you talking about Pei? They call Gariki. Are you talking about Kabusa? Are you talking about Karo here? Are you talking about Piakasa? Are you talking about Darka, Rubochi, Buari, Kwali, Abaji, Alumamagi, and all of that? These are existing community. So any layout you have today, the Use of this world, the Metama, these are people's ancestral community. So you cannot, in a way of developing the city now, try to neglect these same people. Absolutely. I see it as a abysmal misnomer that is not even supposed to have happened to us.
All right, thank you for laying that background. It was very important for us too, because a lot of people have asked this question, are wondering, I've been here for decades, but am I not also part of the indigenous tribes? And it's good that you laid that out. Now, another Indigenous Peoples Day has been observed. And I know this is very significant for the people of the FCT. But in the global scheme of things, we understand that. But within the domestic scheme of things, how insignificant is this day and the celebration?
This day is so significant to us because it affords us the opportunity to still bring the issues that concern the indigenous people of the FCT. So pathetic. Adora, I tell you for free, just like we were saying in the University of Abuja yesterday, and I raised some certain questions about what is it that you have for the indigenous people of the FCT, the critical stakeholders, the people that have hold this nation together. You will hear other Nigerians say, these people are too peaceful, these people are too patient, because they see the way they treat us as indigenous people of the FCT. It's so pathetic to a point that you will see total neglect, exclusion in the scheme of things, deliberately sometimes from people that are supposed to be honored and taken care of. It is not the first time we are having indigenous community in the federal capital city. You go to Canberra, you go to Canada, you go to US. And then you see the way they treat them. That's my question. If you say we are copying this democracy from the Western or US, why are we not doing the good thing, the good part of it? And then how do you just wake up, Adora, in your ancestral community, and the next thing you see caterpillar bulldozers everywhere that have come to demolish this community? And then the reasons are so trivial, the reasons are so annoying. Part of the reasons could be that maybe because the aesthetics, the beauty of the place is not looking it. The aesthetics of the community is a slum, is shanty, is like, seriously? If you are saying this place is a slum, it's an indictment on you, government, because you are supposed to take care of them. That's the primary responsibility of government. The indigenous people of FCT did not apply for Federal Capital City to come to them. So this day, the World Indigenous Day, haven't been neglected, having people not even talking about us. The only time we see them sitting to talk about us is how to take over our land and community. Okay. And so this day afforded us the opportunity to tell our own story and to let people know that, hey, there are a lot of people who come and tell you Abuja is a no man's land, as if nobody existed before they were capital. Ask yourself, they were communities. Federal Capital City just came in place in 1979. So ask yourself, what has been happening before then? There have been people hundreds of years before, just like you have indigenous people in Lagos, in Kano, everywhere. It's the same thing. So why pretending as if that's not the point?
Okay, and I'm glad you also laid the background, internationally when you mentioned some countries, even in India, for instance, in Australia, you have the Aboriginal people who are the original inhabitants of Tasmania and all of that. But let's look at, the theme of this year's celebration, and it's also honoring Indigenous midwives, safeguarding life and well-being in context. What does this mean to you?
It's a whole lot, because if you check maternal mortality in our areas, and you travel to rural communities of the FCT, Adora, you will weep. Just a kilometer away from where we are, this is Asokoro, just a kilometer away from here, if you visit and see the healthcare centers and see the facility they call healthcare centers, it like you will bleed within you. How will you have a federal capital city, a center of unity? Then you have people living here being neglected as if they don't exist. So this calls for more action in terms of our women who need to go through a whole lot, even in terms of childbirth, in terms of their welfare. In terms of nobody care how they feed, nobody care how their kids go to school, nobody care about how they pay their bills in terms of health, and they go to the same hospital with other Nigerians who are more privileged than them. You see, that's a gap. You have people who nobody cares about how they feed, because the farmland, predominantly the people of the FCT, what they do as an occupation is farming. Adora, all the farmland have been taken over by developers. As beautiful as it is to develop the city, how do you have a development as against the rights and privileges and the fundamental human rights of the people? Misnomer is a big error. And so this theme goes to further entrench the issue that has to do with our mothers, the midwives, how more attention should be given to them in order to curtail and reduce this what we call the frequent death we have of the stillbirth, and then the absence of medication in terms of Medicare, in terms of these rural women in around the community. So it's really to add voice and make it even more clarion or louder, if I may say.
And talking about well-being, would you also speak to perhaps training and, making sure that research-driven purposes are within this ecosystem? Because when you hear midwives, people just think about nurses. We're also talking about traditional midwives who are within our communities, who oftentimes are left out in these interventions.
Yeah, it's a whole lot that needs to be done, but more importantly, even before you talk about training, let's even have the infrastructure in place. Just like I said, Adora, from here, a kilometer away from here, you traverse up to 3, 4, 5 communities without having any health center. And it is not talking about going even into hinterlands. There are communities that they need to travel for like 5 or 10 kilometers before they can even access a healthcare center. And so the aspect of training is key, just like you say with the locals. We need to have like a serious collaboration with the traditional rulers, traditional institutions, religion institutions, where we can even do some of this ad hoc kind of training and retraining on how they should handle issue that has to do with the child birth, or issue that has to do with even the health of the minors, of the what do you call the minors around our communities, because a whole lot of time you have this absence of this care as a result of lack of training, lack of knowledge, and instead of going to help, you end up destroying. So it's key. Yeah.
All right. So let's talk to the non-inclusion aspect of the conversation you raised, marginalization. I know that there have been some level of perhaps promissory engagement by the FCT Minister, who, don't know if you're aware, I'm sure you are, pledged to issue certificates of occupancy to protect indigenous ancestral lands. and some other interventions. With that sort of intervention on its way, do you think that the marginalization is reducing or hope for reduction?
Let me give it up to the Minister of the FCT. You know, as a critic or someone who stands for the people, the idea is not just to be criticized. You know, at any point, anybody have made any significant impact will make it known. He seems to have departed sharply from the other past administration in terms of including on in the scheme of things. But whatever he must have done is just like a drop of water in an ocean, because the issues that has to do with marginalization is so thick to a point that you can even scratch with your nail regarding to. So it's so huge that whatever he's doing, yes, good side, and we appreciate it, but it's something I particularly will keep encouraging. I was here sometime early this year around February, and I said the only way the Minister of FCT, Nonse Wike, with the good things he's doing already, infrastructure, providing, appointing some few persons from us, which we want him to do more. But when you do want to, you just do more. Aside that, I said the only way he can write his name in gold, crested in gold in the hearts of the FCT, indigenous people, is when he protect the entire 558 communities of the FCT. How do you protect it? Integrate them into the master plan. As we speak, Adora, if I tell you what is the plan for Kabusa as a community, engage FCT to tell you what's the plan for Kabusa, what's the plan for Paduma, what's the plan for as far as what's it called, Zokutu in Rubuchi in Kujere account, what's the plan for Kebi? You literally will not see it. And so when development gets there and the lands become lucrative, the community becomes like, who are these people? They should give way now so that we can develop this place. No, we are not less human beings than other Nigerians. There should be a concrete plan. There should be no reason to move people from one end to the other. The only reason why you move an indigenous community, ancestral community, is when there is a public overriding interest. Otherwise, if it is to remove them and bring other Nigerians, it's even an abuse of their fundamental human rights. Because they have rights as enshrined in the Constitution for movable and immovable property, like every other person. And the Constitution has said nobody should be discriminated upon. So as fantastic as what the minister have done, because that single pronouncement is in line with what I said, when he said he is going to give the indigenous people CO4 on their ancestral land. Yes, it's like giving me what I have.
I was just
because being on my ancestral land alone is even more than a CO4. But to legitimize it, because this is government, and then to protect them. Yeah. That's the word. To protect them. Because what you see a lot of time is, you see some individual come up with one paper, like, Adora, so annoying. See, we should give it up to the people of FCT for remaining peaceful. And I have kept saying that they should remain peaceful. But Adora can tell you that this cannot happen in reverse, where the community will sit and the next day somebody come with paper and say, you guys should leave. I have an allocation on your paper. And you check the date of the allocation is just maybe 2 or 3 years, while the community have existed more than thousands of years. It can't happen in reverse. It can't happen in Enugu. It can't even happen in Calabar.
Lagos.
And so I call on the people of the city to remain peaceful, as painful as it, remain peaceful. And so when the minister come up to say, I'm going to give them CO4 on their ancestral land, kudos. And I keep saying, this is one thing he has done that will engrave his name in the hearts. It will remain indelible with the hearts of the people, even though he's like doing the favor of what I have. But then, till now, I want to call on the minister. We still have people coming to our community with allocation papers. As I speak to you, I have more than 10 communities complain that people, developer have come with allocation papers. Hey, the pronouncement minister have made that the indigenous communities will have CO4. Please listen to me if you are a developer. Don't dare come near any of our community anymore with any paper, because it will avert to like a criminal invasion. And it's a threat to humanity. You must obey the powerful doing minister who has pronounced that there will be 3 or 4. So that pronouncement, even without giving the paper, stands. We don't need to have, Mr. Minister, we are still having developers coming to our communities with something called allocation. So annoying, but we appreciate the Honorable Minister for that. Adora, yesterday I raised a question at the University of Abuja. As simple as university admission into the institution. What is the admission quota for the people of the FCT? We don't know. There is none. And we have qualified young men. Some got their jam 200, 230 and all of that. Yet they will seek for admission in the university that is situated on their ancestral land. And they don't have. What's the admission quota? What's the employment quota?
What do you think is the reason for that?
The best, go to University of Abuja and tell me how many indigenes are lecturers. And we have people who have PhD. Best. I have a student. I have more than 5 that I know, aside the one I don't know, that graduated as first class student from University of Abuja. Can't you see this? The only job they give our people there is cleaner and security.
So are you saying that the recruitment or perhaps admission is exclusionary when it comes to...
It's a gross marginalization and it's not supposed to be so. Go to ABU Zaria, go to, is it University of Lagos or is it Ibadan? Anywhere there is federal university situated, the idea is the people that owns that place has, an exclusive reservation of admission quota for them. We need to have that in the Fs. These are the things, as minor as it is. Let's not dive into the issue of employment, even into government institution and all of that. It's so annoying, it's so abysmal, until you see the recent list that custom release for employment, for recruitment.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ezekiel. You've made, from your conversation, we hear so many wish lists, inclusion, representation, and giving due, of course, to those whom the dues are deserving, the indigents of the FCT, and in celebration and commemoration of the Indigenous Peoples Day today. We've had this conversation with Dr. Dalhatu Ezekiel Musa, founder, Coalition of FCT Indigenous Association. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As always, for speaking your truth. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we will definitely be having State of Human Rights. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Global Agenda. I am Ukeme Etokwa. Every day, millions of Nigerians turn to social media to learn, discover businesses, follow breaking news, and be entertained. Behind every post, video, or live stream are content creators using creativity in digital platforms to shape conversations, promote culture, support businesses, and inspire change. Armed with little more than a smartphone, a camera, and an internet connection, creators are building businesses, creating jobs, and contributing to Nigeria's growing digital economy. But as the creator economy expands, so do the risk. How can we protect the people whose creativity is helping drive national development? Content creation is now much more than entertainment. Many creators are promoting local businesses, raising awareness about public health, preserving culture, and providing opportunities for young people to earn a living. Yet behind the carefully edited content is a different reality. Many creators face cyberbullying, online harassment, copyright infringement, identity theft, content piracy, delayed payments, and even threats to their personal safety just because of the work. These challenges affect more than individual creators. They now also slow the growth of Nigeria's creative economy by discouraging innovation, limiting entrepreneurship, and reducing employment opportunities. Building a safer digital environment requires everyone to play a role. Government must also strengthen laws that protect the intellectual property and digital rights.
Where is this guy? Nigerian police denied that it took a lot of advocacy and inside information for us to be able to get him out. And that work then shows us that we need a whole lot more, because this is not a one-person problem or one system or one part problem. It is a systemic problem, and we need to work with every part. And this is why we instituted the Civic Influencers Fellowship, which is to also train people. How do we, provide some of this information that we provide to the public? How do we get them to work with young people across multiple sectors to make sure that the right information is also said? And how do we also build a community that is protected? By building this community where, behind South Africa, we can provide some legal assistance, not just legal assistance, but also look at the issues that affect us policy-wise. We want an organization that does the work of just providing access to justice to an organization that is looking at an ecosystem and seeing how do we provide changes, and then seeing the key stakeholders that we need to work with. And this is where young people like Joe, Chidera, and the likes that we are working with comes in, and so as to then spread that tentacle and be able to achieve more and create more impact.
You can use your passkey. I know some of us here have seen passkeys and we don't even know what they are. But passkeys will integrate with your phone, whereby you can just use your face or your fingerprints to sign in. But then again, it has its own bad side, because if somebody, maybe gets you in the corner and tells you, put your face, they gun to your head, you definitely put your face, okay?
With social media platforms should provide safety reporting systems, and brands must adopt fair business practices, while creators themselves need to understand their rights and make steps to protect their work online. And that's why the Creators for Development Summit was a convergence of content creators with a zeal to learn and be equipped with the right tools to counter cyberbullying and ensure cybersecurity is at its utmost priority. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Global Agenda. I am Ukemere Tokwa. Join me next week as we explore more of the Sustainable Development Goals. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Keme, for that. And just to also remind you that today is the International Day for Youths across the world. And today's this year's theme is Different Contexts, Common Aspirations. And to all the youths in Nigeria, happy International Youth Day. Remember, your aspiration does matter. On that note, we come to the end of the show. I am Adora Sydney Jack. Thank you for joining me, and see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you.